Welcome to today's audiobook. If you'd like access to full-length audiobooks, early releases, and hundreds of exclusive stories, you can join my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now, let's begin. The first chapter, Niji, is online. Konoha Village, Hyoga Family, Branch Training Ground. The crackling sound, Hyoga Niji is practicing. 4 palms. 16 palms. Bandaged hands, dazzling palms, mysterious and powerful. 32 palms. Cha sound, the last palm hits the air. Hyoga Niji leaped forward. Empty is intentional. As a family member, I am not eligible to learn 8 trigrams. Now Niji, soul is an Earth Hokage fan. 5 years old. He crossed over here. Awakened the strongest proficiency system. Just repeat the practice moves to gain proficiency and improve your strength. As a family member, he did not dare to show his strength. It can only be hidden all the time, so it is also regarded as the tail of the waist crane, the object of ridicule of everyone. The sound of footsteps approached as he emptied his last palm. Yo, Niji, it's so late, still practicing. The speaker was full of silver hair, proud. He was Hyoga Silver, he was Niji's older brother. This. If I read it right, before he slipped, he practiced 8 trigram 64 palms? The person on the side is Hyoga Qingtian, who is also 1 year older than Niji. The two are the most talented generation in the family. Over the past few years, they have ridiculed and bullied Niji without interruption. A jerk trying to learn 8 trigram 64 palms, but a fool's dream. It's better to take a few more cat rescue and letter delivery rubbish missions and earn some money to avoid starvation in the future. Hyoga Silver sneered disdainfully. Brother and I've finished practicing. If you want to use it, I'll go first. Go. Seeing that Niji wanted to run away again, the two looked at each other. Hyoga Silver's eyes darkened when he said, I heard that you and Miss Hinata were complimenting you in front of Hayashi-sama. As a family splitter, you are so flattering to main clan, how are you? Boy? Hearing the word separation, Niji frowned slightly. Hyoga Qingtian followed suit, I don't think he is clear about his identity. He is the most talented and the least talented. He thinks that if he pleases the eldest lady, he will be able to stand on top of us and point fingers one day. Hey! The two looked at each other with hatred. The brothers misunderstood, it's just that Miss Hinata is kind-hearted, then I'll go first. Hyoga Niji doesn't want to be entangled with these two minor characters. Want to go? When Hyoga Silver reaches out and grabs Niji's neck. The sound of breaking wind passed by. Byakugan's angle of view covers almost 360 degrees without blind spots. Niji dodged easily. Silver Shige, he opened Byakugan. Did you see that? This is a challenge to you. Hyoga Qingtian's eyes widened, excited with a hint of anger. Hyoga Silver snorted coldly. He quickly rushed in Niji's direction. Niji also turned his head and had to fight. Ha! A slap in the face, Niji easily avoided it. Yo! Hyoga Silver didn't expect that Niji's strength could escape his 2 palms. Come again. He slaps again, and Niji dodges again. However, just now one palm was a feint attack, and the other hand had already started to strike, breaking through the air. Hyoga Silver thought he had succeeded, but Niji just stepped back slightly, dodging all the attacks effortlessly. Then he took 2 steps back again and said indifferently, Brother, I can't beat you, I admit defeat. Admit defeat. Silver's eyes widened, anger rolled in his eyes. Qingtian, did you hear me? He avoided all my attacks and then conceded defeat to me. Silver's head jumped violently, and he was already angry. Hyoga Qingtian also jumped forward. 2 opened Byakugan at the same time. A trash like you is not worthy of being separated at all. No, it's not worthy of being a Hyoga family at all. Aren't you very good? You've been practicing hard all these years. What you know is that you are practicing, and those who don't know you think you are juggling. No progress at all. Niji kept backing away until he hit the stake behind him. I won't show you some color today, you really don't know our two brothers. The two of them are just brothers from different families. In terms of seniority, Niji's father's status is much higher than their father's, and even Niji's grandfather is the previous main clan. When, began to be reduced to being ridden on top of their heads by people like them. I heard that Hanabi's strength is getting stronger and stronger. When Hinata's identity as the heir of the trash main clan is gone, you will no longer have a backer. Niji's eyes widened, killing intent flashing in his eyes. With both hands in a pose, chakra is released from the acupoints. The proficiency of hard training over the years is now emerging one by one. The gesture sank and turned to the right. With the rotation of the chakra, it materialized, and a huge wave of chakra was set off around. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Niji exclaimed. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget that the complete audiobook library is available on Patreon. The link is in the description. Chapter 2 Revolving Heaven, Injecting Nature Transformation. Revolving Heaven. The two reacted, but it was too late. This chakra wave. Niji's spin is up and its orthodox 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Two were immediately involved in Uzumaki-like chakra, and then flew out quickly. This is not a move that a family should be able to do, especially a crane tail with a very poor talent. Flying 5 or 6 meters away, Qingtian and Silver fell to the ground with 2 sounds of bang, bang. Damn, you bastard! Silver was more ruthless at the time, so the power he received was also ruthless, and he was immediately speechless. Revolving Heaven? You kid actually learned Revolving Heaven? Qingtian struggled to get up and shouted. Niji, not far away, just didn't change his face. This familiar move, he has practiced at least 20,000 times against the stake. Yes, from the moment you acquire a move, the system needs to practice 10,000 times against the stake before it can be used, and then in order to improve its power, it also needs to be practiced. I think my grandfather used it, that's right, this is the secret technique of the orthodox Hyoga family, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Qingtian frowned tightly, as if facing an enemy. Silver couldn't believe it, how can you learn revolving heaven? And no one will teach you. Could it be? Hyagoniji's breathing gradually stabilized, and it has been a long time since he had actually fought, but it was still easy to deal with 2 genin-level opponents. Just such an impulse, I am afraid that the true strength has been hidden for a long time, and I am afraid that it will be discovered. Thinking of this, Niji was a little annoyed. Ding! This practice is over, and the ninja basic skills have gained a total of 496 proficiency points. System beeped Niji's familiar beep. Gentle Fist Basic Boxing Proficiency 142 points. 8 trigrams Revolving Heaven Proficiency 110 points. 8 trigram 64 Palms Proficiency 42 points. Detection of the host in actual combat, get 8 trigrams Revolving Heaven Proficiency Skyrocket 800 points. And get achievement, defeat genin level opponent for the first time, get reward, Injected Wind Attribute Nature Transformation Chakra. So there are rewards for actual combat? Why didn't this damn system tell me earlier? Hey, you two! A strong voice came. It is Hyaga Takuma, the special genin of the clan. Niji took a step back knowingly, he is a waste material in the clan, especially genin will naturally not care about him. You two, are you making trouble again? No, Uncle Takuma, listen to my explanation. Don't explain, come back with me. Takuma didn't listen to Silver's defense, grabbed the two and left. Before leaving, Niji saw the hateful look in the eyes of Silver Shi and Qingtian. Waste material in their eyes will use the revolving heaven that they can't learn, I'm afraid they should have been pissed. If you want to inform, let them. Anyway, that's it, Niji now only cares about the results of his practice today. Dinner, Niji returned to the room and opened the System's Properties panel. Host, Hyoga Niji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja basic skills, including all basic skills such as throwing, proficiency progress, 80%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level. Konoha Village Genin. The proficiency in brackets, the proficiency can enter the next stage, and it can be used when it reaches the initial stage. The 1W proficiency reaches the initial stage, the 3W proficiency reaches the mastery, and the latter three realms are consummate, superb, back to basics. Ninjutsu, none. Gentle fist acupuncture, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, 4740/, 8 trigrams one shot, 8976/. Demonic illusion, none. Blood follower boundaries, Byakugan. Basic items, none. Advanced items, none. Special item, injected wind attribute nature transformation chakra. Wind attribute nature transformation. Detected the ninjutsu that can be injected into the wind attribute chakra nature transformation, revolving heaven. Do you want to inject it? Inject. Niji thought for a moment and decided to inject. Honestly, becoming stronger, he can no longer satisfy himself, and he has to make new attempts. At night, a nearby open space. The shining light was dazzling, revolving heaven stopped, and the swirling wind speed was still lingering in the air. Niji gasped, looking at his hands that were already shaking. A dozen consecutive rounds, is this already the limit? After adding nature transformation, revolving heaven's rotation is like God's help, easier and more comfortable. Niji feels that his revolving heaven is more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. Taking a few breaths, Niji breathes smoothly. Take a deep breath and plan to try again. As soon as Byakugan opened, he was suddenly surprised. Who's there? It's me, Niji brother. Hyoga Hinata's voice. Hinata came out, wearing a fluffy coat, and the whole person, along with his eyes and hairstyle, revealed the essence of cuteness. Hinata, why are you still not sleeping? Seeing Hinata approaching, Niji's eyes softened. After crossing, the whole clan always regarded Niji as a waste. Only Hinata was the most gentle to him, so he couldn't bear the insult to Hinata when he was silver. Hinata stood in front of Niji and whispered, Brother Niji, did you really practice revolving heaven? 3rd chapter Actual Combat. One-on-one testing. Niji chuckled, it's nothing compared to the power of the real Hyoga clan. Hinata's face was shocked, no, Niji brother is already very good. Niji was startled at first, then smiled. This silly little sister always made him feel that the ninja world was not all cold. Hinata frowned slightly in amazement. Brother Niji, what happened today between you and your elder brother Silver has been passed on to the elders. So soon. Niji rubbed his chin, which wasn't easy to handle if it got too big. The caged bird spell on his head is the biggest restraint, but with his current strength, even without this spell, fighting against the family is a dead end. I will explain that to the clan, you don't have to worry. Good. It's getting late, you go to bed now. Niji doesn't want to mess with Hinata too much, she's just a silly little sister with a good heart. Hinata bowed her head, her mood gloomy. What's wrong? Niji asked. My father said to me today that within a year the successor to the main clan will be chosen between me and Hanabi, and the other will be the separation of the family. Hinata's eyes were full of embarrassment. Niji knew in her heart that, like herself, she was not a waste material, she was just kind-hearted and reluctant to attack her own sister. After thinking for a long time, Niji reached out and patted Hinata on the shoulder. Don't worry, this year is very long, I will change the fate of the separation, I made an agreement with you. Although it was only a comforting word, it made Hinata's eyes sparkle with hope. She raised her head, nodding hard. Little Lee. Going to you. Ten with a microphone, running in the dark alley of Konoha village. Received. The actions of the ninjas were tense and quick. Rock Lee stepped gently, for fear of disturbing the cat that was cornered to a dead end. A figure suddenly fell from the sky. It landed with a bang, and started with a meow. Haha. You're finally in the hands of my Konoha's blue beast. Kitty. Might Guy smiled and lifted the three-flowered cat in his hand. The cat screamed, desperately trying to break free, as if he was looking at a monster. As expected of Mr. Guy. It's very fast. No, little Lee, you don't understand this, power and speed are parallel. I learned, I wrote it down. Ten, what's so exciting about a cat catcher mission? Niji walked over slowly, and saw Guy and little Lee getting nervous. Ten smiled bitterly. Hey, Niji, why are you here? Why can't you keep up with the cat's speed now? Ten asked directly. Little Lee also smiled and said, Niji-kun has to work harder. As a qualified genin, this kind of daily task must be done with ease, just like teacher Guy. Niji smiled wryly, I must practice more. Ten said, frowning again, speaking of which, it will be Chunin exam time after a while, Niji, you will drag us down. Little Lee, Chunin exam. Guy touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly, actually, we are a team. If Niji doesn't want to participate, we won't participate. Niji interrupted Might Guy abruptly, eyes sparkling. If I remember correctly, the Chunin exam will have many practical opportunities. At that time, you can use the actual combat to get many rewards. This opportunity is not to be missed. The three of them were all surprised. Niji, who could not do anything on weekdays, was going to take the Chunin exam? Especially Guy, got serious. Niji, Chunin exam is not a child's play, are you sure you want to take it too? Of course. If that's the case, let me test if the three of you are eligible to take the Chunin exam. Konoha abandoned exercise field. Ring ling ling. Guy holds two bells in his hand, and smiles in his eyes. I have told you the rules just now, you can play together or cooperate. Ten and little Lee both looked confused. Especially Ten glanced at Niji and said, no, it's not 3-on-1 at all, Niji doesn't work at all, right? Little Lee also sighed. But Niji chuckled and said, as long as you get the bell, you can take the Chunin exam? You can use all means? Now, he just wants to find a chance to fight. Of course. Guy affirmed again. If that's the case, then there's no way, Niji, you try to keep up with us. Little Lee said, opening the bandage on Shikai's hand, which had weights on it. Wait, I practiced hard to improve my strength some time ago, and now I want to know how much I weigh. Let me take this test alone. Niji took 2 steps back. His eyes serious. Isn't it? Are you kidding me? 1-on-1? Ten and little Lee were both surprised. Guy was also surprised. Niji, have you made up your mind? I also really want to fight with teacher Guy. I must take the Chunin exam. This sentence made everyone see Niji's determination. Little Lee and Ten stepped back a good distance knowingly, and Ten was still murmuring, what a joke, how could Niji be able to grab the bell? Bang! An explosion sounded, and the two were startled. I saw that Niji and Mr. Guy had already fought, but it was Niji who took the lead. He slapped him, Mr. Guy escaped, and the tree behind him was directly pierced through a big hole. Chapter 4 Faint. Grab the bell. This. Ten and little Lee were amazed. Waste material known as the once-in-a-century Hyoga family, Hyoga Niji? When did you practice? Guy meditated in his heart, looking at Niji with a serious face in front of him. He didn't even catch his breath when the palm came down. Unconsciously, has the strength been so much higher than his estimate? As expected of Jainin, Mr. Guy's response was quick. Niji is not stingy with his compliments, only the bell in Guy's hand is in his eyes. And Guy squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't be too hasty, I haven't started yet." Niji ignored it, stepped forward and stretched out his hand to hand seal. "Byakugin." Guy noticed, and immediately took another step back. In that moment, Niji was able to see the surrounding environment immediately. Byakugin is suddenly so much more precise than before. Ha! Niji slashed forward with a palm, and the speed was not the same. Guy couldn't avoid it and blocked it with his hands, and the whole person was shaken back several meters. Niji, even at the beginning of Chunin, there are rules. Although Guy can completely withstand the raid, he still wants to educate Niji dutifully. Niji said, "Teacher, you are talking about actual combat. There are no rules for ninja combat." Before he finished speaking, his footsteps had already stepped out. Almost at the same time, Guy stepped back. Crack! Boom! Quiet! Niji's slaps, punches, elbows, and leg sweeps are linked one after the other, and he doesn't want to give Guy a chance to react, one after another. Byakugan's gentle fist is attacked by Chakra's diffusion, it seems to withstand, but Guy is beaten and defeated. "Looks like gentle fist isn't pure physical art," Guy said, quickly looking for a chance to get out. With a big leap, he jumped back to a place several meters away to open his body. "Using Chakra's blow, especially for someone like me who is not good at controlling chakra, is the most deadly." Guy looked relaxed at the moment, but he didn't dare to underestimate the waste material in front of him like he did before. "It's because of this that I feel like I have a chance to beat you as a Jainin." Niji's eyes. "It's like bloodthirsty, but it's not evil, it's just that he is too eager to become stronger." As he said that, he had already started his posture, and his hands were like coiled dragons. As soon as the legs are pressed and swept for half a circle, an 8 trigrams pattern immediately appears on the ground. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Nani? Niji you? Guy's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. 2 palms. 4 palms. When he was surprised, he put on a defensive posture. The pressure he faced was far beyond his imagination. He even came up with the idea of opening the 8 inner gates against the students. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Palm and 1 palm hit Guy's body. On the 8 trigrams map, Niji's steps and palms, although the speed is visible to the naked eye, can't be captured at all. 64 palms. The last palm hits Guy's abdomen and smashes Guy straight out. Bang! The collision force was strong enough, the battlefield was fierce, and smoke and dust were everywhere. "How's it going?" Before the smoke cleared, Ten asked in surprise. Little Li, on the other hand, was too sluggish to speak. "Niji, when did you become so strong?" Sure enough, Ten watched the smoke dissipate and narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Guy is still better. I saw that in the field." Might Guy was crossing his arms, his eyes were full of firmness, and he slowly stood up from a squatting position. Niji, on the other hand, had fallen to the ground, covered in dust and a little embarrassed. "Niji, I didn't expect you to have such a level." Guy let out a slow sigh of relief. He wasn't as confident of his victory as Ten and Little Li were, but he opened the second door to block this attack. Otherwise, he would really suffer some internal injuries. At this time, seeing the end of the test, both Little Li and Ten rushed back. "Niji, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Little Li is already on the ground, you must know how weak Niji was in the past. "What method did you use to become stronger, can you teach me?" Little Li's eyes lit up. And Ten also let out a sigh of relief, the strength has indeed improved, but your brain. How can you win against Teacher Guy alone? Let's come together. When the two of you spoke to me, Niji slowly raised his head and got up. Can I take the Chunin exam? After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and there was a sound of bell in the air. They all looked at the bell hanging between Niji's fingers. Guy was also startled, took out the bell in his hand, only one was left. Win? Niji won? Little Lee rolled his eyes. Ten was also speechless, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Guy couldn't help laughing in hindsight, good guy. It turns out that the incomplete 8 trigram 64 palms in the last palm is a feint. Niji let out a sigh of relief and fought Janin actually under enormous pressure. Can I take the Chunin exam? Yes, of course. Congratulations on passing the quiz. Guy laughed. He didn't expect the tail of the crane among his students to be able to fight with him. He was very pleased. Chapter 5 Challenge. A bet with the elders. What surprised Guy even more was Niji's method. This guy, maybe it will be a block material in the future. After going to settle today's tasks, Guy originally wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Niji, but Niji left early on the grounds of family affairs. Guy has actually heard of it for a long time. It is said that Niji often trains alone in the training ground of the clan. He originally thought it was the tenacious efforts of the tail of the crane. Unexpectedly, today's results opened his eyes. As far as Niji's method is concerned, there is enough reason to convince Guy that the true strength of this kid has not been fully revealed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for achieving the achievement, and the first actual battle with Janin. Get the reward, Injectable Thunder Attribute Nature Transformation Chakra. Detected a physical technique that can be injected into the chakra nature transformation of the Thunder Attribute, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Do you want to inject it? Inject. After receiving the reward, Niji injected the Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation into 8 trigrams 64 palms, and came to the training ground in the clan to practice. Find a stake and start practicing as usual. But this time was different. Niji refined the techniques and methods that had been poured into his mind, and extracted his own Thunder Attribute Chakra. The feeling of chakra surging in the body is like lightning, fast, and there is a slight paralysis. But this power does not seem to be great. ZZ. Each palm is passed into the stake through Niji's palm method, but the effect is not significant. Getting dark, and Niji went back to the room first in order to avoid another accident. Tisk, strange, some can't see the effect. Whether it's learning difficulty or practical use, 8 trigram 64 palms is ahead of Revolving Heaven. This technique should not be at this level. Niji frowned, deeply dissatisfied with today's practice. Niji sat on the edge of the bed, slowly activating the thunder-type chakra in his body, and the subtle feeling of thunder and lightning in his meridians immediately spread throughout his body. Is it because the stake has no meridians? He was stunned, as if he had discovered some secret. Drink! Immediately after a loud shout, more thunder and lightning chakras were extracted, and the thunder-like touch was even more wanton. It seems that you have to find someone to try the effect of this trick. It is meaningless to the stake. And you have to find a strong person. Niji realized that 64 palms is a technique that attacks the opponent's meridians, and the wooden stake has no meridians, so the effect of training is naturally far inferior to actual combat, which is different from Revolving Heaven. And the other party must be strong enough to be able to appreciate the specific difference. Young Master Niji. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Aunt Chun? Come in. Hyoga-chun came in, a soft-eyed woman, about 30 years old. She is Hinata's servant, and only she still calls Niji the young master, and Niji recognizes it directly. What's wrong with you? The patriarch convened a clan meeting temporarily, let you go quickly. Me? Niji frowned slightly. Only the strong in the clan can go to the clan. Since he can also go, then the discussion of the clan has something to do with him. After thinking about it, there is only one thing. Arriving at the venue, the huge room was surrounded by a few candles. Hayashi was seated in the main seat, and the two lower rows on the left and right sides were all the elders of the Hokage clan. Except for 2 or 3 faces from Hayashi's generation, all the others were elders older than Hayashi. The others at the venue were young ninjas standing further back, all of them from the Hokage clan. These people represented the backbone of the Hokage clan, and they were all outstanding. Niji, I heard you learned Revolving Heaven and practiced 64 palms privately. Hayashi asked directly, and when he saw Silver and Qingtian hiding in the corner, Niji understood everything instantly. Can't hide it, but it's not very easy to explain. My little tricks are nothing compared to the orthodox inheritance of the Hokage family. Humph! What's nothing? What's nothing to hurt my grandson and grandson? Closest to Hayashi is the elder Hokage Tenshou, the old man is Silver's grandfather, and Qingtian is also his grandson. Natural protection. Patriarch, don't listen to this brat's explanation. With his talent, what else can he do other than stealing? Hayashi frowned slightly. And naturally he didn't dare to neglect a single point in the face of the clan's affairs. Niji also has a clear conscience. If I say stealing, I will steal, why wait until today? The toughness in the tone can be seen in Madara. Tian Shao was still angry, and the mustache that raised his chin continued to shout, "Don't be a jerk, you are the closest to main clan on weekdays." Hehe, I think brother Tian Shao doesn't have to embarrass Niji so much. When Hisashi was still there, he didn't treat you badly. Hokage Tianmu next to him said, with a chubby face, kind and amiable. This sentence, said Tian Shao embarrassed words. And hearing the name Hisashi, Niji's fingers trembled slightly. Then in your opinion, how should this matter be handled? It doesn't matter if he doesn't investigate the matter of stealing school, and hurts my grandson and grandson, so let's just forget about it. Seeing Tian Shao being aggressive, Tianmu glanced at Niji and smiled leisurely. The Chunin exam is about to start. Since Niji has this talent, take the first and second place, and make a Hokage face in front of the villagers. First, he can prove his ability, and secondly, he can be promoted to Chunin. Clan playing, how? If he can, this is off the table. Hayashi was overjoyed when he heard this, nodded and said, be careful. At this time someone said, what if he can't do it? I don't think so. Niji, do you accept this challenge? Hayashi asked. Niji quickly spoke, thanks to the care of the elders, I, Hokage Niji, promise, if I don't get the first place in the Chunin exam, I'll let it go. Humph, don't think about. Tian Shao still wanted to speak, but Tianmu's mouth twitched. Brother Tian Shao, leave room for everything, your grandson has a lot of things on weekdays, everyone knows it well, so don't go too far. This makes Hokage Tenshao's farts go away. Chapter 6 Assemble. Chunin exam begins. Niji made a promise in front of everyone present at the clan meeting and immediately spread to the Hokage clan. The name Hokage Niji has long been in everyone's mind, and it is closely associated with the word waste material. Except for the occasional rumor that Niji often practiced alone against the stake, no one has paid attention to this waste material ninja road. I watch him practice 10-10, isn't it just because his talent is too poor? I admit that hard work has to be respected, but he forgets it, it's just a dream. That's right, I think he secretly learned the secret art. Thanks to main clan Hinata's gentle temperament, otherwise he would have taken the initiative to report him. I think he abducted the young. SHH. Don't talk nonsense. Two women who were sweeping the floor in front of the gate of the Hokage clan immediately stopped their mouths when they saw Hokage Niji coming towards them. Hehe, it's Niji-kun, where is this going? The two just chuckled, but Niji smiled and bowed to them. There was no greeting, he was used to it. Much is useless, this Chunin exam will use strength to shut them up. Oops, Miss Hinata. The two women suddenly saw a treasure, their eyes lit up, and their attitude was completely different from just now. Miss Hinata is going to take the Chunin exam, right? She will definitely be promoted to Chunin. But head on, it was a closed door to Hinata. Hinata responded softly, then ignored it and caught up with Niji. Hinata chases Niji away, embarrassing the two women. Brother Niji. Niji looked back, saw Hinata, and smiled softly. Come on for exams, exams. Hinata said to Niji with a small face from UI. Niji smiled and said, you too, go and gather with teacher Kurane UI. Watching Hinata's back leave, Niji quickly rushed to the back mountain woods. It was still early in the morning, and there were a few bird calls in the air. That's it. Finding a sturdy tree, Niji started today's workout. Humph. Ha. Niji gasped and hit the last slap, already sweating. He took a deep breath and opened the practice panel. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, proficiency, 9999/. He smiled with relief. During this period of time, his efforts were not in vain, new moves. Even if his strength was about to run out, Niji took a deep breath, refined the chakra, and got off to a serious start. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hit the tree, the whole tree shook violently a few times, and only one leaf fell. Countless leaves fell from the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 8 trigrams vacuum palm's proficiency reaching 1W, and the vacuum palm reaching the first glimpse of the door. Reward the host item Bing Bing pill *10. Niji thought, I really want what I want. Eat him first. Niji thought so, and a ration pill with the size of a thumb dropped out in front of him. Catch it quickly and swallow it. The taste, bitter and astringent. But this bit of suffering is nothing at all. Bing Liang Guan can quickly restore chakra, just to add a little physical strength. Niji. Are you here so early again? A figure approaches. Wow! Startled, Ten approached and saw that the tree in front of Niji was full of leaves. How much training have you done? You have destroyed all the leaves of this tree. Hehe, just to warm up. Why do you work so hard? You should understand that it's useless to work hard. I hope you use the right method and don't do useless work. Ten persuaded bitterly. Niji just nodded leisurely and said Afterwards, Guy and Little Li came one after another. Guy started to give a general notice of the arrangement of today's Chunin exam. Do you have anyone you care more about? Sometimes, it's good for you to study your opponents more. Guy said with a smile. Ten and Niji both looked calm, only Little Li came to the spirit. I have. There is a genius from the Uchiha family among the newcomers, and I am very interested in him. Ten covered his face. Oh, if you're interested in others, it's better to look at your own team. Let's see if we can make it to the third round. I heard that the first and second rounds were played in group stages. It's alright, Niji-kun definitely won't hold back, right? Little Li looked at Niji expectantly. Niji hesitated for a moment, then Yu nodded. After lunch, Niji took the opportunity to exercise for a while. At this point, Little Li should be looking for trouble with Uchiha Sasuke, but he's not interested. After thinking about it for a long time, Niji still feels that the main thing is to improve his strength first, and it is meaningless to hide it now. Niji arrived at the exam room. The exam room was already crowded with people. At a glance, a group of people were gathered around listening to a larger young man speak. Squinting to look over, Uzumaki Naruto, Harano Sakura, Abarame Shino, Inyazuka Kaiba, Yamanaka Ino and others all came together. Rock Lee, although this guy is not good at ninjutsu, but Grandmaster Taijutsu is a tough guy. The surrounded Yakushi Kabuto rubbed his chin, took off the card above, and pointed his finger at the last card. This Hyagoniji, a weak, talented, and unworthy little character. Niji heard that and didn't bother. Unexpectedly, a figure next to him rushed directly over. How did the white-haired man talk? We Niji have made great progress, don't underestimate him. Afterwards, little Lee argued with the other party on the grounds, and Tenten reluctantly went to persuade him. Niji was left to sigh, I don't know if this guy is doing this for my own good or for harming me. Just be quiet for me. A stern scolding cut through all the noise. Everyone looked at the center of the hall, and at some point, a man with a vicious appearance appeared. Marino Ibiki. Stop arguing, look, a little Chunin exam scares you all like this, are you so nervous? With his HA smile, he swept the audience with cold eyes, almost all of them showing timid expressions. The time is up, the assembly is over. I announce, this Chunin exam officially begins. Chapter 7 Answers. Ninja Rules. Ibiki's aura stunned everyone. Niji took the opportunity to hold little Lee and entered the examination room with Tenten. Don't try to be opportunistic, everyone in the same group will be far apart according to the assigned seats. At Ibiki's order, all the genins began to take their seats. Looking at the flow of people around him, Tenten worried, what should I do? I thought that the written test could take care of each other, but I didn't expect. Niji laughed, don't worry, I'm here. You. Tenten looked suspicious. The first test was the written test, which was very boring. Niji, who has been able to use Byakugan with ease, the answer is easy. After successfully getting the correct answer, Niji completed the 9 major questions on the test paper by himself. I wrote 2 answers on scratch paper, rolled them into balls, and placed them in the corner of the table. Byakugan. From Byakugan's perspective, not only insight, but also the ability to analyze data such as distance and angle is very accurate. At 9 o'clock, 3.7 meters away from me. And little Lee is away from me. 6 o'clock behind, 6.6 meters? That distance is fine. Niji took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and began to refine the chakra. It is a simple matter to break out chakra, the real control is to extract according to a certain amount. Revolving heaven. Since chakra is a tiny amount, the power of revolving heaven is reduced to infinitely small, but the chakra nature transformation of the wind attribute drives the paper ball. After half a circle of rotation, it landed precisely on the desks of little Lee and Tenten. Being able to think of this way, Niji-kun is getting smarter and smarter. Little Lee said with joy. Time passed by, and most of the genin got the correct answer through means. What about the last big question? Finally, someone asked a question, because the rules on the test paper were clearly written, and the first round of the written test consisted of 10 questions, totaling 100%. The last question. Ibiki stood up and chuckled, the last question, listen carefully. To answer this last question correctly, you have to abide by a rule. That is to choose to stay, or give up. If you stay, in the end, once someone in the team answers this question incorrectly, the entire team will be eliminated, and the entire team can only be a genin for life. If you answer correctly, you will advance. But you can also choose to give up now, and the entire team is eliminated, then next year you can continue to participate. Nanny! What a rule breaker! Someone complained. Ibiki slapped the table, I set the rules. If you don't pass this level, you will never become Chunin. I'm sorry, I give up. Slowly, people began to leave. I give up too. Team after team, Niji watched. It can't go on like this. The more people who participate in the second round, the more opportunities for Niji to fight. These are his springboards. The more you stay, the better. Wait a minute. Niji stood up, Tenten and Little Lee panicked. This guy was about to give up, right? The two looked at each other, not wanting Niji to be so unconfident, especially Tenten sighed. In her eyes, a genin of Niji's level should NT have come to take the Chunin exam. Niji stood up, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. And his eyes revealed confidence. Examiner, this multiple choice question is the answer to the 10th question? And it's just to test our mentality, but it's not an actual rule, because it's in the form of a question, and it's not written into the test paper. Niji's tone was calm, but it caught everyone's attention. Oh? Why? Ibiki tilted his head. He had never seen such a courageous candidate to take the initiative to question him. Niji chuckled, you're testing everyone's ability to withstand pressure. You can't get on Chunin because you're poor. This is a kind of aggressive method that can only scare off cowards. Putting this punishment on your teammates will scare off your psychology. Low-quality people. In the ninja world, companions are very important. But sometimes in order to complete the task, you can't be fooled by the enemies. This is the real answer to this question, right? All silence. Niji's answer suddenly made them understand. This guy, did you read the test answer? Unbelievable looks appeared in the eyes of several deputy examiners. Answer? I have read the script ahead of time. Ibiki didn't expect such people to appear in the examination room, and looked intently. This person was not well known, and he looked at the Hyoga clan, but the Hyoga clan didn't have any talented ninjas in recent years. But what Ibiki cares most about is that this guy not only knows his intentions, but also dares to blatantly announce the answer to the world. You know, normal people are curled up like other people, hoping that this exam can eliminate one more group of opponents, but this person. Amazing, I admire your courage, not your resourcefulness. Ibiki finally stood up, still looking at Niji with contempt. You just said the rules, do you understand the rules of the ninja world? Niji didn't answer. Then, Ibiki took off his hat, and the scars on his head were dozens of large and small. Horrible look. Ninja, sometimes you have to face harder choices. Sometimes you have to give up your companions, or even sacrifice yourself in order to complete the task. At that time, will you still have this determination? Your answer is completely correct. But you can't tell the situation and share the answer with your next enemy. The real cruel truth of the ninja world is that the mission is supreme. This kind of idea of breaking the kin is simply an act of fools. To tell the answer is to give up the task. Ibiki still scoffed at Niji. As a ninja, you can't take the most certain path, you always need the courage to take risks. Sure enough, things went in an unexpected direction. However, the raging fire in Niji's heart, at this moment, also ignited. He lowered his chin slightly, his eyes more determined. This is the first written test of a Chunin exam, which should test the courage to accept the task and the determination to face the task. The next game is the actual combat, which is a test of the ability to complete the task. Niji's words grew stronger and stronger, his eyes firm. And you keep asking us what to do when we can't complete the task. Isn't that cowardly before we fight? Speaking of which, the audience was amazed that a genin was so conscious, and how many genins in the examination room still had the idea that a Chunin could take on more high-paying tasks. Niji is already talking loudly with the examiner here. Immediately afterwards, Niji let out a loud laugh. You said that I told my enemy the answer, because I couldn't tell the situation and took risks? But in my own eyes, this happens to be the most certain way for me. At this moment, Niji's eyes stunned Ibiki. He stepped back abruptly and staggered a step. Chapter 8 Purpose. Most wanted thing. Eyes. This genin's look. Ibiki bit Kaiba and calmed down a little, but it was hard to calm down inside. Niji's eyes made Ibiki realize that he was an ambitious person, and he definitely didn't just come to take the exam with a foolish attitude. He. Not bad, The Hyoga clan. Haha. Congratulations on passing the first round of the written test, leave the next test to me. With the roaring laughter, a vigorous figure jumped in from the window. At the same time, a large and exaggerated banner was pulled out from behind, with the words "The second session of the Chunin exam begins" written on it. Hello everyone, I'm the chief examiner for your second Chunin exam, a special Jainin from Konoha village, Mitarashi Anko. Anko's face, but his eyes swept the audience as sharp as an eagle. Niji also took the opportunity to sit down, and this time Anko completely overshadowed his sharp edge. He didn't want to be too high profile to attract attention. Now all the candidates in the field are glad that they passed, but at the same time they are very concerned about the second examiner who behaved strangely. Ah! Ibiki, your exam is too easy, there are still 20 groups left. In the next exam, more than half will be eliminated. The discussion started in a mess, and everyone was immersed in the joy of promotion and the tension for the next round. And Ibiki, who was standing behind the banner, had to sigh silently and complained, "This guy, can't I finish my sentence?" But there is no doubt that Niji has left a deep impression in his heart. Then everyone rest first. After dinner, come to the Forest of Death to gather for the lottery. Before dinner, Niji took this opportunity to practice for a while. By the time you reach the meeting point outside the Forest of Death, the lottery is over. There are 60 people in 20 groups, and they entered from 20 entrances. We drew entrance 18. Without knowing the entrance of Akatsuki's opponent, we can't use counter tactics, and our scroll. God, I don't know if I can get the earth scroll smoothly. Ten sighed and murmured. As the only ranged ninja in the team, she has always been the commander. Little Lee also said, and I heard that the areas where these entrances are located are also different, and the different terrains also mean the advantages and disadvantages of the living environment. Niji listened to their discussion, thoughtfully. Suzuki-kun. Suzuki-kun. Stupid Sakura, what are you doing with such enthusiasm? Idiot Ino, Suzuki is not from your group, what are you doing here? Two female genin met, they were noisy and everyone was used to it. Sakura. Little Lee saw Sakura, he couldn't walk right away. Hey, thick eyebrows, what do you want? Naruto jumped out immediately, and the Konoha village genin mingled. Niji naturally didn't have time to participate in their small talk, and swept around without seeing Hinata. Shino, where is your team's Hinata? Niji walked over to the dull Shino and asked. Shino replied, just now. Kaiba seems to have asked her to get some supplies. Hinata's teammates look solid, and he can rest assured. Niji? Shino? Come over here. It seems that our 7th class is the easiest to pass the exam, right? Sakura said with a smile. Ino sneered, humph, it's not because you have Suzuki in your team. Naruto interjected, so, what about me? I'm pretty good too, right? Sakura glared at Naruto, you go away. Ah? Sakura. Naruto lowered his head and swayed out of the group chat. If you want me to say, the only one of us who is weaker than Naruto is Niji, right? Ten suddenly raised a topic and looked at Niji. Little Lee said, but we are a team exam, our team should also be able to pass, I am confident. Ten shrugged, Lee. You can't be so used to him? Everyone has their own purpose in coming here, what about Niji? He doesn't have the strength to become Chunin at all. Kaiba on the side also smiled and said, however, Niji is really weak. It seems that he is still practicing basic fighting skills against the stakes, right? At this time, Shino said, so, let's hear what Niji thinks. When everyone looked at them, even the 3 weakest on paper, Inoshika ch, looked at Niji with a disdainful look in their eyes. Niji was a little embarrassed and smiled. The purpose? Of course the purpose of the exam is to pass. It's just a little dignified, and Ino couldn't stand it any longer, so he cleared the siege and said, "Oh, Niji-kun must have something he wants most." Sakura also giggled, "Of course, like what I want most." She smiled shyly. Looking at Suzuki, Ino clenched his fists. "Sakura, what the hell are you thinking about?" The crowd made a commotion again, no longer embarrassing Niji. But Niji does have what he wants most. The bet with the elder is just one thing, what he really wants now is actual combat. Moreover, it is best to fight against the strong, even if it is desperate. I want to give it a try. He thought about it and looked at Naruto alone in the corner. "Naruto." Naruto turned his head to find Niji behind him. The same eyes as Hinata. Niji chuckled and started talking to Naruto. "Oh? Oh? Is that so? The result of the lottery was unfair?" Niji looked embarrassed and smiled bitterly. "Yet, no 1 to 5 is probably closer to the water source, no 6 to 10 is probably an area with more woods, it is easier to hide and safer, and no 11 to 15 is a place with wolves and tigers. There are quite a lot of leopards, 16 to 20 are easy to meet the enemy, there are many plains, but there are all kinds of wild mushrooms, and there is enough food. So it is." Naruto took a deep breath, then frowned and asked, "In the woods, wouldn't it be cheaper to use katon, fire style, ninjas?" Then he slammed it again, as if jealous. "Suzuki, that guy will use katon, fire style." Niji chuckled, raised his eyebrows and asked, "So, are you between 6 to 10? Naruto was startled, as if realizing something. "I'm sorry, Sakura told me that the result of the lottery can't be shared. But the person in front of me, Kabuto, said that he is a weak guy, so it should be fine." Hey, Niji, I have something to do, I'll go first. Say hello to Hinata for me." Seeing Naruto's escape back, Niji smiled. "Hi. Depression kills." At the gates of the Forest of Death, all teams have been assembled. The sounds of cicadas and snakes were intertwined. And no one knew what was hidden in the depths of the forest. "Just split up here. Come back here before dark." Little Lee dropped Kunao, and the three of them disappeared like flying shadows. Byakugan. Da moved forward rapidly on the ground. He was startled suddenly, frowning slightly. After a few seconds, Niji's mouth twitched. "No 6 to 10? It should be in this direction." He walked in one direction without hesitation. "Most wanted?" Now Niji is naturally eager to fight with the strongest opponent. Chapter 9 Week. The prey of the crowd. It's been a while since I died, and my face is gone. Several masked Anbu ninjas couldn't help but watch the tragic situation. Anko frowned, thinking of the examinee with a long tongue. Touching the curse mark on her neck, she couldn't help but feel a chill behind her. "Go and inform Lord Hokage that I will go to the Forest of Death first, he is here, Orochimaru." At this time, inside the Forest of Death. Depression. Silence. The sky gradually darkened. The meeting place, Tenten and Little Lee have already arrived. I found some traces of the enemy nearby. There are still many safe roads. According to the original plan, let's just hurry. Tenten took off the scroll behind him. Little Lee put the collected food in his backpack and said, "Where's Niji?" "I don't know. Niji is always punctual, he's withdrawn and can't take the initiative to get into trouble. Tenten usually complains about Niji, and at this time, he can't help but panic." I said, "Tenten, do you remember the white-haired young man we met outside the written test classroom? What's wrong?" Little Lee's expression became serious. "Niji is the weakest of our Konoha-genin, and this kind of information was leaked at that time." Little Lee's words made Tenten realize later. "Go find him." Two immediately noticed that something was wrong, hurriedly packed up, and quickly looked in the direction Niji had left before. At this time, in the open woods on the other side. "Hey! I didn't expect the woods here to be really big, and there was no sign of them all night. Niji thought to himself, it would be a pity if he couldn't touch the strong in the forest of death. Not far ahead, on the trunk of a big tree, 3 Kyuzakakura village ninjas dressed in bizarre clothes. Hey! Hyaganiji, I didn't expect that their team would dare to let him act alone as the tail of the crane. The information called Yakushi Kabuto can't be wrong, this Niji is indeed the trash of the Hyaga clan. I caught him and used him to change the scroll. This prey was targeted by us. The voice did not fall. The sound of rustling footsteps appeared. And someone else. It's a ninja from Konoha village. Several people shrank back. Yo! What a coincidence! There was a voice over there, and the ninja of Kusanagi village secretly exclaimed, we are careless, for a character as weak as Hyaganiji, it must be not only us who are staring at him. Niji narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step back. Inyazuka Kaiba, who was also from Konoha village. I saw him open his mouth and smile, with determination like a hound looking for prey. And behind him, is Shino and Hinata. Kaiba. Hinata swallowed, seemingly unbearable. And Shino just said indifferently, Hinata, this is an exam. The three of them all had the same look to the outside world, and Niji didn't expect that the one who shot at him first was a companion from Konoha village. Damn it! Niji suddenly realized that it was getting late. Yet, what a shame! Who made you dare to act alone without your teammates even though you are so weak? Kaiba has already taken a step forward and seems to want to solve it alone. If your two teammates were there, we wouldn't necessarily dare to touch you. Wait! Niji was speechless and said, otherwise, you let me go first. And my teammates will be worried if I don't go back. I'll fight you again tomorrow, okay? He smiled naively. If he didn't go back to Tenten and Little Lee to look for him everywhere, he would be complained again. What did you say? Do you take me for a fool? Kaiba bit Kaiba and rushed forward. Akamaru. Kaiba jumped straight up, and the dog on his shoulders jumped too. Yet, isn't this 2-on-1? Niji dodged with a big jump. Kaiba didn't expect Niji's reaction to be so quick. After following up, the two scuffled together. The sound of fisting and kicking came, and Shino and Hinata seemed to have no intention of making a move at all. Hey, I can handle a guy like you in no time. It's really easy to have a weak opponent like you in this exam. Niji couldn't dodge, and was about to hit the tree behind him. Byakugan. Hurry! Hanseal took Kaiba's attack with one palm. Pfft! Kaiba's whole body was directly slapped by the palm of his hand, and Niji also stopped the car in time and stopped the retreat. Yo, boy, do you have any skills? Kaiba's eyes showed a little seriousness. Turning on Byakugan, Niji was stunned. On the nearby tree, 3 ninja figures were about to move. That! Before Niji could speak, Kaiba had already pounced on him. Wong! Akamaru did not perceive the presence of the enemy, only knew to follow Kaiba's orders. I don't have time to play with you. Niji whispered. Then he slapped Kaiba's attack away with one palm, and Kaiba thought for a moment that he heard it wrong. When did this weak chicken in front of him face the actual combat and become so calm? Gentle fist. With just one palm, Kaiba's left shoulder was hit, and the whole person was knocked out. Humph! Finally got serious, didn't you? Kaiba stood up. This palm and Niji's whisper just now completely angered him. Ninja! Kaiba! Be careful! 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. The faint blue chakra light and shadow flickered constantly, and the speed of rotation was extremely fast. More than a dozen kunao were bounced off by revolving heaven, making a ding-ding sound. Revolving heaven ended, and a few figures jumped from the tree together. Hey, boy, Hyaganiji is our first prey, you have to pay attention to come first, come first. Several ninjas in the village of Grass Hidden are covered, so they can't see their faces clearly. Hey, if you don't let us, we'll deal with you first, and then deal with Hyaganiji. Are all the ninjas in Kusanagi village so insidious? Inyazuka Kaiba also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time, and didn't have the time to think about Niji, but stared at a few Kusanagi. Ninja, four-legged technique. Akamaru. Wang. Bang, Akamaru, who was a well-behaved puppy just now, suddenly transformed into a mad dog-like state covered in UI color, and he seemed to be very aggressive. Kaiba pass Kaiba. Grass shadow stream blasting palm. The loud noise immediately transformed the surroundings into a fierce battlefield, and Shino naturally wouldn't see Inyazuka Kaiba join the battle with 1 against 3. Niji frowned and took a step back. Looking at this scene, it should be a situation that Kaiba and Shino can barely control, and there is no need to take action. But he was about to slip away when he heard a scream. Ah! I didn't know when. One of the masked Kusanagi used Doton, Earth style, to sneak behind Hinata and directly held Hinata. Kunao held Hinata's neck in front of him, and he smiled grimly, hee. Don't move, or this girl will die. Damn, you old yin bastards of Kayan village! Kaiba yelled. The two were still at a loss, but suddenly, the sound of breaking the air passed by them. Almost at the same time, the Kusanagi who was holding Hinata by hand was hit by a huge force and flew several meters away, hitting the tree trunk. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Everyone turned around in surprise, only to see Niji holding his hands in his posture, his eyes stern. Chapter 10 Defense. Indestructible. What is that? It's so far away. Shino frowned, a little surprised. Kaiba was also stunned for a moment before returning to his adult state. Niji? When did you learn ninjutsu? And they don't know, this is just a physical technique that Niji has worked hard to train. Byakugan's only long-range physique. Hinata, come to me. Niji looked at Hinata. Even if he wasn't interested in fighting these guys, Niji didn't want Hinata to get hurt. Hinata ran hard, but the people from Kusakamura quickly left the battlefield while Shino and Kaiba were in a daze. The four meet, and after this, Kaiba and Shino seemed to be less hostile to Niji. But this also made them realize that Niji was not as unsightly as the rumors had suggested. I didn't expect Niji to be so powerful now that he would be able to compete with Kaiba in melee combat. Shino praised. Kaiba just chuckled, humph, it was true, but I wasn't serious just now, so don't be complacent. Since they're all from Konoha village, let's just die together. The voice of the ninja from Kusakamura village began to echo around. Doton, Earth style, Mud Bog. Boom. Everyone was shocked, and a circle with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters was formed around it, and the surrounding of the circle began to gradually swamp. This is to block their way. Here. Shino noticed first, reaching out to catch the bug in the air. It's not a simple roadblock, it's Doton's, Earth style, chakra barrier, and the bugs can't fly out. Kaiba let out a chirp. How insidious these ninjas in the grassy village are. Afterwards, the voice of the grass ninja came again. The examiner made it clear that this test is an actual combat. Since this is the case, it should not be too much to kill you. This time, Shino and Kaiba panicked immediately. Even if they came to take the scroll, they never thought of killing Niji. These grass ninjas seem to be real. Doton's, Earth style, barrier will last for at least 2 minutes, and in the next minute, there will be 30,000 hidden weapons with the characteristics of hair needle grass attacking you. You can't escape. Ha ha ha. Hey. As soon as the words fell, 1,000 books fell, and Shino's bug was shot through and nailed to the tree trunk. Byakugan. Hinata opens Byakugan and sees that there are chakra barriers all around, and above the 1,000 books, there are also chakras. Toxic. Hinata left a drop of cold sweat. Ha ha ha. You guessed it right, there are severe poisons on Qianben, so even if you avoid the key points, as long as you are stabbed by Qianben, you will definitely die. Shino and Kaiba didn't know what to do, but they didn't expect to target Niji, and they ended up in such a field. I use Kaiba and Kaiba to block all Qianben, you protect yourselves. Kaiba was about to call Kasamaru to transform, but was stopped by Hinata. No, Kaiba, you'll be hurt more than that. But there's no other way to argue, and Niji takes a step forward. Stand here, don't move. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. By the way, Revolving Heaven. Brother Niji, can you use Revolving Heaven? Hinata seemed to see hope. And Kaiba immediately retorted, even the Revolving Heaven of the Hyoga family can't cover such a range, and it will last for a minute? It can't be done. Shino was also speechless. Time is up, go to hell. With the order of Kusanagi, the sound of Qianben firing in the air almost made several people smell the smell of death. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hundreds of thousands of books began to shoot at the open space where the few people were. Whether it was on the ground or in the trees, Kusanagi had already set traps in advance. Niji's gesture sank. Of course he knew that normal Revolving Heaven couldn't last a minute, but now he can do it. Wind attribute. Niji closed his eyes and refined the chakra in his body, which was easy to do with Byakugan's assistance. Nature transformation. Niji opened his eyes, Chiba and Shino both reached out their hands to subconsciously block their heads, and Hinata closed his eyes. Wind Revolving Heaven. This trick has already been practiced on the practice ground by myself, 10,000 times. Use it again, it's easy to use. Niji's whole body was spinning rapidly, and the surrounding cyclone was the first step to lift the dust on the ground, and the flying 1,000 books were blown away by the wind because of their low quality. Finally, the chakra, driven by the wind, forms a hemisphere as closed as Revolving Heaven. The diameter is a full 5 meters. Like a tornado, Hinata and the others in the center of Uzumaki were at peace, but the 1,000 books outside were bounced off one by one. There are more and more thousands of books, and thousands of books have entered the whirlwind Revolving Heaven, and in the light and shadow, they are directly annihilated by ash. An indestructible defense, this is the Revolving Heaven of the Hyoga clan? No, not just that. Kusanagi widened his eyes in shock, sweating coldly. It's a giant controlled tornado, even trees can. The leaves of the tree where the few of them were hiding were directly blown away by the wind, and the entire tree was almost uprooted. The thousands of books fell like rain, but when they encountered the powerful morphological chakra of Revolving Heaven, they became completely deadly. Revolving Heaven, which lasted for more than a minute, has destroyed all the nearby terrain. 1,000 copies were used up, Revolving Heaven also stopped. Sent bad insects and insects. The ground was filled with bad parasites early, and they had no way to escape. Tong Kaiba. A whirlwind-shaped thing flew over a few people and hit the middle. Is this really good? Hinata shyly looked at Ui, looked at the few grass ninjas who were stripped of their coats and only had their panties left, and turned their heads. Kaiba clapped the dust on his hands and said, "Hey! This is the way to deal with such scumbags like them. Let's see if they dare to plot against them in the future." I'm sorry, Niji, you are the scrolls of the sky, right? Their scrolls are also the sky, and we happen to be the earth, so this scroll will be given to me. Shino still had his hands in Kabuto and looked at Niji. What was that technique just now? Did you cultivate the Revolving Heaven of the Hyoga clan to such an extent? Niji smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and said, "Hey, in general, our Hyoga clan is very strong." Hinata stared blankly at Niji's appearance and lowered his head silently. It is also a very happy thing to see that my brother can hold his head up in front of others. Find a place to rest. Shino saw that everyone was exhausted. In order to prevent the enemy from encountering again, he had to evacuate this place first. The few people just left the woods and walked a few steps when Niji noticed something was wrong and signaled everyone to stop. Wow! There was a rustling sound from the leaves, and a ninja wearing an off-white one-piece suit came out one after another. Of Omegakure village, Oboro. The scribbled hair and the deep eye circles make people feel that they are not good at all. Niji was startled for a while, because it was dark and he couldn't see the face of the person in front of him, but Niji still had an impression of his forehead guard, Genin of Omegakure village. I thought I was late, but I didn't think it was just right. Long chuckled twice. He and the team split up to find the weakest Hyoga Niji, but he didn't expect to meet him, and was immediately excited. Chapter 11 Ernest. Ready to go. Get out of the way. Shino rushed to the front immediately. You hide to the side, only I have the most stamina, I will deal with him. The ninjas in Omegakure village are different from those in the Hidden Grass village. Kaiba and Hinata seemed to understand Shino's words and backed away. Only Niji sighed, and the three people around him were undoubtedly preventing him from using his fists. But if he takes action at this time to solve the person in front of him, it will attract attention again, which is really tangled in his heart. Oh? You still know our Omegakure village? Oboro didn't seem to care about the characters in Konoha village at all, and was proud of it. Your Omegakure village is said to be closed for many years, and your leader is also known as Hands of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world during the Second Ninja World War. In the Omegakure village at the center of the war, from Genin onwards, he has to accept brutal killings training. It's hard to imagine that you can come to Konoha village to take the Chunin exam. Shino has a good understanding of the history of the ninja world, although not so detailed. Kaiba and Hinata have heard about it. Now several of them are exhausted, and since one of them dares to appear alone, it proves that they have some strength. Omegakure village? Is your chief still Hands of the Salamander? Niji frowned suddenly, a little surprised. Did I remember wrong? You. Loss for words. Does Genin from Konoha village in front of him know the secrets of their village? In fact, the closure of Omegakure village is to block the news that Hands of the Salamander has died. How could Genin in a mere Konoha village? Niji realized that he had missed the point. Genin himself really shouldn't know about this kind of thing. Ha, I'm just talking about it. Boy, you managed to get my attention. Crash. Just a split second, the shadowy figure appeared behind Niji, and the halo, who was standing there, turned into a splash of water, splashing everywhere. The splashing water turned into 1,000 books, stabbing at everyone. Send bad bugs, worm wall. Shino manipulated the parasites to form a barrier, which stubbornly resisted the attack. And Niji has already been approached. This Genin's method is indeed much more than Genin's. It is estimated that it is a Chunin level. It's time to stop, and Niji is ready to turn on Byakugan, taking the opportunity to quickly cover up and solve the battle. But suddenly, came the voice of Little Lee. Look at me, Konoha Whirlwind. Niji stepped back subconsciously, and Little Lee moved quickly, and once he retreated, Hao was knocked back. Fix Sky Matsuri Lock. An elongated hidden weapon came quickly, tying Hao's body together quickly. Ten jumped down from the tree. If you don't want to get hurt, hand over the scroll on your body. Hey, Genin from Konoha village, isn't the level good this year? Long chuckled, turning into a pool of water and falling into the ground. Then, there was no trace. Did you run away? Little Lee asked. Niji shrugged. Should he run away? Don't chase after the poor. I'm chasing you. What are you running around here on the set? Ten came over and glared at Niji. Niji pushed back subconsciously and smiled shyly. Haha, don't be angry, don't be angry. We met the enemy of Grassin village, and it was Niji who rescued us. Hee. Kaiba explained to Niji. Little Lee nodded. Oh? Is it? Ten turned away. You believe him? How can you save them at Niji's level? Really? If you don't believe me, ask Hinata. Niji saw us under siege and cast revolving heaven to help us resist all attacks. They were still explaining, and Niji just sighed. Damn Kaiba, isn't it because they took the initiative to trouble him? Niji glanced at the moonlight, and didn't know when that person made his move, so today's goal was delayed. I hope I can get what I want before Tenten gets hacked. Back at the meeting point, Tenten handed the scroll to Niji. Since the fact that you are the weakest has been spread out, then simply leave the scroll to Niji for safekeeping, and the opponent will not be able to guess. Little Li, Tenten is so witty. Niji didn't care and took the scroll. It just always feels a little uncomfortable. That night, several people went to sleep with vigilance and took turns to be sentry. Maybe it was because of looking for that person for a long time and being forced to experience actual combat. Niji was also a little tired and fell asleep unconsciously. It was already the second Tenten, and the birds were chirping among the trees. Niji, are you awake? Tenten and Little Li were both awake. Niji stood up and saw the two smiling at him. Niji, leave the scroll to me. Today we will act separately. You and Little Li are still the strongest in combat. The two of you will fight, and I will take care of the scroll. Tenten said so and extended his hand to Niji. Niji stumbled over and narrowed his eyes. Little Li also advised, yeah, Niji, keep the scroll for Tenten. Niji nodded leisurely and reached into his clothes. Then, I took out a handful of black kunao. Hey! Niji, what are you doing? Tenten quickly dodged kunao, and Little Li frowned. Niji said nothing and quickly hand seal. Byakugan. Demonic illusion solution. Demonic illusion immediately unraveled, and the surrounding scene appeared before him. At this time, it was slightly bright, and Little Li and Tenten were tied under the tree and unconscious. Oh? No wonder the scrolls are on you and you can unlock our demonic illusion yourself? In front of Niji, 3 people stood. Including yesterday's Oboro, there were a total of 3 Omegakure village ninjas, all of them wearing characteristic off-white battlesuits. The other 2 moved like zombies. Bon, Menduo, you two be careful, this guy is probably not easy. Long narrowed his eyes. The information that Niji accidentally revealed yesterday made them have to pay attention to this rumored trash ninja. Niji looked at his hands. In Byakugan, the chakra in the meridians circulated more quickly, and there was no sign of demonic illusion. If that's the case, then the 3 in front of him are entities, Niji thought to himself. I'm really underestimated. 3. Seeing that his teammates were under control, Niji realized that things were not easy. Haha, yes, I thought you were the easiest to deal with, so I put you last, but I didn't expect you to break free from demonic illusion. Long chuckled a few times, and the look in Niji's eyes became more frivolous. Niji glanced around for a week, and Byakugan's observable range was 360 degrees without blind spots. I didn't have the chance to fight with you yesterday, but today I'll let you know what it means to be a ninja in our Omegakure village. Hao took a step forward and started to hand seal. And Niji just took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became serious. Chakra began to circulate more rapidly throughout the body. Ah! Since I'm not a ninja from Konoha village, I don't need anything? Can I do it? Niji, the calm aura covers everything. Omegakure village were furious and sneered, Che, stinky brat, don't bluff. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Chapter 12 Strong. Fear of death. Bang. With a loud bang, the bonfire beside him was directly knocked into the air. Click click click. It smashed 3 trees in a row and flew more than 10 meters away. Both Hao and Menduo were surprised that this guy's unexpected palm had such an effect. Ah, the power is okay, but the range is a bit limited. Niji observed the flow of his chakra. The chakra used by the vacuum palm is not much, but it is consumed very quickly. This is a high explosive body technique that uses chakra. But that's all, High burst consumption does not have high burst damage, and air resistance consumes a lot of strength. The faster the burst of chakra, the longer the interval created. Then it's not feasible to use this as a feint. As Niji murmured, he quickly approached another person. Dream. The person reacted and stepped back in time, and the whole person's movements were no different from those of zombies. Sudan, water style. Pft. Menduo hand seal's palm was directly slapped by Niji, followed by several palms. Meng Duo's whole body trembled a few times and was knocked back several steps. Standing beside the surprised Hao, Niji twisted his wrist a few times, frowned and muttered, "If I want to kill you, I really can't do it easily now." Damn. Duo bit Kaiba and asked, "Are you kidding us for a test?" Niji tilted his neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ah! Oboro took a step back, a kind of fear lingering in his heart. The strong, the rumored weak, at this time Chakra broke out a strong posture. Demonic illusion dragon clone technique. In an instant, there were more than a dozen house clones in the venue, and they were exactly the same. Demonic illusion. Niji stepped back and glanced at his chakra flow, which was still quick and unproblematic. Hehe, don't waste your efforts, my demonic illusion is not an ordinary demonic illusion. It does not act on you, but uses light and shadow to cause visual confusion. Because of this trick is flawless. Ha! Niji heard the sound and subconsciously avoided it, but the fist that was clearly attacking from the front of the clone's clone hit Niji from the side. Niji fell to the right, and before he could stand still, the clone in front of him attacked again. But this time, from behind. Niji fell to the ground, dust flying. Hey! Niji rolled over and barely escaped by luck, but he was scratched by Kui on his arm, and blood flowed immediately. Haha, it looks like your kid is just bluffing. What's the matter? Such a sense of fear shrouded in death. Long chuckled, Niji's ears were pointed, and he frowned slightly. Visual avatar? Niji closed his eyes and began to feel it seriously. Thousands of times, in the closed training room, I closed my eyes and felt the attack of Kuna around me, and I used my body instinct to avoid those organs. Hey! Niji sensed the Kunao behind him and jumped to the left. Footsteps again. Tick. Even the sound of the water was so clear, Niji closed his eyes and felt the sound in the darkness. Incomparably fast movements, undisguised true movements, all attacks and dodged at the same time. And find the right time, one punch and one kick, to solve the two hidden teammates of Hao. Because they attacked the acupuncture point, the two had fallen to the ground and were unconscious. Impossible. You. Hyaganiji, who had rounded his eyes and closed his eyes, turned out to be a lot better than the Byakugan. Niji chuckled, isn't it a visual demonic illusion? Then opening your eyes is interfering with your own judgment, right? Don't think that the ninjas of the Hyaga clan can only rely on Byakugan to fight. Niji slammed straight in front of Hao. It just so happens that I have a technique, and I've been wanting to find someone to try it out. Niji's mouth twitched, and the moment he confirmed that he was the real body in front of him, he opened his eyes. 2 palms. With 2 strokes left and right, Hao's left and right shoulders were hit, and the whole person basically lost the ability to move. What is this? My body is paralyzed? Long frowned, unable to move. 4 palms. 8 palms. Niji slapped his stomach again, and just as he was about to move his body, Hao, who was in front of him, slumped to the ground, unable to get up again. Niji. What's the matter? Demonic illusion caster was knocked down, the demonic illusion was ineffective, and both Tenten and Little Li woke up. Niji sighed and had to give up and went over to save the two. Exactly, their scrolls are what we want. Tenten smiled while holding the 2 scrolls in his hands. Little Li said, Niji-kun is really strong recently, he can beat 3 people by himself. Niji smiled naively, How is that possible? They're just Grandmaster Demonic Illusion, they don't know anything about physique, but they underestimate me and want to compete with me. Tenten also said, however, if anyone knows that the three of them were defeated by Niji alone, I am afraid they will lose their faces. Niji, yet. A few people packed up, replenished their physical strength and repaired it, and decided on the next route. Now that you have the scroll, you must quickly approach the center point and try to pass the exam as quickly as possible. Now it's estimated that Kaiba and the others have passed, so we have to hurry up. Niji said, let's split up, I'll follow behind you, use Byakugan to observe the situation at any time, and support you at any time. Little Lee said in surprise, no way, Niji-kun? Why are you so timid? Tenten said, oh, Niji has worked hard, don't embarrass him. Just let Niji hide behind us, let's take the scroll and go first. Niji grinned and didn't explain anything. Little Lee and Tenten left first, Niji followed behind, keeping a distance of less than 100 meters. As it is getting closer and closer to the center point, it is also getting closer to the forest on the 7th shift, and Niji will not give up this opportunity. He then turned right, hurried in one direction, turned on Byakugan, and searched for traces seriously. He is very clear that his biggest goal in entering the forest of death is that person. The strong one. Orochimaru. You don't want to run. Anko covered his stomach and watched as Anbu and Orochimaru, who had come to support, struggled together. Are you all right? Asked the sturdy Anbu. Anko said angrily, are you okay? You guys are too slow. Hiss, Anbu's mask fell to the ground, Uzuki Ijao's long purple hair scattered, and his beautiful face also emerged. Orochimaru snorted coldly, kicked it away with a chuckle, and after Anbu's attack behind him, Orochimaru just turned around dexterously, stretched out a snake hand and took a bite on its neck. Then, Orochimaru jumped several times to the top thick trunk. Anbu and Special Jainin in Konoha village, is this the only level? Orochimaru stepped closer, and the three Anbu and Anko retreated. Fear of death forced several people to the corner of despair. The strong, this is the strong. Niji sprang out of the grass in the corner, his eyes full of fiery desire. Thinking for a moment, he neatly picked up the Anbu mask that Ijao had just dropped on the ground and put it on his head. The target, I finally found it. Niji murmured with a hook on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 13 Palm Law. True Strength. Several Anbu were in a team, one person had fallen, and one person's mask had also been taken off, leaving two people left. The mask was removed, meaning the mission could not be performed. Anbu needs to keep his personal information confidential, especially when Orochimaru saw Anbu's true face. The consequences of this incident can be imagined. Now, there is no way back. Orochimaru, you killed us here, Konoha village won't let you go. Anko is still in the final struggle, apparently having played against Orochimaru just now, and is now extremely weak. Hehe, Anko, you're still so naive. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his face. Although there was no blood, it was enough to make people feel the cruel picture that would happen next. Orochimaru moved, only one step, Anbu and others panicked, but Anko barely supported. She is a student of Orochimaru. No matter how strong Orochimaru is, she will not have the fear of distance that ordinary people have. Are you going to kill your former student here? Anko asked. Orochimaru lowered his head and hummed softly. Then, he laughed slowly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Life is like a flower, it will die eventually. When it will die, how it will die, or who will lead it to die. It makes no difference. After Orochimaru said that, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He obviously has things to do and doesn't plan to stay here too long. Light and shadow passed, and Orochimaru was leaning forward. ZZ. A masked boy who looked like a boy quickly landed. With both hands, Orochimaru could nt dodge in time. He pulled out Orochimaru's clothes sideways and slashed open. Orochimaru glared at the boy didn't hesitate, his eyes were quick and his hands were quick. One punch away. Orochimaru reached out to resist, but was still hit. Orochimaru immediately retreated to the back, the boy's eyes through the mask. In the darkness, it was impossible to judge. Anko and several Anbu were surprised. The long hair behind the boy was neatly covered, and the mask he was wearing was the Anbu mask that Ijayo had just dropped. "Who are you?" Anko asked, but Niji didn't answer. Only said, "Help Anko heal, and come back to support me if I'm down." Niji under the mask tried to suppress his voice and said this sentence. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take on that guy in front of Anbu and Special Jainin. Orochimaru. Originally, Niji was worried that he would end up in a mess. Just at this moment, he put and if he really couldn't do it, someone would help. Niji quickly caught up to Orochimaru's movements, and the pauses did not exceed 5 seconds. Orochimaru didn't even judge the situation in front of him accurately. Every punch was reluctantly avoided by Orochimaru. Even if you are not good at physical arts, you can still have such swift movements. This is the strong one. Niji's desire to fight is growing. The end. Orochimaru made a big jump, turned over and stood 20 meters away from Niji, and Niji also distanced himself from Anko and the others. A punch with chakra. Orochimaru received a punch from the front just now. He thought it was just heavy, but unexpectedly chakra was affected by this kid at that moment. It's very similar to the Hyuga clan's physique in essence, but you have a wind-type nature transformation in your fist. It's really interesting. Orochimaru began to take a little interest in the masked boy in front of him, but Niji's attack was far from over. He stepped forward again, and with the speed of punching like lightning, the punches went to the point. And Orochimaru noticed when his belly clothes were cut open. This kid's chakra did not reveal killing intent, but every action seemed to take the enemy's life. With such techniques, there must be thousands, or more achievements of cultivation, not the skilled techniques of ordinary people. I can't hit your kid again, but you must not be the best at boxing, right? Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and his eyes were full of cunning. Niji stood up straight and said nothing. The wind blew gently, although it was gentle, it had hidden murderous intentions. Come on, since you want to save people from me, let me see your true strength. Orochimaru widened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and pulled his eyelids. Terrifying eyes, like the pupils of poisonous snakes. It seems that a giant python is rampant in front of him, but he is like an ant. Niji took a step back, sweating. Everything around is dark and chaotic. Fear overwhelms everything. Solution. Niji frowned, and untied Orochimaru's golden bondage. But the mental power has been greatly reduced, and the whole person seems to have collapsed once. Demonic illusion shot by the strong, and even after being cracked, it still has an irreversible impact. Real strength. Niji secretly said in his heart, now he can't care about that much anymore, if someone sees it, just see it. Drink. Niji shouted loudly, and his body moved at a different speed than before. Orochimaru was also surprised, but he didn't expect this kid to suddenly change into a human. Slashing with one palm, different from boxing, this palm is loaded with too much old-fashioned experience, and the strength is not at the same level. Crack. Day. His palms swung back and forth in the air, and even if Orochimaru was not hit directly, his whole body was hit a lot, and he could imagine how much force he would endure if he was hit. The last blow, unable to dodge, Orochimaru had to resist with his arm. With a thud, Orochimaru caught the palm and the ground collapsed. Anbu and Konoha have a genius like you? Reminds me of that man. Orochimaru's compliment. Niji didn't pay attention to it, but it was a skillful connection. The sound of breaking the air came again. Niji's other hand had already found a good position, and Kobo came, but Orochimaru shook his head lightly. Humph! Orochimaru had already hand-sealed in this gap, and dozens of small snakes broke their heads out of the trees behind them and bit Niji. Be careful! Behind you! Anko's shout came, and Niji reacted, frowning. 8 trigrams back. In an instant, he remembered something, and gave up his good offensive and quickly retreated to the side. Niji fell to the side, secretly said, "You can't use revolving heaven, it's too obvious. Who the hell is this kid? It looks like a kid, does Anbu have this size?" One of the Anbu was surprised. Ijao said, "He is not from Anbu, his mask was dropped by me." Anko bites Kaiba, "Whoever he is, he must be a very strong character. How young he is to fight Orochimaru. Leave me alone, go and help." Ijao took 2 Anbu shots together and blocked Niji's body. Orochimaru looked at the scene in front of him and showed a frivolous smile, "He, you guys are not as good as this young man. Don't force the limelight." He turned his head and left quickly. "I still have things to do, don't spoil my spirits or I'll destroy the village of Konoha." Orochimaru's voice echoed around. Anko rushed over and pinched the curse mark on the back of his neck. "Phew, he's gone." Ijao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked back, and the masked boy just now disappeared. Chapter 14 Crisis. The Ambush of Yakushi Kabuto. When Anko murmured, the boy's movements in and out of the arena were all silent, and she didn't even notice it. "This man is a master," one of the Anbu men said, touching the soil on the ground. The solemn expression under the mask could be heard through the trembling breathing. "Even the movement of the landing has follow-up arrangements. If we hadn't interrupted, he and Orochimaru could continue to fight." "You mean, we spoiled people's interest instead?" another Anbu asked in surprise. They all understood that if the boy hadn't appeared just now, they might have all fallen. "Well, leave that alone, we still have a guy lying there wounded." Everyone looked at Anbu, who was lying down, still unconscious. "What?" A few people looked and found that the clothes of the fallen Anbu were gone. "Is that the boy?" Anko wondered. There was no way Orochimaru would do such a thing. "Anyway, he is a benefactor who saved us. My mask was also taken away. He should be trying to hide his identity and continue to track Orochimaru." Ijao walked over and helped the fallen teammate. Then, "Ijao, take the wounded away and inform Lord Hokage. The 3 of you, come with me to find Orochimaru. Someone like him won't give up until he achieves his goals." Ding! This practice is over. Gentle Fist Acupuncture Proficiency 4477. Byakugan Proficiency 2796. Niji broke away from Anko and the others wearing a mask, and checked the results of this practice. "It's too strong, it's just a few tricks with Orochimaru." A feeling of excitement surged in Niji's mind. Although it is dangerous, the experience gained from fighting against the strong cannot be simulated by ordinary cultivation, although cultivation is a very important part. But obviously, the current Niji lacks such a high level of actual combat. Seeing how Orochimaru was in a hurry to get out of the battle just now, it should be that the goal has not been completed, and he has to go and cast a spell on Sasuke. However, Niji doesn't want to participate in the matter of the Uchiha family, and he has no ability to stop it. It's better to take this opportunity to fight him again. Niji murmured, picking up the folded Anbu clothes in his hand, very satisfied. "Is this outfit enough to hide your identity?" Just as he was about to leave, Niji felt sore. Tisk! Niji frowned, the joints of his knees were actually a little weak. "Did you get too nervous just now?" Niji chuckled, even though it was all within his control, the resistance that the body instinctively produced was irreversible. Or maybe it was caused by the demonic illusion that hit Orochimaru just now. All in all, with the current physical strength, it is indeed a non-yi battle. Thinking about it, Niji turned his head slowly, planning to find little Li and Tenten first. I don't know if they have encountered any enemies. The way, Niji was still a little worried, but the closer they got to the center, the closer they would get. It didn't take long to get close, and Niji opened Byakugan. The essence of the chi clears the whole body and concentrates on the field of vision, so the eyes are covered with blue veins. Niji quickly found the figure of Tenten and little Li 200 meters away. But unfortunately, 3 people are standing in the way in front of them. The 2 sides are already at war. Niji frowned and stopped. Looks like there's an ambush. Without hesitation, he took out a military ration pill, chewed it twice in his mouth, and swallowed it. Physical energy is gradually recovering, but the speed is not very fast. In such a state, Niji is not sure whether he can face the 3 people in front of him. I just decided to go to the front to see the situation first. On the other side, Tenten and little Li are rapidly moving towards the center point. Impressively, the 2 seem to have stepped on something, and the sound of the rope rubbing against the tree immediately alerted them. Little Li! Tenten turned and shouted. Little Li also responded, yet. The 2 of them leaned towards both sides together, and there was a huge sound of breaking wind in the middle, and it was a tree stump that was 3 meters thick. Boom! Several trees were knocked down behind them, but before it was over, there was also a mechanism where the 2 of them landed, and the wire net on the ground was immediately closed. It's a double trap. The 2 were also very agile, and each jumped to the side. Seeing that the barbed wire was wide enough, Tenten directly pulled out a scroll. Hidden weapon Rising Dragon. Hundreds of kunao and shuriken flew out, cutting the barbed wire a few lines, and the 2 escaped triumphantly. But then, as soon as the 2 settled down, the voice of Zizi came again. Tenten, there is a detonating talisman that will detonate immediately. Little Li subconsciously shouted, get down. Then the whole person flew out, pushed Tenten away, and slumped aside. Bang seemed to be a squib, and the sound was very light. The 2 opened their eyes, but they noticed that the smoke was filling up. And it's purple smoke that spreads extremely fast. It's poison. Tenten reacted, and the 2 immediately covered their mouths and noses and stepped back. At this time, 2 figures jumped out. Don't struggle, that kind of poison will work even if you inhale it. It's not a deadly poison, it's just a poison I specially prepared for ninjas. It can affect people's acupuncture points and meridians, and temporarily block chakra. I can't help but be unable to use ninjutsu for 3 days, and it will also weaken my mental power. By the 3, it is Yakushi Kabuto. Next to him are his teammates, wrapped tightly in red copper armor. Cough cough. Tenten raised his head and looked at the 2 of them, already aware that he could no longer condense chakra. I'm sorry, I made you miscalculate, I'm a pure taijutsu ninja. Little Li took a step forward and started to untie the bandage on his wrist. But Kabuto was digging his neck and sneered, what? Are you planning to take care of a person who is unable to fight while taking care of 1 enemy and 3? And the red copper armor next to it has already taken out kunao, ready to attack at any time. Li. Tenten is also hesitant, but now she can't fight at all, she can only take off his hind legs. I'm not going to embarrass you, I know you've already collected the scrolls. Hand them over and I'll let you go. Kabuto pushed his glasses, his face shrewd. You got stuck near the center point from the beginning. Tenten was shocked, it turned out that there was such a way of playing. Kabuto sneered, of course, this is not the first time I have taken the Chunin exam. How could I not be counted as you ignorant children? Little Li bit Kaiba and handed over the scroll here, how can he pass the exam? And Tenten wanted to persuade, but also fell into a tangle. Well, if you still want to fight. Kabuto took a deep breath and shrugged, murder in his eyes. Hey! Very strange technique, in the moment of waving his hand, he threw out a special scalpel kunao. ding sound, but did not hit anything. Instead, after being changed its orbit, it pierced into the dirt on the ground. The other kunai was inserted into the ground on the other side. What? Did the kunai hit me with a scalpel and forcibly change the flight path? While Kabuto was surprised, everyone was startled, only to see a figure appearing on the tree trunk. I saw him with his hands around his chest, wearing Konoha's Anbu suit and Anbu mask, arrogant to the crowd. Chapter 15 Threat. Weird Anbu. Dark, Anbu. Tenten was surprised, never expected that it was Anbu from Konoha who saved them. The red copper armor next to him was also surprised, and he didn't know if he had made any mistakes. Kabuto asked suspiciously, "You bastard, don't think I'm pretending to be Anbu, I won't dare to shoot you." Niji, who was wearing a mask, had no time to answer Kabuto. He saw the situation of Tenten poisoning just now, and now the most important thing is to get them out of the battlefield, and it is best to let little Lee follow. Otherwise, if there are other enemies, the two of them will be tied. You have nothing to do here, just leave now. Niji jumped down and spoke in a low voice, trying to keep a distance from little Lee and Tenten, for fear of being discovered by the two of them. Is very different from the Niji in their eyes. Even if Niji does not wear a mask, they may not be able to believe that Anbu in front of them is actually their teammate Hyuga Niji. Why did Anbu shoot? Little Lee asked. Niji replied, "If you don't go, you will have no chance." Then he pulled out the kunai on the ground and made a fight. This is his very unskilled combat posture, in order to avoid all possibility of being suspected. Yukai. Kabuto bit Kaiba, and the person in front of him ignored him completely, and he looked like he could easily fight against one another. "Let's go, Tenten." Thank you." Tenten and little Lee left, thanking the masked boy who saved them. And how do they know? It's just that Niji doesn't want his teammates to fail the exam. He originally planned to come out directly to help his teammates defeat the enemy in front of him, but the Tenten was poisoned, and there were all the enemy's organs all around. In this case, just in case, you can only hide your identity and solve it quickly. Is there anyone else? Under the mask, Niji's Byakugan took the opportunity to look around and found the locations of several organs. It seemed that the other party had made a lot of preparations for the ambush. The scope of this organization: how many sets of scrolls do you want to collect? Facing Niji's questioning, Kabuto's eyes widened. This simply subverted his three views. First of all, based on the information in his hand, there is no such young boy in Anbu. Now is not the time of war, Konoha's hierarchy is very strict, even a genius ninja like Sasuke can't rise to Anbu rank so quickly. Moreover, with just one glance, he can immediately perceive another teammate who is staying in the tree, Jian-michan, and can also clearly know the scope of the organ. Why did Anbu participate in the Chunin exam? Kabuto has taken out another scalpel, refining the chakra, which turns into a sharp blade that covers the scalpel. You can't take care of that. Niji's voice just fell, and he jumped straight into the air. The next moment, under the soil Niji was standing on just now, a person emerged. It was Jian-michan. Armor. Niji squinted his eyes slightly in the air. If I remember correctly, this person's ability is to absorb chakra and cannot be approached by melee combat. On the other side, the red copper armor was already approaching at a rapid speed, and his arms extended directly, tying Niji's entire body. The man's ability to have retractable limbs, a surviving remnant of Orochimaru's experiment, Niji scoffed. Revolving heaven. Niji only motivates the chakra in the body, integrates nature transformation, controls revolving heaven to release it to less than 20%, and directly forms a rotating chakra layer on the body surface. Ah! The body of the red copper armor was directly torn by the chakra of the wind attribute, and a dozen holes appeared in the limbs immediately, and the blood splashed. The red copper armor was thrown away, and the sword Michan, who was close to Niji, was also struck by the palm of Niji's head from the sky, and fainted. Kabuto, who was standing in the same place, saw this situation, and his heart has been determined, the person in front of him is the real Anbu, not a fake. Why did Anbu take action on us genins? Did those two people buy you off just now? Kabuto clenched his fists, and although he is far more powerful than genin now, there is no doubt that there is no need for a conflict with Anbu's people now. Why? Niji landed peacefully, and Jian Michin and Kaitong armor on the side were already unconscious. Why don't you tell me first, why do you want to be a spy in Konoha? Niji chuckled, a double agent like Kabuto is a very dangerous person, and even now, he is not a big threat. You. Kabuto was directly hit in the heart by this sentence. He thought that his flawless acting skills were directly exposed at this moment, and he subconsciously believed that this person was the person from the assassination department sent by the high-level Konoha to assassinate his spy. Bang! Kabuto bowed his head and stretched out his hand, ready for the first battle. But Niji didn't have much interest in him. Hey, give me the antidote, Niji said. Solution, antidote. Kabuto blinked in surprise. It's the antidote for the two of them who were poisoned just now, give it to me and I'll go. Niji was a little impatient. He knew that Kabuto's fighting power was not bad, and he was just eating a pill to maintain his stamina. It was best to avoid a head-on conflict. And Kabuto is close to collapse. For the series of psychological pressures just now, he has already prepared his inner monologue of his tragic death in the forest of death, but the other party just wants to solve it, the antidote? And that medicine isn't lethal at all. Taking a deep breath, seeing Kabuto still stunned, Niji raised his right hand. Wait. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Kabuto recalled that the masked boy in front of him had just killed Jian Michin and Kaitong armor in an instant. With that level of combat, the strength of this person must be Anbu level. Probably more than that, although Kabuto now feels that this person is likely to be a fake Anbu. Otherwise, how could he clearly know that he is a spy who came to Konoha to cooperate with others, but he has no intention of killing himself at all? Here. Kabuto took out a packet of herbs from the ninja bag and quickly threw it at Niji, who caught it. He didn't dare to lean on the young man in front of him until he had no idea in his heart. This person can't help but be powerful and mysterious, so mysterious that even an intelligence expert like him can't figure out any clues. Niji checked, and it appeared to be a deciphering herb called Chiwuju. May I go? Kabuto asked cautiously, and Niji raised his hand. The next moment, he jumped up and quickly disappeared in front of Kabuto. The action is smooth and without sloppiness. Then he slumped to the ground. All the plans were disrupted, and to meet such a high-level person in the forest of death, if you are not careful, you may lose your life. If Niji knew about Kabuto's idea, he would probably be laughed to death. In fact, he also has no end to the battle with Kabuto, and he doesn't bother if there is no conflict of interest. Immediately, Niji took off the Anbu suit, took off the Anbu mask, and quickly rushed to the direction where Tenten and Little Li were. Chapter 16 Rescue. Appear in time. That guy just now, is it really Anbu? Little Li handed the water to Tenten and asked. The two found a tree with a source of water to rest. Tenten took a sip of water and said, I don't know, but that movement technique must be a Jainin-level ninja. I just don't know why such a powerful guy appeared in the Death Forest. Is there something wrong with the Death Forest? The two were talking when suddenly they heard footsteps. Little Li immediately woke up, only to find that it was Niji. Niji stood opposite the stream and smiled at the two of them. I thought you were in danger, why did you stop suddenly? So, Little Li and Tenten told Niji the ins and outs. Tenten said, and sighed, Niji, when will your Byakugan be able to improve a little bit? We shouldn't be far away, can your Byakugan not even notice what's going on over there? Niji smiled naively, I'm sorry. Little Lee also smiled and made a save. It's okay, Niji-kun has been practicing hard, and this Chunin exam hasn't hindered us once. By the way, Ten is poisoned? Just. Niji hurriedly took out a few rustling herbs from the ninja bag. He also removed some of the wrinkled leaves outside and said to Ten, "This is the decipherable herb I saw on the road. I didn't expect it to come in handy." "Niji, do you still know herbs?" Little Lee took it in surprise. "Ang, the elders in the clan have taught us the production and types of medicinal herbs." Ten frowned and looked at it. "This is Shai Wuju? A very rare species, there is such a thing in the dead forest?" She looked at Niji in disbelief. Niji was also startled, and quickly explained, "Well, I think there is only one plant over there, and I'm very lucky, I'm afraid there are no other places." Little Lee handed the herbs to Ten, and Ten seemed to understand it very well. He poured the water in the bamboo tube into Shi Wuju, made some simple treatments, and took the herbs. "Little Lee, this part is for you, that poison has a follow-up effect on mental power." Little Lee let out a breath and said, "Niji has really helped a lot this time, otherwise we might be ambushed again." "Well, let's take a short rest here tonight, and we'll head to the center tomorrow." "Good." Several people planned to rest nearby. The 3-day and 3-night exam has now reached the second night. Tomorrow is the last day, so we have to hurry up. And Niji needs to step up, but it's not this thing. Go to bed early, but just after nightfall, Niji woke up. "I just rested for an hour. Although I was a little sleepy, I couldn't delay any longer." While Little Lee and Ten were still awake, they left a note and wrote that they should go ahead and explore the way, don't wait for their information. And Niji's purpose, naturally, is Orochimaru. "I didn't succeed on the first day, and Orochimaru would definitely make a move the next day. At this point in time, I am afraid that Orochimaru is also searching for Sasuke's whereabouts non-stop, and I don't know if Anko and the others will be able to arrive. If you don't hurry up, Orochimaru will be leaving the Forest of Death." Ding! The practice is over. Acupuncture Proficiency 499. Revolving Heaven Proficiency 443. Kabuto and the others are only now being checked by Niji. Congratulations to the host's proficiency in Gentle Fist Acupuncture reaching 3W. And being promoted to the realm of Integration and Penetration. Reward Speed, Detonating Talisman *10. Wuju Herbs *10. Niji is overjoyed, as expected, there are many benefits to fighting with a master. There are still many uses for the detonating talisman, but it seems that this Wuju is not as powerful as Shi Wuju. The special herbs seem to improve some spiritual power. What's the use of this Urju? System said, Wuju can detoxify, and the special herbs can dissipate fatigue and resist tiredness. Niji was startled, and ate 2 herbs without hesitation. The slightest sweetness, but the bitter taste. But being able to resist drowsiness is exactly what Niji needs now. Niji then opened the Properties panel. Host, Hyaga Niji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja Basic Skills, including throwing and other basic skills. Proficiency Progress, 82.7%, 100% can complete the Novice stage, activate the Proficiency Consumption System. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, None. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, 8 trigrams 1 shot, 9044/. Demonic Illusion, None. Blood Follower Boundaries, Byakugan. Basic Items, Bing Bing Pill *7, Wuju Herbs *10, Detonating Charm *10. Advanced Items, None. Special Items, None. Sasuke Uchiha fell to the ground, pinching his neck tightly. Sakura, on the other hand, widened her eyes with fear and anger in her eyes. "You bastard, what did you do to Suzuki-kun? And Orochimaru just said in a sinister voice, I gave him a gift that he desperately needs now. You bastard! Sakura was incompetent and furious, and couldn't do anything with Suzuki in his arms. On the other side, Naruto, who leaked Kyuubi, Nine Tails, chakra, was also easily caught by Orochimaru and imposed a 5-element seal. In the corner of the bushes, Niji's figure appeared quietly. It seems to have caught up. But don't run! Naruto landed, and Sakura ran towards Orochimaru with all his might. What does the stinky girl want to do? Niji secretly said that this world of Hokage has disrupted the timeline because of his appearance. Any situation may happen now, and even have an irreversible impact on the future. She ran over like this, didn't she die? Little girl who gets in the way, if you want to die so much, I'll send you to death. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent suddenly rose. Originally, I just wanted to wait for all this to end, but now it seems that I have to appear in time to rescue the person in front of me. The Shadow Snake Hand. Sakura was on the verge of collapse. She was forced to have no way out by fear, and she was now close to madness, unaware that the vicious snake had attacked her recklessly. Thorn, the branches above were slashed by the flying Kyuubi and fell. In the middle of the two poisonous snakes, stubbornly pressed under the branches, Sakura was blocked, watching the terrifyingly struggling viper, only to regain her senses and take a few steps back. Sakura looked aside and saw a figure standing not far away, walking slowly. Anbu. It's just that Sakura has never seen such a small Anbu, the whole person is only a little taller than her, saying that he and Sakura of the same age also believe it. He, is it your kid again? It's really difficult to deal with. Orochimaru's hoarse voice made Sakura's scalp tingle. Leave with your buddy and grab this. Sakura caught one of the things Niji threw over and glanced at it. It was a ration pill, a consuming ninja tool that could restore stamina. But you... Sakura bit Kaiba, a little overwhelmed. Niji said, stop talking nonsense, your partner will die if you don't leave. This guy is an S-class wanted criminal, and you will only cause me trouble if you stay. Chapter 17 Suppress. Chase after Orochimaru. Niji said this, Sakura immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Heart said, that's right, if I stay, it will definitely cause trouble for the Anbu staff. After all, we are just Jainin. At the level, I should obey orders. So he ate the ration pill, immediately carried Naruto on his back, and went to help Suzuki. Remember, there are 3 Otagakure who are going to trouble you, their target is Suzuki, you mustn't let them succeed. Niji reminded Sakura that it is also an important part to prevent Suzuki and others from having a major incident at this critical moment. Otherwise, if Konoha village is in chaos early, if he doesn't have time to gradually become stronger, he will also be involved in a conflict that may kill him at any time. Orochimaru was a little annoyed just watching a kid who rescued Konoha from his eyes over and over again. Niji's reminder to Sakura just now made Orochimaru even more interested. Little devil, who are you? Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't tell whether his twisted face was excited or angry. All in all, now Niji finally caught the attention of the powerhouse in front of him. This is a duel between the strong and the weak, but Niji has never been willing to be a weak. It is precisely on this road that we have the courage to stand here. The current Niji looks like a mature Anbu, and Orochimaru can't tell the truth from the fake. Are you Uchiha Itachi? No. Orochimaru frowned, shaking his head constantly. Impossible, impossible. That guy has entered Akatsuki, and the means used are very different. He. Niji has stepped back with his left foot, ready to attack at any time. Only for this enemy, he can't have the slightest slack. Not to mention that the opponent's strength is the first person he is currently fighting against, and if the opponent is serious, his killing intent will be a real killing intent. If you are not careful, you are likely to lose your life here. To Orochimaru is Niji's desperate decision, and trying his best to survive and get what he wants here is also Niji's most certain decision. Orochimaru looked at the Anbu boy in front of him and thought to himself, obviously, this boy is not up to attack his level. But his hand is very unique. When did the younger generation of the Hokage family have such a powerful person? Already? Boy, what's your purpose? Orochimaru sneered and said, do you think you can kill me alone? Or do you want to fight for your main clan? Orochimaru's words made Niji, who originally wanted to fight, startled. What do you mean? Niji asked slowly. Hyoga's little brat, no matter how much you hide it, you can't hide it. That damn keen insight, and the gentle fist with chakra. Orochimaru bit Kaiba and said, gnashing his teeth, as if recalling something. But obviously, your talent is higher than Hisashi's. Day. Orochimaru's words gradually put Niji into a stiff state. What is he saying? Had something happened that he didn't know about? But he couldn't show it, just clenched his fist tightly. I don't know about the Hyoga clan, all I know is that your plan to destroy Konoha will eventually fail. After all, Niji took the initiative. In a split second, they approached Orochimaru. Soon, boy. Orochimaru's eyes widened and he caught Niji's palm with his arm. Drink. With the next palm down. Orochimaru couldn't hold it anymore and stepped back. You can't let this kid succeed. Orochimaru was about to hand seal, and Niji had already hit the third palm. One more slap. Last palm. The speed of the palms is getting faster and faster, and the frequency and strength of the first time are not at the same level. Orochimaru wondered in his heart, isn't this kid stimulated by something? So fierce? And now Niji just wants to know what kind of unknown connection this guy Orochimaru has with the Hyoga family. If you want to know this, of course, you don't rely on asking, but first relying on hitting. Crack. Orochimaru dodged, and Niji slapped the tree and hit the tree. The air was still for a moment, and then, the trees, exploded. Praise Allah! A tree torn apart, the whole tree will collapse in an instant. Here. Feel the fierce fire on the other side, especially the unknown chakra. Anko pinched the position of the curse mark on the back of his neck, bit Kaiba, and said, it's right in front, I'll never forget that guy's chakra. Go and help. Two Anbu and Anko rushed together. However, when they saw the scene, they were too shocked to speak. Orochimaru doesn't have the time to hand seal at all, and he doesn't even have the time to use a double. Wearing a JOS Anbu mask also changed into Anbu clothes at this time, and his movements were seamless, pressing for Orochimaru step by step. Bang! 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 One after another big tree fell to the ground suddenly, caused by the palm strike, without exception. That boy is actually chasing after Orochimaru. Anko opened his mouth in surprise, blinked his eyes, and suddenly thought it was a dream. What's the situation? The entire battlefield had been destroyed beyond recognition. Orochimaru's agile body was like a python, swiftly running away from the ground and pulling away. But no matter what, the masked boy didn't want to let go of any gap at all. As long as he was not careful, he would hit him with a palm, and Orochimaru just escaped by chance. In terms of physical skills, that boy undoubtedly completely suppressed Orochimaru. One of them, Anbu, who seemed to be relatively calm, thought deeply, very keen insight and talent in physical arts, the habit of throwing palms and the way of destroying trees. There is no doubt that this kid is using the gentle of the Hyoga style. Fist. Another stronger Anbu hesitated. Hyoga family? Young people in the Hyoga family in recent years have no talent. There is no such young Anbu at all, how can he be a Hyoga family? Anko rubbed his chin and said, the Hyoga family has always been closed, so it wouldn't be surprising if they were some kind of hidden master. But, what kind of boy would become a reclusive master at such a young age? There, Niji has done several gentle fist combos, but still can't hit Orochimaru. It seems that he is suppressed everywhere and has the upper hand, but in fact he does not have many advantages. If this continues, he will only be depleted of physical strength, and now he is just consuming 3 military ration pills at one time and struggling to support him. Click. Niji made a mistake, hitting the air and staggering forward. Not good. Anko, Anbu, and others were surprised. And Orochimaru also grinned. You're still being careless, kid. Let me see who you are. Immediately he stretched out his hand, and 2 snakes immediately reached out and bound Niji's body. Then he stretched out his hand and took off Niji's mask. Under the mask, however, Niji just sneered softly. If I didn't show my flaws on purpose, would you never give me this chance? Orochimaru was shocked. The clone in front of him, and the real body, already behind him, stretched his fists and feet, posing a very standard posture. This is 8 trigram 64 palms. Chapter 18 Surprise. Method never seen before. This is the battle of the 8 trigram 64 palms of the Hokage family. Anbu, who was watching the game, was speechless in surprise. And Anko frowned tightly, but they didn't expect their guess to be right. This boy wearing a mask turned out to be a talent of the Hokage family, but why is he unknown? Sure enough, it's a kid from the Hokage clan. Orochimaru frowned, grinning wryly at the corners of his mouth. Although he didn't want to accept it, he had to admit that he was tricked by a young Anbu. 2 palms. Orochimaru has no chance to resist now, at least the first 2 palms. Anbu boy wearing a mask moved extremely quickly, and even after fighting for a long time, there was no sign of physical exhaustion. Humph, it's nothing to be slapped by you. Orochimaru had already thought of a way out, and in the interval between this mistake, the young man would hit himself with up to 6 palms, and to resist these 6 palms, he would have to take the opportunity to use a stand-in technique. Then start the ninjutsu showdown. In ninjutsu, Orochimaru can be confident that he will not lose to anyone, including the 3 generations of Hokage. This can be regarded as some rivals in his love, and he actually wants to compete with this kid in physique, which is really underestimating him. Niji hit Orochimaru's shoulders with 2 palms. He thought it was just a special effect of strength and chakra. Orochimaru was about to make a move, but he realized that he couldn't move. Nani? Niji's mouth twitched, and he saw that the 2 palms just now, lightning had been injected into Orochimaru's shoulders. Bah ha 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 ha. 4 palms. 8 palms. Niji just secretly said in his heart, stepped back, and quickly punched out the palms that followed. What the hell is going on here? Orochimaru's eyes widened, feeling that his internal organs were being forced to overturn the sea by gentle fist's chakra, and the key point was that his body was paralyzed by the thunder-type chakra. The palm of nature transformation? Unheard of. 1 palm after another, the young man's movements were extremely fast and violent. Not far away, Anko and Anbu were speechless. Especially Anko, her shocked pupils are beyond words to describe. This is too shocking. Although Raiden has not been fully morphed, only nature transformation has been added to the palm technique, but this is something that no one has ever been able to do. The palm technique of each strike was as fierce as thunder, and the speed was as fast as thunder, and Orochimaru's body couldn't move at all, allowing the masked boy to attack acupuncture points around him. There is no reason to think that Orochimaru has been completely defeated at this point in the physical game. And there is no suspense, a complete defeat. Is nature transformation added to Gentle Fist? And it's also of the thunder attribute. Is this guy a genius boy? Anbu murmured in surprise. Anko shook his head and said, no, it's more than that. Whether this guy is from the Hokage clan remains to be considered. Anko became strict and did not dare to judge. Anko, What do you mean? The deep Anbu looked at Anko hesitantly. Anko took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Hyaga Tetsu, and my teammate, Jainin of the Hyaga clan. That guy was once known as a very talented ninja. Especially good at the nature transformation of the thunder attribute. However, even he also said that the secret of the Hyaga clan is the technique uses the essence of Byakugan to refine the chakra, which is completely in conflict with the method of refining the chakra of the nature transformation. Anbu, so, is it difficult to do it at the same time? No, it's almost impossible. Anko's tone became more determined. It is not only necessary to refine chakra in the same way, Byakugan is not only the bloodline boundary for attacking acupoints and meridians, but also must abide by the 8 trigrams yin and yang method when refining chakra. The principle of mutual restraint, cannot exist any conflicting parties can form 8 trigrams. Anko seems to be quite knowledgeable about it, but that's about it. That is to say, only by observing the original state of chakra, the most natural state can perform Byakugan, especially a secret technique like 64 palms. Attribute chakra is impure chakra, it is impossible to integrate into it. Yes. This guy should not belong to the Hyaga family. After some analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. I was especially surprised by the young man's body technique. What kind of expert is he? In front of them, beat Orochimaru. And in a way that has never been seen before. And if Niji heard this, he would probably laugh out loud. Anko knew that Akatsuki's views on Byakugan, including outsiders, were one-sided. At the beginning, it was difficult for Niji to break through some restricted frameworks, but he continued to practice and practice. Although he initially wanted to cater to the system, but later he began to fall in love with this endless practice and became addicted. After practicing to a certain level did Niji realize the importance of practice makes perfect. Those things that he didn't want to believe in the past can be done thoroughly, even taking care of 2 chakras in the body at the same time is easy for him. That's why Niji has put all his efforts all these years at risk at this time, and he can even compete with cage-level ninjas. Ugh! Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened, and Niji's last palm directly knocked him flying. Pop! It was almost an audible sound of thunder and lightning, and Orochimaru's entire body seemed to generate static electricity when it came into contact with the air. The whole person flew more than 10 meters away, and then landed without moving. Niji gasped, sweat dripping from under the mask. With this palm, he exhausted all chakra. But the chakra in the palm still exists. Niji uses Byakugan to observe the direction of the chakra in his body. The chakra in the palm is in the shape of thunder and lightning, and it circulates extremely quickly. Success? New move. Tired, but Niji exhaled. This kind of particularly powerful technique has to be matched with a powerful opponent to see the effect. Orochimaru, take it easy. Impressively, 2 Anbu landed on the left and right of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who seemed to be dying, was wary and reluctant to approach. Anko approached Niji and walked over. Niji was startled and took a step back. Anko also stopped. I dare to ask your excellency, who is the master? Niji was gasping for breath, his physical strength was already a little too strong, and he couldn't drag it any longer. Cough. Niji was about to put on a pretense. But over there was a bang. His sound, several big trees slammed to the ground. I saw 2 giant pythons with a height of 20 meters appear in front of everyone. And Orochimaru's ability to recover is very fast. He stood up like a zombie, glared at his palm, and secretly said, "Sure enough, the chakra that blocked me belongs to the Hyaga family." Chapter 19 Supply. Only consume stamina. Damn! Anko immediately went to support and rescued the 2 Anbu who were attacked by the serpent. Good boy, it's finally here. It's a pity that I can't play with you anymore. Let this kid play with you. Orochimaru jumped on the serpent's head, then jumped back and disappeared without a trace. Roar. The low roar of the big snake also made Anko and the two Anbyo give up their plans to track them. Several people were surprised. A figure jumped away like lightning. Then, there was no trace at all. Ugh! With a huge roar, the big snake fell to the ground. A burst of dust was thrown up and overwhelmed dozens of century-old trees. And that serpent showed no sign of struggling, and almost achieved an instant kill. With only one palm, the serpent's key point was cut through. Niji landed, exhausted. But he just confirmed one thing. That's the last punch of 64 palms, and it's all out. It can be so strong. Niji sighed, he didn't expect the upper limit of this move to be so high. Hello. Niji was still thinking, and the three behind him were already approaching. Wait. Niji stretched out his hand, motioning for the others not to approach. Anko and the others stopped obediently. Who dares to stop this? Dare to take such a shot on Orochimaru, it must not be a small person. Anko and the others are only afraid that the expert in front of him will not stand on Konoha's side, and it would be troublesome to kill them too. Master, you. Anko was about to speak, but found the boy waved his hand. He won't be here any longer and you can leave with confidence. Niji sighed. Now that Orochimaru has cast the spell, he shouldn't mess around anymore. Instead, he is more worried that Anko and the others will continue to stay in the forest of death, and his identity will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, he can't help but get into trouble, and the Hyuga family's doubts about him will become even deeper. All in all, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Seeing what Anko wanted to ask, Niji was worried that they would not leave, so he said solemnly, "Listen to me, leave the forest of death quickly, and stay here to avoid causing casualties to candidates." Yes. This time, they seemed to be obedient. Niji continued, "Go and inform Hokage that the village's security measures will be strengthened in the near future." Afterwards, Niji quickly disappeared in front of several people. After leaving a few people, Niji found a hidden woodland and sat down to rest. I took off the Anbu suit, and my body was already wet with sweat. Can I only last so far after eating 3 ration pills? Niji sighed, although the nature transformation is already a master, but it seems that the consumption of himself is indeed not small. Ding! This practice is over. 8 trigrams 64 palms proficiency 5999. Gentle fist proficiency 3434. Byakugan proficiency 1979. Niji didn't have the strength to be surprised. After confirming with Byakugan that there is no danger within 500 meters, he fell asleep on his back. Although Bingliang pills can temporarily delay the consumption of physical strength, excessive use will still have some side effects. Coupled with the fact that he almost didn't sleep that night, Niji fell asleep immediately. When I woke up, it was not long before the second 10:10 was on. Niji looked at the angle of the sun. It should be early morning, and birds chirped from time to time in the woods. Corrected, Niji immediately set off, purpose accomplished, time to catch up with little Li and 10:10. On the way, Niji asked the system, it is also injected with chakra nature transformation, why is 8 trigrams 64 palms so much stronger than revolving heaven? Niji had doubts about this last night, because compared to the level of cultivation, it was clear that he put more effort into revolving heaven. Because of the use of a physical technique aimed at A-cup ointment attacks on the stake, the benefits are really pulled to the lowest level. You know, in the past 8 years, Niji has more than 95% of the time, and has no chance to contact actual combat at all. The injection of nature transformation is related to the number of times. Number of times. That is, the number of times of use. The attribute chakra is not carried by the host and is provided by the system. Therefore, the chakra is unlimited and is supplied according to the maximum number of times the host can use. As long as the host uses enough times, the amount will be enough. More. It will only consume the host's physical strength to a greater extent. It's just exhausting stamina. The system's explanation surprised Niji. No wonder that massive chakra consumption didn't make him exhausted to death. In that case, 8 trigram 64 palms is the injection of the 64 times the thunder attribute nature transformation chakra. Yes. Niji, who heard the news, suddenly had a strange idea. Niji, it doesn't seem to say that 64 palms is necessary. Am I stronger with 74 palms? System. Niji was on his way when he suddenly felt someone approaching in front of him. So he stopped immediately, observed with Byakugan, and found that it was his teammate, Tenten. Niji hurriedly met Tenten. Niji. Where have you been? Tenten was sweating profusely when he saw Niji. What's wrong? Tenten? It seems that someone is eyeing Sasuke's class. Little Lee stayed to save Sakura. He gave me the scroll. Tenten said, and took out the scroll. Niji squinted slightly, guessing that there is a high probability that Otagakure was sent by Orochimaru to test Sasuke. Niji was trying to find an excuse and called Tenten to help Little Lee with him, but unexpectedly Tenten threw the Heaven and Earth scrolls directly to him. Niji caught it subconsciously. Take the scroll, don't get close. Those people don't seem to be easy to deal with, and we can't wait until we die while we promise not to drag ourselves into the water. Afterwards, Tenten turned his head and rushed forward in a certain direction. Niji held the scroll, stunned in place. After a long while, he sighed slowly and helplessly put the scroll into his clothes. Looks like it's on again. Niji put on the Anbu mask, took out the Anbu suit, and started walking slowly in the direction Tenten had just left. In the jungle clearing not far away, under the rock, Sasuke and Naruto both fell asleep. Sakura, who looked tired, was being knocked to the ground, and her hair was cut off by herself and scattered all over the place. Little Lee didn't know when he had been knocked to the ground. Only the Inoshika CH group of 3 carefully confronted the 3 of Otagakure. Don't be too self-aware. You are not opponents, all we want is the life of Uchiha Sasuke. Sak stretched out his hand, the power of the shock wave in his palm, everyone present had seen it. The disparity in strength doubled the pressure on those present. Although Tenten arrived, it was enough to deal with Jin alone. Sark, let's get to know Uchiha Sasuke. Jin threatened the Tenten, and once the Tenten left, the Little Lee in the end would die. On the Inoshika CH side, Koji, Shikamaru and Ino lost to TOS alone, so naturally there was no way. Disparity in strength. Sakura grabbed Sakura's leg tightly to keep him from moving forward, but Sakura just stepped on top of Sakura's head. Are you impatient, girl? And Ino's eyes widened, seeing all this in his eyes. Stop! With this sound, a sharp blade Kyowo came down, and Sark reacted and took out Kyowo to block it. Then a figure has quietly appeared, and a palm hit behind him. Chapter 20 Crush. Strength Control. With just one palm, Sark was pushed forward by a huge force and stumbled several steps. Niji, who was wearing an Anbu suit, fell to the ground and stood beside Sakura. Back off! Niji said in a low voice, and Sakura frowned, realizing it was yesterday's Anbu. But she always felt that she had met this person before, but she couldn't tell, so she had to back away obediently. Niji was just afraid that she would recognize it. Hey, who are you, kid? Sark turned around, shouting. Anbu from Konoha village? Fake one? Toth didn't believe in evil at all, and without the 3 weak chickens Inoshika CH in his eyes, he walked towards Niji. Are you, yesterday's Anbu? Tenten looked at him in surprise, he didn't expect to be rescued by the same person for 2 days. Tenten and Sakura took a few steps back knowingly. They all knew that the masked Anbu in front of them was powerful. With him here, it must be safe here, and their meddling will only add to the chaos. One after another, you pissed me off, Sark frowned and took a few steps forward angrily. Niji's palm just now controlled the strength, but it was also a big blow. Sak was so sneakily attacked, and naturally he was full of dissatisfaction. Hey, Konoha Anbu who can only sneak attacks? Sak can solve you alone. The golden hands over there are wrapped around his chest, full of confidence. Tos was a little worried. Hey, it's Konoha's Anbu anyway, even though he looks like a little guy, hey. A bluff trick. The inexplicable confidence of several people made Niji frown slightly. But this is just right, which proves that the other party does not have much insight and courage, and it is of course a good thing to be able to solve things quickly. Drink. Chopping airwaves. Advantage of Niji's unpreparedness, Sark immediately stretched out his hand and released Jean Combo. I saw a strong chakra pressure from the air hole in the palm of my hand, attacking Niji. But Niji couldn't avoid it, and only had time to reach out and directly resist it with the palm of his hand. Hey! Don't you like sneak attacks? But the smile on his face only stayed for 2 seconds, then immediately froze. This. Niji is safe and sound. Shocked. As expected of Anbu. Sakura said blankly. Tenten also laughed, it seems that there is no danger here. Niji was also a little surprised. He just wanted to use Gentle Fist to block some damage as much as possible, but found that the opponent's Jean Combo was not worth mentioning at all. Under the mask, Byakugan, whose blue veins burst out, could see clearly. Between Niji's palms, there is still a thunderbolt chakra surrounding the palm. This is... Could it be that he awakened a new palm technique? According to the system, the injection of attribute chakra is actually chakra supplied according to the number of times. An 8 trigram 64 palms has a full 64 supplies, which means that 64 palms is not a single move. Instead, each palm is the ultimate of Gentle Fist, which precisely attacks the enemy's 64 acupoints, resulting in the quick use of 64 palms' most accurate Gentle Fist attack on the enemy. So, even a simple Gentle Fist, Niji can now have a chakra nature transformation with the thunder attribute? With this speculation, Niji was immediately interested in experimenting. Hey! Shuriken flew over, and Niji slapped the flying shuriken with his hand almost in an instant. His sound, the 2 iron wires on the ground were pulled apart. Trap! But then there was no follow-up, only Jin, the ninja of the sound, who was not far away, fiddled with the bell in his hand. Afterwards, dozens of bells on the iron wire rang in unison. So that's the case, a sonic attack. Everyone present was affected and covered their ears tightly. And Niji only took a palm and slapped it to the ground. Bang! The ground shook, all the sounds were disrupted, the wire was pulled away, the bell fell, and Jin lost his most primitive means of attack. A fragile attack method, Anbu's thinking is terrible, the opponent is a sonic attack, and the sound is transmitted through vibration. Just a palm slap can make the ground vibrate more than a bell. Tenten watched the battle seriously, and I felt that watching this person's battle, I could learn a lot of practical knowledge. As expected of a strong man. And how did she know that the Anbu boy who he thoroughly admired was actually her teammate Hyoga Niji, whom she had always despised? This guy. Jin took a step back and hesitated a little. It was the first time she had seen someone who dared to break his moves like this. Next is me. A figure rushed in front of him quickly, Niji refined chakra, and said in his heart, "It's just right, I'll choose you." Sak's face was filled with immature anger, and he was a typical brainless ninja. Seeing a masked boy stealing the limelight here, he naturally couldn't bear it. Go to hell. Zero-range bombing. Palms are close to Niji's face, and they are 2 hands, and the chopper waves of both hands are released together. Niji snorted softly, and only stretched out his hand to break it lightly. Ah! Ah! The bone-piercing pain in the wrist came only for a moment. Sark widened his eyes, completely unable to believe that he was facing the power of normal people. This kind of strength is like a wrestler who has been practicing for 100 years. The strength of that powerful wrist was just a twist, which directly twisted his wrist away and moved towards the top. Bang! The double chopping air wave was released towards the sky. Ah! Let me go! Sak bit Kaiba, unable to hold back the pain in his wrist. No matter how much arrogance at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, it seems to be self-defeating. Niji narrowed his eyes, condensed chakra, and slapped it. Ugh! This palm almost killed Sak. With just one palm, he no longer struggled, the real pain was silent. Boom! In the air, there was only the sound of the palm hitting the body, and there was no more Sak's cry. A large amount of chakra of the thunder attribute was injected into Sak's body, and Zhang Kongbo was completely unable to activate it. My body is also numb. It's like being bound by lightning. My scalp is numb. Sark secretly said in his heart, and the biting pain made people almost lose their intuition. It took about a dozen slaps before Niji held back his strength and stopped. And Sark had fallen to the ground, with his eyes open and still conscious, but his mouth kept drooling, his eyes widened. Do you still need to call? Niji's own purpose had been accomplished, and he glanced at Toth. Tos clenched his fist and glanced again at Suzuki Uchiha, who was lying down. Here you are. Toth took out the scroll from his clothes and put it on the ground. Otagakure fled quickly, and the Anbu boy also withdrew directly. Inoshika CH can't believe what they see, especially Shikamaru. That guy moves as fast as a sumo. Judging by his height, he should be about the same age as us. It's scary. He frowned. Although Otagakure was strong, he had some strategies to deal with. And the masked boy just now. It's terrifying. If I become an enemy with someone like him, I think I'll give up the road of becoming Chunin. Ino and Koji also sighed, completely agreeing with what Shikamaru said. After all, Genin and Janin are separated by a mountain of strength. Chapter 21 Appreciate. The strongest Genin. Rescuing Sakura, Inoshika CH, and the others were worried that the situation would change, and they quickly flashed. Only Ten took out Shiwuja that Niji gave her earlier. This is a special Ojo herb, which is very rare and should be very effective. Ten gave Sakura some of the remaining herbs. Thank you. Hi. At this time, little Lee on the side also woke up. Ten looked at him with a big head. Oh, don't thank me. If you want to thank that thick eyebrow, he treats you. Sakura. Little Lee woke up, he immediately got up with difficulty and walked towards this side. Sakura, are you all right? I saw that Sakura's hair had been cut off, and the whole body was dirty and covered with large and small scars. Okay, I've already given the Sakura herb, you better take care of yourself first. Ten complained, pulling little Lee to leave. She suddenly felt really tired. How could there be such a strange thing in the team, not as good as Niji? Thinking of this, she thought again, but it's fortunate that Niji is not there. If you see the master just now, it is estimated that Niji will be hit a lot. It's all Palm, why is he so far away from others? On the other side, after Niji retreated, he didn't go far. Or find a place to take off the Anbu suit, take off the mask, pack up and plan to come back to find them. This dress is really useful. Niji hesitated for a moment, then collected his pockets. Forget it, let's not return it to them. Anyway, he also saved their lives, presumably Konoha's Anbu will not be short of money to this point, just lost a mask and a set of clothes, shouldn't he be traced to himself? Niji and Ten reconcile, listen to Ten tell him how brave the boy wearing the mask just now was. Little Lee agreed, and Niji just listened from behind, smiling silently. Gradually, it was dusk again, and the three of them stopped and rushed for most of the day, and finally reached the finish line smoothly. Good work, congratulations on passing the exam. Irika was already waiting in the room. I didn't expect that the center of the huge death forest was actually an intelligence station. Ten carried the scroll on his back and looked left and right. Little Lee was also eager to chat with Irika. At the moment when the two passed the exam, it seemed that all the fatigue had disappeared, and they were satisfied and relieved. Niji followed behind, silently. Physical strength is slowly recovering, and chakra is gradually returning to stability. Then, please go to the lounge inside and have a good rest. Several people walked to the lounge one after another. There are 2 groups inside, there are 5 people. 2 groups. On one side are the 3 of Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino, and on the other are the 2 of Tsunagakuer. Tsunagakuer's eyes are not particularly good, and they seem to disdain the company of Konoha's genin at all. Temari sat like a big sister, putting her hands on her hands and closing her eyes. Kankuro, on the other hand, put his hands around his chest and proudly looked at Niji and the others who entered. It's so slow. He yawned and turned his head away. Brother Niji. Hinata greeted with a smile, and Niji just smiled back. We are the 3rd. Ten and Little Lee went up to meet them and started to communicate with Kaiba and Shino. And Niji saw that the room was connected to another huge space, so he walked past the door. It might be better to go to a quiet place, but the eyes of those people in Tsunagakuer are really uncomfortable. After walking in, Niji realized that this place turned out to be a training ground. The huge space is as big as nearly 10 classrooms. It seems that this place used to be a training ground. Niji couldn't help but wonder about the history of the dead forest. Ground, in front of Niji's eyes are wooden stakes, there are nearly 100 of them, and other places are also full of potholes and various traces of practice, but they are all ancient. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. Niji walked over and slapped his hand. Hit on the stake, the dust is scattered, but it is not heavy, so it seems that this place was used not long ago. It is said that this is an Anbu organization's training ground. A few months ago, they moved to a larger practice ground. It is said that the Anbu organization is relatively mysterious and is not affiliated with Hokage. But, I don't know much. Ten walked in and walked towards a place as he spoke. Ah, there seems to be a hidden weapon area over there. I'm really curious. How do so many Anbu practice hidden weapons? Ten, who has a soft spot for shinobi, finally showed his true little girl side at this moment. She has already passed the exam, so naturally she will not embarrass Niji, and in all fairness, Niji has also made several credits this time. Niji didn't answer, but after confirming that his physical strength was gradually recovering, he began to practice against the stake. Naturally, there will be no wanton here, Niji is just doing simple movements. 1 palm, 2 palms, the movement is extremely fast. During the period from the time when the dust was bounced off to the point of landing, the number of palms Niji threw out was more than 2 hands could count. The stakes are all human-shaped stakes. If anyone who knows how to look at it, can see that Niji, even vacuum palm, is regularly practicing on the acupuncture points. Ten saw that Niji was cultivating, so he didn't say anything, and went to look for various hidden weapons to observe. An hour passed just like that. Drink. Niji was still practicing, and when Ten came to see it again, his jaw dropped. No, Niji, why are you still practicing? Niji looked back and stopped. Ding! This training is over, Gentle Fist Proficiency 779. 8 Trigram 64 Palms Proficiency 128. Niji chuckled, ah, just practice casually, it's not hard anyway. Ten tilted his neck, thinking of the mysterious Anbu master he met in the forest. I said, you should have listened to me about that Anbu wearing a mask. People's palms are the real palms. Ten said this, it seemed that he couldn't bear to attack Niji. Hey, you'd better take a good rest. If you can recharge your energy and be able to be promoted to tune in together with us this time, think of a way to work hard. Just practicing is useless. Tenten said and was about to leave. At this time, a strange voice sounded. You're wrong, this guy is strong. Who? Tenten broke out in a cold sweat, and even Niji was startled, and he immediately looked up. I saw Gara standing with her feet on the ceiling, looking down with her head up. Ah! When did you bastard? Tenten hurriedly took a few steps back, watching Gara jump down, pale in shock. Gara's eyes were always inseparable from Niji in front of the stake. I've watched you for a long time, you're the strongest genin I've ever met in Konoha. Gara's words startled Niji slightly. The strongest. Tenten frowned, looking at this short UI with a sand gourd on his back, puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? That Niji guy is the tail of Konoha's crane. Soon as Tenten finished speaking, Gara glared. The speed of the sand in the sand gourd is extremely fast, and it is grabbed directly at the Tenten like a devil's claws. Chapter 22 Battle. The third exam. Moment, Tenten also noticed it, but his body didn't seem to be able to keep up with this reaction. The speed of the sand was so light that the naked eye could barely catch it, and the Tenten was about to be attacked. Swoosh sound, the sand was scattered in an instant. Swish! The sand, which was like a living thing just now, was pierced by a hand, and it was like a dead thing, all fell in an instant, and there was no movement. Niji stood in front of Tenten with a calm face. And Gara stared, a little surprised. He can't understand such behavior, save people? Can't understand. He can only understand one thing, and that is the speed and technique just now. He judged correctly, this person in front of him is very strong. Niji. Tenten was also a little surprised by Niji's speed and stood up. Thank you, when did you get so fast? Niji turned his head and smiled, no, I was just about to go this way, so I reacted. Speaking of which, what are you trying to do? Tenten immediately focused on Gara, who had attacked him just now, and asked loudly. I'm not interested in you, but I am very interested in your partner. Gara chuckled lightly, the sand slowly returned to his gourd, and his hands crossed his chest again, returning to his indifference. What's your name? Gara asked. Hyaga Niji. Niji thought to himself, and sooner or later he would fight this guy, and he didn't need to be too restrained. Gara. Gara turned her head and left without looking back. Chunin exam, I can't wait to have a fight with you. The footsteps are getting farther and farther, and the voice echoes in the practice field. Tenten just sighed, the guys at Tsunagakura are really hard to mess with this year. Not only do they look strong, but their attitude is disgusting. Tenten complained, and Niji just didn't answer. He asked himself this question leisurely in his heart, is he confident to win Gara now? Not necessarily. This answer made Niji feel uneasy for a long time. Thinking about this, he started a new practice. Exam time is over. After being notified, all the candidates were taken out of the forest of death and assembled in a clearing. Irika counted the number of people and muttered, there are only 7 teams left, 21 people. At this time, a young man suddenly stood up. It is Yakushi Kabuto. Sorry, I'm going to quit this exam. Naruto, hey. Niji, who was standing in the corner, was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Niji turned around, it was the examiner of the previous round, Mitarashi Anko. I didn't expect your kid to pass the exam, it's really good. Niji smiled naively and dealt with it. Well then, everyone, come with me. Now the third round of exams will begin. Ah! Also. Moonlight Hayate appeared, and everyone was surprised. After running around for 3 days and 3 nights, I didn't expect the third round of exams to come. Niji looked at Moonlight Hayate, a very gloomy looking guy with dark circles in his eyes almost like Gara-s. It seems that there is some problem with the lungs and has been coughing non-stop. Kabuto, who suddenly quit the competition. There are 21 people left in the 7 groups. They are arranged to fight in pairs, and the winners can enter the official Chunin selection meeting. Everyone was taken to a venue, which was the training ground for examinations in the underground Konoha. The space is large enough, and there is a small number of auditoriums above. On the edge of the training ground, there is also a huge sign of fire, which looks very spectacular. Little Lee, congratulations on passing the exam. Guy's voice resounded throughout the audience. Mr. Guy. Little Lee regained his spirits immediately. Then, Jainin, one after another, walked in. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai all came out, and a few special Jainin came to watch. Everyone is worried about the result of this Chunin exam. You guys have to work hard. Kakashi waved at everyone and said with a smile. Shikamaru glanced at the people above, narrowed his eyes and said, fortunately Asuma didn't come. Anyway, our team has no hope. Seeing this, Niji sighed. It's all Jainin? It seems that you have to be careful again, you will be seen if you are not careful. When everyone was talking, Moonlight Hayate coughed twice and said, then, the person whose name appears on the big screen, come to the venue, and the others will go up and wait. Uchiha Sasuke. The first name came out, and the audience was surprised. Wow, didn't expect to see the first battle of the genius of the Uchiha clan. Who will be his opponent? Can anyone beat him? Akimi Kikoji. Niji was taken aback. He really didn't expect the first combination to be these two. Everyone started to go up, with only Uchiha Sasuke and Akimichi Koji remaining on the field. Koji. Be careful. Ino is also interested in Sasuke, he is more worried about his teammates. And Kakashi was telling Sasuke something, and Sasuke squeezed a part of the back of his neck tightly. Niji hummed softly. Orochimaru really cast a spell. Got to the auditorium, Niji found that the people around him were slowly gathering people, and everyone stood in a line watching, not far from each other. Yo! Inyazuka Kaiba came to Niji's side and immediately greeted him warmly. I'll be lucky if I fight you. Niji knew what he meant, but just smiled. Next to it, Tenten and Little Lee. Tenten said with emotion, Niji, Little Lee and I can't cover you now, you have to rely on yourself. Then. Hayate took a step back, reached forward, and ordered. The game begins. The two sides of the battle, Uchiha Sasuke and Akimichi Koji of the Akimichi clan. Sasuke-kun. Overturn that fat pig. Audience, Sakura immediately started cheering. Shikamaru and Ino were stunned when the voice came out. Damn it! This guy, said a forbidden sentence? Shikamaru widened his eyes. Koji, who heard the fat pig once, frowned and became furious. Fat pig? Did you just call me fat pig? Koji bit Kaiba, looked at Uchiha Sasuke not far ahead, and immediately lost the limited state just now, full of fighting spirit. And Sasuke seems to be in pain at this time, and frowns. Come on, I don't have time to mess with you. Ah! Meat Bomb Chariot! Lion Bomb! The winner! Uchiha Sasuke! Hey! Koji, it's still too hard to beat Sasuke. Ino put his chin on his hand, feeling a little disappointed. Sasuke-kun! Wow, so handsome! The first game, Sasuke won without a doubt, which was also expected by Niji. It's just that this kind of random assignment is really exciting. And Niji is also very concerned about what kind of opponent he will face for the first time. Jainin is watching all around. Cough, then, the next group. As Hayate spoke, he covered his mouth with a fist, his eyes gloomy and deep. Sarkavotogakur, yes. After the first name appeared, everyone's eyes began to focus on the next name that kept scrolling. After a few seconds, it appeared. Hyoga Hinata. Chapter 23 Gentle Fist. Echoing Chakra. Hinata. Niji murmured subconsciously and looked in the direction of Hinata. Hinata's pure face. But she quickly overcame it. After all, it was the main clan of the Hyoga clan. Niji was a little worried. Niji still knew Akatsuki a little bit about Sak's methods. Now Hinata is probably not his opponent. Top of that, Sark is a man of Otogaku, and their methods are extremely cruel, as are their temperaments. But if I persuade Hinata to give up the game now, it seems to be unreasonable. He began to be strict. If this Sak dared to hurt Hinata in the slightest, then his life would be in danger. Ahem, please contestants Hyoga Hinata and Sark come to the venue. Hey! Sark grinned and went down to the venue. He was in a mess, as if he had been electrocuted not long ago. He looked very sloppy, but the rebelliousness in his eyes was always there. When Hinata saw the person in front of him, he was a little frightened, and Sak even looked like he was limping when he was walking. What's the matter? The Jainins on the stage were all surprised, and Hayate also found something wrong and asked, Sark, you seem to be injured, are you sure you want to continue to participate in the competition? But Sark didn't care and snorted coldly, don't worry about my injury. He bit Kaiba, remembering how he had been taught a lesson in the Forest of Death, and he was angry. Looking at Hinata, you Hyoga family like to use palms, right? Well, I happen to hate people who use palms the most, come and have a good fight with me. There was cruelty in his eyes. Hayate could not be persuaded, but gave up. Then let's begin. As soon as the game started, Sark couldn't hold back, and charged directly and quickly towards Hinata. Hinata, come on. Let him know how good you are. Inyazuka Kaiba on the side supported loudly. Niji only put his arms around his chest and secretly hand-sealed. Byakugan. The blue veins burst out, and the energy flowed all over the body, leading to the surrounding area, gathering in the eye area, and using the chakra as a carrier to transmit it to the optic nerve. This is... Niji was startled and saw that in Sark's body, in addition to Zangkongbo, there was another chakra. That chakra is impartial, it is the remnant of his own thunder attribute nature transformation. Like thunder and lightning, it rushed through Sark's body intermittently. Niji did not expect that the experiment in the forest would allow this kid to endure the follow-up effects until now. It's no wonder that he was in a state of embarrassment when he came out. If it wasn't for the special release method of his Zangkongbo move, I'm afraid he couldn't use ninjutsu normally until now, right? On the field, Hinata immediately dodged. Oh! Naive little girl! Under everyone's attention, Sark slapped over, and Hinata evaded in time. But when Hinata's footsteps just landed, Sark turned his palm and aimed at Hinata. Chopping air waves. Drink. Too cunning. Inyazuka Kaiba looked on, indignant. The other hand, Niji, who was driving Byakugan, was very calm. Niji could see clearly under the dust. Hinata reacted and quickly ducked to avoid the attack. The audience was shocked. It turns out that the little girl of the Hyoga family is so powerful. It's on, Byakugan's battle. Niji just smiled comfortably. Although Hinata's talent is not above the extreme, but he can quickly open Byakugan and use actual combat. Niji has done similar reaction training tens of thousands of times, and Hinata is naturally brought by himself to do a lot of training. Such an attack still seemed a little immature in front of Byakugan. Damn it! Another shot. Unexpectedly, Sak saw that he was unsuccessful, and seeing that Hinata was about to launch a counterattack, he immediately used the other hand. This time it's a burst. Bang and bang, Hinata had no choice but to give up the attack and stretch the distance. As expected of Hinata, the reaction is really fast. Byakugan of the Hyoga clan is really good at taijutsu. Little Lee watched and praised in shock. Because he is also a specialist in physical jutsu and does not know how to ninjutsu, so he has to work hard. He was really envious of Hinata's ability to strengthen his physical skills to such a degree because of a Byakugan. Niji didn't speak, but Kaiba by the side couldn't sit still. Byakugan is not omnipotent. For example, Niji, don't you also have Byakugan? You can't even beat Hinata, right? Kaiba looked at Niji with contempt. But Niji didn't bother to care about him. Seeing that Kaiba has such a personality, and Kaiba has a sense of justice, he has been taking care of Hinata on the same team. So Niji wouldn't care about him. Tenten on the side also complained, "Look, Niji, if you don't improve your strength, you will be underestimated." Little Lee smiled naively, "Niji has worked hard." Niji was about to interrupt to talk to them, but off the court, a big change happened. Physique? If that's the case, I'll leave it alone. Full power. Sak made a seal and ran in the direction of Hinata swiftly, his eyes full of killing intent. Everyone, pay attention. Under Niji's Byakugan, Zak's whole body is filled with Zangkong waves. This guy. Want to die, Hinata? Niji shouted, however, Hinata was too late to avoid. Gentle fist method sprint. Hinata's feet were wrapped in thick chakra, she couldn't take care of it so much anymore, and she planned to hit it hard. No. Niji reached out, grabbed the railing, and planned to go down. At this time, Tenten on the side advised, "Niji, this is an exam, if Hinata is in danger, the referee will stop it. And there are several Jainin watching here." Niji bit Kaiba and continued to look into the field. Unexpectedly, the situation has changed drastically. Crack! I saw that Hinata slapped Sak directly in the face. Day! Another palm. Subsequently, dozens of palms were thrown. All at once in unexpected positions. In Niji's eyes, this is the result of poor Hinata gentle fist skills. However, in the eyes of others at this time, Hinata's move directly caused Sark to lose completely. I saw that Hinata's palm was thrown out from the first blow, and Sak's whole body seemed to be in control and could no longer move. When the second palm went down, Sak's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. I thought it was just Hinata's palms that were too quintessential, but after that, Sak's trembling from his body seemed to be a force within himself that was controlling his chakra, making it difficult for him to move on his own. Niji was also gradually surprised. The thunder attribute chakra that he had penetrated into Sak's body was echoing every gentle fist of Hinata's palms. And began to wantonly his whole body. Gentle fist to the face, the acupuncture points and blood vessels on the face are all eroded by chakra. Gentle fist to the chest, the meridians of the chest and the heart, and the thunder-type chakra began to spread to the whole body. Ah 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 ah! Ah! Sak stepped back, even Hinata himself did not expect that his palms could have such power. I saw Sark trembling uncontrollably, even though Hinata had stopped attacking. He seemed to have received an electric shock, and then fell heavily and lost consciousness. Chapter 24 Guess. Mysterious Boy. Winner. Hyoga Hinata. Even the referee on the field was a little surprised. His eyes were hesitant, and he looked at Sark, who fell to the ground. What happened to this child when he fell to the ground just now? Even though it's Hyaga's gentle fist, it's like being clicked. Seeing Kakashi here, he quickly unfolded his blindfold. Sharingan. This is... Kakashi looked serious and seemed to see something surprising. What's wrong? Guy asked. Kurenai also came over with concern. The child has a thunder-type chakra in his body, which is a nature transformation. Nature transformation? It's not something that Genin's children can master? Kurenai frowned and asked in surprise. She is a demonic illusion ninja, and of course she is also the nature transformation of Grandmaster Chakra, which is very clear. Kakashi shook his head and said, "No, that's not his own power. This child seems to have been injured. But I don't know why, when the thunder-type chakra came into contact with gentle fist, something connected the reaction caused the remaining power in the body to spread out again. Niji, who was far away from them, was deeply shocked. This is the chakra supplied by the system, which can actually be stored in the human body. What's even more terrifying is that as long as it is gentle fist, it can echo that chakra. Niji took a deep breath, his thoughts a little confused. That it was too dangerous to use one's own spells on genin at will. Niji had already released the water, but it still caused such serious consequences. If you accidentally reveal your identity, it's even more of a loss. However, it is self-defeating that this trip successfully allowed Hinata to win the game with a crooked hit, and successfully entered the next stage. Amazing! Hinata! Kaiba on the side shouted excitedly, then glanced at Niji and laughed wickedly. How is it? Hinata is amazing, right? You have to work hard. Tenten also shook his head with emotion and urged Niji, Niji, I think you really can't keep up with your sister. It doesn't matter. Niji responded with a small smile. He didn't bother to argue with them about these meaningless topics. The important thing now is that in the next game, he can no longer use that technique. If there are some characters that are easy to deal with, it is easy to say. If it were someone from Tsunagakure or someone from Otagakure, it would be a bit difficult to handle with the current physical strength. Jainin, who was present, should see some clues. If he uses that trick again, it will be difficult for him to be held accountable for this matter. After all, Anko didn't show up again after the exam, so she'd probably report her encounter with a mysterious Anbu boy in the Forest of Death. Next set, Uzumaki Naruto vs TOS. Humph! It's finally my turn. Naruto jumped off the field immediately, excited. Naruto, be careful! Sakura urged from behind, and Naruto nodded. In the Forest of Death, it was the three Otagakure who came to trouble them. Sark! Looking at the unconscious Sark being carried out, TOS murmured. Jin on the side was worried and said, it was left by the man in the forest. Sak was beaten down by his chakra. Toth turned his head and said, it seems that Sasuke Uchiha can't move for the time being. I'll take revenge on Sark, goddamn Konoha ninja. Having said that, he jumped off the stage. In the spectator seats, the three Jainin were gathered together with serious expressions on their faces. You mean, that chakra, not Hinata's? Guy asked in surprise. Kurenai nodded heavily, well, I know that kid Hinata, he can't have such an advanced nature transformation. Not to mention the thunder attribute, that kid can't be a master. Kurenai has always been a careful teacher, she said so, Kakashi will not doubt it. To be honest, even my Reikari is not necessarily more powerful than the chakra attributes just now. Guy was even more surprised when Kakashi said that. Kurenai sighed, so I said, it's definitely not the reason for Hinata. All in all, that guy became like this after he came out of the Forest of Death. I heard from Anko that he met a mysterious Anbu boy in the Forest of Death. The boy's moves seemed to have the chakra nature transformation of the thunder attribute. Young Anbu. Kakashi's words caught the attention of the two. It's all peaceful years. Are there any people who entered Anbu when they were young? Kakashi too? Guy laughed and joked. Kakashi rolled his eyes at him, and said coldly, okay, this joke is not funny at all. Anko said that there is no such person in Anbu, that Guy's Anbu mask and Anbu suit were picked up. Hey! While a few people were talking, below, Naruto and TOS were already fighting. 3 or 2 times, Naruto was knocked to the ground by the hammer. Ah, your students are going to lose, Kakashi. It's okay. Kakashi's response is pending. Immediately, Naruto, who was knocked to the ground, thought he couldn't get up again, and got up again with difficulty. It's not over yet. It's really the ninja of the #1 accident. Don't you admit defeat? Guy said with a smile. Wait, don't get off the topic. This matter is definitely not a topic to talk about. Now is a sensitive period for Chunin's exam. The identity of any mysterious person will attract the attention of high-level officials. Well, Anko said, the boy told him to strengthen the village's defenses recently. And their opponent in the Forest of Death is Orochimaru. Orochimaru. The name made them even more shocked. Wait, you mean, that mysterious Anbya boy, against Orochimaru? Who won? Guy started to pay more attention. Orochimaru ran away. In terms of physical skills, he is completely inferior to that boy. This. Yui and Guy looked at each other, confused. While Kakashi was watching his students' battles, he chatted again. Actually, Anko gave me a guess. That boy is probably a boy from the Hokage clan, because his palms are very similar to 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and gentle fist. In terms of height, the height of Niji in your team. Hey! Only Guy, but Kurane Yui also glanced at Niji over there resentfully. Hinata is under her command, so she also knows the Hokage clan. Niji, but the Hokage clan's recognized waste ninja, without any talent, how can 8 trigram 64 palms? Guy also smiled and said, that's right, it can't be that guy Niji. Although that kid works hard, but... Speaking of this, Guy suddenly froze. He remembered Niji's determined look in the early stages of the Chunin exam. Even facing himself, his determination to take the Chunin exam felt like he was ambitious from the very beginning. No way? Guy asked himself inwardly. I'm just telling you guys. I'm afraid that the village will have to strengthen protection during this time, and we have to get busy. Of course I know that, no one can be Niji. Kakashi said. Might Guy was lost in thought. Niji, who was standing there and focused on observing the battlefield, was not very similar to the old scrap Niji. Gotta get a chance to try him. Such thoughts lingered in Might Guy's mind. Chapter 25 Powerful. The Hidden Village of Sand. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto. The cheers of the audience sounded. In this battle of Naruto's counterattack, Toth, who was out of physical strength, was narrowly defeated by perseverance. And Niji in Byakugan state can see it clearly. Toth's chakra is limited, and in the end it's just exhausted. And sonic attacks have little effect on Naruto with Kaiba, 9 tails, in his body, and Naruto, as a Uzumaki family, has a very terrifying chakra volume. I saw. Naruto. Kaiba, who was standing on the side, cheered and cheered every time he saw the wonderful place, and he was naturally very excited to see Naruto's victory. Tenten lifted his chin, it's great, Konoha's newcomers look good this year, winning 3 games in a row. Hey, it's also the tail of the crane, but Naruto is getting stronger and stronger. Kaiba said, looking towards Niji intentionally or not. Niji just chuckled, don't worry, I'll try my best. Tenten worried and said, Niji. Your thinking is not good, just hard work is not good. I know you work hard, but... Okay, let's watch the game seriously. At this time, a figure appeared on the side, and it was their teacher Might Guy. Mr. Guy. Little Lee came over. What's the matter? Tos took the initiative to leave the field injured. Jin came over and asked. These guys in Konoha are more secretive than each other, I'm afraid this guy Orochimaru sent us to die. From the moment they met the Anbya boy in the forest, something went wrong. It was only in the previous game that they discovered that Sasuke had been cursed. Now this young man in the same class as Sasuke, chakra is also unusually large, and the recovery of physical strength is not like an ordinary person. Kim, I'm going to see Sark first. Come and find me when you finish. Toth said, and left the arena. Then, the big screen continued to scroll. Next game. In the field, the referee Moonlight Hayate took a step forward and glanced at everyone with gloomy eyes. Because watching Naruto's game, everyone seemed to be fighting chicken blood, eager to try. It seemed that there was only one Byakugan kid with a calm face. Is that the tail of the Hyuga clan's crane? Hayate narrowed his eyes, glanced at Niji, and then casually put it aside. It seems that there is another person, with an indifferent face and no emotional expression. Is that from Tsunagakure? I saw that man with UI hair, dark circles under his eyes, dressed differently from the other two Tsunagakures, and carrying a gourd made of sand behind his back. Then, two names appeared on the big screen. Kim vs Yamanakino. Cough, these two players are here. I'm going. Ino greeted the two teammates. He immediately left the field with fighting spirit. Her ninjutsu is not suitable for fighting, so she made a great determination to fight hard. However, Jinyan watched Toth go, and his heart was long gone from the battlefield. As Otagakure, he didn't care whether the result of the Chunin exam was at all. I abstain. She stretched out her hand, and one sentence caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked at each other. Referee, is it all right? Hayate, who was in a daze, found that Jin was looking at her. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Winner, Yamanaka Ino. Afterwards, Jin did not hesitate, and left the venue directly following the direction that Toth went. Ah! This, I won? Ino reluctantly accepted this fact, but also realized it later. This is probably a good thing. Next game, Rock Lee vs Harano Sakura. Lee. Ten looked at little Lee in surprise, his eyes full of worry. But little Lee himself stared blankly at the screen. Guy and Niji both sighed. I think I saw the end of the game. Niji muttered as Kaiba leaned over. What's the end? You'll know just by looking. Niji chuckled. The Ten on the side was holding his forehead with his hand, looking troubled. Then, please come off the NII player directly. Harano Sakura, little Lee, let's have a serious fight. Little Lee, Sakura, I. Harano Sakura, referee, can we start? Hayate, Little Lee, wait. I surrender. Hayate. Winner, Harano Sakura. And Ino on the stage was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Me and Sakura both won like this? Great! Sakura! You've made the cut! Naruto on the stage cheered. And Sakura just glared at him impatiently, full of depression. Back at the spectator stand, Guy cried and grabbed little Lee and shouted, Lee! You stinky boy! How can you make such a choice for a woman after working so hard for so long? Little Lee also cried bitterly, Mr. Guy. I don't want to, but I can't do it at all. Good apprentice, the teacher understands you. You are really a good boy who understands people. Mr. Guy. Niji smirked, and Ten next to him gave him a blank look. Ah, come again, why do I have such two idiot masters and apprentices? Niji, you are much more normal in this comparison. Then, let's start the next game directly. Cough. Hayate waved his hand, the names on the screen continued to rotate, and the people in the field had to start paying attention to the next game. Kankuruf Sinyazukakaba. As soon as the name appeared, the corner of Kaiba's mouth twitched. It's finally my time, isn't it? Niji nodded and reminded, Kaiba, the Genins in Tsunagakure village are very good this year. Be careful. But Kaiba snorted softly, that's just for you weak ninjas, I won't lose to him. After all, step down with confidence. And Kankuro, dressed in black, impatiently waited to start. The game, start. At the beginning of the game, Kaiba took the lead and rushed towards Kankuro with the ninja dog. Ninja, four-legged technique. Humph. Kankuro snorted coldly and jumped up. Immediately in the air, Kaiba grabbed the gap and lunged at it. But Kankuro just moved his fingers, and Inyazuka Kaiba's ankle seemed to be pulled by something, and the whole body was out of control, and then flung into the air. Kankuro, who landed first, hurriedly threw a shuriken. Inyazuka Kaiba hurriedly dodged but was too late, and cut through the clothes from the arm, cut through the flesh and blood, leaving a wound. Kankuro's mouth twitched, he raised his hand and pulled back the long object he was carrying, and said, "It seems that you don't even need to use a crow for something like you." Kaiba was on the ground, looking angry. Niji then closed Byakugan. "It's over." Tenten quarreled with Niji, and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Niji, what did you see?" Niji only whispered, "Kaiba's body is covered with puppet threads, and the shuriken just now was poisoned." Immediately, Kaiba attacked Kankuro with his confident movement. But each time, it was a different mistake, causing Kankuro to dodge easily. Eventually, due to the effects of the poison, Kaiba lost his mobility, and although his consciousness was clear, his body was paralyzed. "Genin from Konoha village is too weak, isn't it?" Kankuro smiled. Winner, Kankuro. In the last round of exams, Kaiba, who had reached the finish line before them, was just defeated by the opponent. Easy and fast. Is this the village of Tsunagakuer? How strong? Tenten frowned, the pressure in his heart doubled. Then, the next game. Tenten vs Tsunagakuer village in Konoha village. Temari. Chapter 26 Opponent. Tsunagakuer Gara. Sand, Tsunagakuer village. Tenten was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, she bit Kaiba again, barely holding on. Him is Niji, the tail of the crane. Little Lee admits defeat. If she is also afraid, where will Teacher Guy's face go? I'm here. Tenten sorted his thoughts, supported the railing with his hands, and jumped down. Handsome debut. On the other side, it was the same, with a neat landing action. A crisp sound, the closed giant iron fan behind Temari also slammed to the ground, and the sound was a little heavy. Kaiba was helped up, still standing beside Niji, watching the game. "Aren't you going to rest?" Niji asked. "No, these boys from Tsunagakuer." He bit Kaiba and seemed a little unconvinced. After all, he lost the game because of a plot. But he still praised, "Those guys in Tsunagakuer seem to despise our Konoha ninjas, I want to see Tenten completely win them here." Niji's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. "I don't know if Tenten can win this game." The game starts. Ha! Hey! As soon as the two of them started, the battle was fierce. Tenten pulls out a large scroll, from which shuriken, kunao and thousands of hidden weapons are constantly summoned. On the other hand, Temari opened his iron fan. A star. Fan up a huge storm and blast all the hidden weapons away. The hidden weapon fluttered in the air, and the storm that Temari disliked was like hitting an iron wall, and it was impossible to break through. Tenten took out two scrolls, one in each of his left and right hands, and ran forward. Temari's mouth twitched, and he immediately stepped back, not giving Tenten a chance to get close. Too naive. Tenten went straight into the air after getting close to Temari halfway. "This is..." Tenten. Guy, who saw this situation, was secretly surprised. This is the secret of Tenten's hard work, so here it is, watching this kid really wants to win this Konoha vs Tsunagakuer match. I saw that the two scrolls were scattered, Tenten was spinning in the air, and various strange warlocks began to appear in the scrolls. Tool Shuang Shen Glong is the upgrade of Thang Long. Niji rubbed his chin. The power of this technique can indeed deepen a lot, but Temari is simply a ninja who restrains Tenten. Then, thousands of ninja tools flew towards Temari, sharp and sharp. 2 stars. Temari sees that the power is stronger this time, and will open it again without authorization, only using a force. But this time, it didn't seem to work. The number of those hidden weapons was more and heavier, and only half of them were blown away. Bang! Temari stepped back again, dodged the first part of the attack, picked up the iron fan with all his strength, and opened all the iron fans. 3 stars! Hoo! The huge storm blew all the hidden weapons away. After the end of the ninjutsu, the Tenten who fell to the ground bit Kaiba, only to realize that he was completely restrained. Scene was deadlocked, and Tenten seemed to have no chance of winning. Bang! Tenten took out a large scroll from behind and summoned 2 huge shuriken, but the shape was a little weird, and it looked more like a fan blade. This guy, is it for real? Little Lee next to him swallowed. Niji didn't see it either, so he asked, "What is this?" Guy behind him smiled and said, "That's Tenten's bottom-of-the-box weapon, the Wind Demon Shuriken." Drink! Threw the shuriken at Temari hard, and started a quick hand seal. This guy is a genius at manipulating hidden weapons, and she is the only one who can learn this S-rank ninjutsu with her own efforts when she is a genin. Niji nodded lightly, without making a sound. Kaiba widened his eyes, looking forward to the scene where Tenten would turn the Tsunagakure on the opposite side. The trajectory of the huge shuriken was obvious, and Temari easily avoided it, but after that, it was another shot. Dang, the shuriken was thrown away by Temari's iron fan. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Tenten hand seal, start ninjutsu. I saw the 2 Wind Demon Shuriken, quickly cloned in the air, into dozens. Tenten's eyes are full of anger. Kankuro's mockery of Konoha ninja, she will use this trick to regain her dignity. Humph, ninfa kama ataki. Temari seemed to have had enough fun. Seeing that Tenten had pushed her to a dead end, she made a seal, lifted the iron fan, and moved it back and forth at will. The huge storm is like a living creature. It is no longer an ordinary storm, but it seems to condense into a controllable tornado, consciously resisting all the Wind Demon Shuriken. 1, 2, 3, until the 20 Wind Demon Shuriken, all of which were thrown away by the storm. While Tenten was still surprised, Temari took the storm again. Ah! The range of this ninjutsu attack covered almost the entire field, and Tenten had nowhere to escape. Winner, Temari. Tsunagakure's genin is really strong. Guy sighed and sighed softly. Despite disobedience, the winner is king. Kaiba next to him has already bitten the Kaiba pass, and he is so angry. Temari, on the other hand, glanced disdainfully at the slumped Tenten and smiled proudly and contemptuously. The names on the scroll wheel are getting faster and faster. Next game, Tsunagakure Gara. The first name to appear is Gara. And that UI-haired boy, already hand seal, Shazishan, end. Konoha won 3 games in a row, Tsunagakure won 2 games in a row, and it was another Tsunagakure. Can someone recover the scene next? Although these are small scenes without dignity in front of Konoha's Janin and others, but Tenten, Kaiba, and others are secretly competing in their hearts. Whoever it is, we must bring down this sand gourd. Inyazuka Kaiba glared furiously. Hyaganiji. A name suddenly appeared behind the big screen. Both sides please, ahem, come to the field, the game will start immediately. Moonlight Hayate just had a gloomy expression, stepped back and stretched out his hand. This. Next to Inyazuka Kaiba, his heart seemed to be broken at this moment. Niji, if you can't beat it, surrender. Tenten, who was also helped up, was full of embarrassment, with a hesitant face. She and Kaiba were only slightly injured, so they stayed to watch the game even if they lost. Niji, go up and show off the results of your practice. Niji was stunned for a moment, and was tapped hard on the shoulder. From behind, Guy laughed and gave Niji a thumbs up. Niji's mouth twitched slightly. I'll try my best. Immediately, he walked to the side and walked down the steps slowly. Step by step. Everyone in the arena, after noticing that Gara had used an advanced teleportation technique to leave the field, All turned their attention to the Hyuga clan known as Konoha, the tail of the crane. He actually walked down like a leisurely stroll. Of all the matches, this is the only one so far. What the hell is this guy doing? How do you go on? There is such a strange thing. Facing the doubts of some trash fish, Niji squinted and smiled. Isn't this staircase just for people to walk? Niji said, complaining secretly in his heart. It's really unfortunate that with so many Jonin around, he has to fight against such a powerful Tsunagakuer. But remembering the tragic defeat of Tenten and Kaiba just now, Niji felt that what he was about to do was very meaningful. Chapter 27 Fight. Absolute Defense. Mr. Guy, I'm sorry, I couldn't win against my opponent. Tenten bowed his head, full of self-blame. Guy comforted, that Tsunagakuer just restrained you, Tenten, you are very strong. But, this year, our class seems to have come to Chunin for the exam for nothing. Tenten said, sniffing, there were a few unsatisfactory tears in his eyes. What? Niji still has hope. Guy said, wanting to see as much detail as possible of Niji's battle. Yes, I believe in Niji too. Little Lee nodded firmly. Ah. Tenten sighed, and didn't know what stupid things Guy was talking about. This pair of master and apprentices is absolutely amazing. Can Niji still win Tsunagakuer? Killing her, can't believe it. Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't help but feel disappointed. Damn. In his eyes, he seemed to have seen the end of this match. This time Konoha was a complete failure against Tsunagakuer. Oh, how's it going? At this time, Kankuro of Tsunagakuer came over. You Guy. Kaiba gave him a vicious look. Don't hate me. This is a game. If you lose, you lose. You should thank me. If I were a little harder on you, it would be more than just a poison that restricts your actions. Kankuro's eyes were full of sarcasm. Kaiba, whose actions are somewhat affected by the follow-up of the poison, can only be taken lightly. Tenten, who were also the losers, did not dare to say anything again. Everyone looked down the field. Niji and Gaara had already started to fight, both of them were not moving. Kankuro said leisurely, don't look at it, this guy will lose this game. In Tsunagakuer village, no Chunin can even beat Gaara. Any Chunin? Little Lee's eyes widened. Tenten and Kaiba were also secretly surprised. This UI-haired boy off the court more powerful than Kankuro and Temari just now? Even if I join forces with Temari, it will not be Gaara's opponent at all. Kankuro said sarcastically, which put a lot of psychological pressure on several people. Referee, why don't you start? Niji glanced at Hayate. And Hayate was startled. Ah. He had been paying attention to Gaara opposite Niji just now. This kid has an indifferent expression, and there is still a kind of killing intent in his eyes that may erupt at any time, and he is extremely pure, the pureness of a master. Can't help but stay for a while, forget to call to start. Gaara's Hyuga, the game starts. You are finally in my hands, come on, let me experience the strength of Konoha village. Gaara glared at Niji, expectantly. But Niji didn't answer, he just thought for a while. First of all, you can't use the Thunder Attribute Chakra, and the same is true for Revolving Heaven's Wind Attribute Chakra, not to mention that the two moves have not been fully formed, and Jonin will see them and doubt the source of their abilities. Niji thought so in his heart, and finally, sighed, ah, looking at these Jonins like this is really getting in the way. Hey! Sandgord flew over, Niji tilted his head, and shot in the air. What are you dazed about? Gaara squinted slightly, seeing that Niji didn't seem to have him in his eyes. Try it first, Niji muttered, ignoring Gaara at all. Rapidly. Hey! Gaara was startled, and the next moment, Niji had appeared in front of him. One palm. Very skilled palm speed, not pediatric. But the sand had already followed up and resisted the front. Gaara's mouth twitched slightly, Ha, you are 100 times more skilled than the last time you were in the training ground. Niji only frowned and said softly, absolute defense. Shasha gathered from all around. Niji stepped back immediately. The sound of the sand is very permeating, but it is not fast. Byakugan. The speed of absolute defense is obviously greater than that of these offensive sands. Is the quality of the sand different? In Niji's eyes, the chakra content in these sands is also worlds apart. Come again. As Gaara spoke, she stretched out her hand, and the sand in front of her formed a sand wave like a claws, rushing towards Niji. As the use of Gaara chakra increases, there are more and more sands, mixed with sand from underground and sand gourds, and even air can condense sand. Is that so? No wonder there's so much sand. Niji stepped back, but at the right moment, moved forward quickly. With Byakugan's Niji, the speed will be faster. Guy on the field, explained. Niji's movements were very agile to avoid all the sand's attacks. The moment he approached Gaara, he moved behind him and slammed it hard. Pfft! It was still sand, spreading out towards the periphery. It's not the movement of all the sand, but the movement of the sand in the gourd to refine the chakra and quickly make sand out of thin air, which has nothing to do with the speed of movement. Niji analyzed lightly, no wonder that no matter how fast he moves, the sand can keep up. Oh! Even the combat IQ is so high? Gaara praised again. But Niji ignored it and held out his hand. Try it? 8 trigrams, 64 palms. This is... Guy frowned slightly. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. With 1 palm and 1 palm, all of them hit the sand shield, with no effect. This is the armor of sand, absolute defense. 64 palms. Puff! Niji was blown away by a huge amount of sand bullets and landed more than 10 meters away. As for Gaara where he was, the sand continued to cover him and surround him like a living thing. Give it up, Gaara's absolute defense, no one can break it. Kankuro said very proudly. Kaiba only sighed, don't be ashamed, Konoha village lost this time. Tenten was also speechless. Niji got closer and tried again. Will it be a waste of time? Gaara smiled contemptuously and raised her hand. A huge amount of sand quickly gathered and attached to Niji's body, and the strength increased at the speed of the branch line. Niji felt that his whole body was bound, and he could just pull away, but then he would not be able to judge how to deal with the entanglement of sand. Drink. Niji did not escape, but tried his own risk. Activate the chakra in the body first, in the most primitive state, flow out from the acupuncture points and meridians, and release it. Niji bit Kaiba, his entire body was covered in sand. Is it over? Kaiba sighed impatiently, seeming to have felt the humiliation of failure. But... wow! Sand loosened a lot in an instant, and Niji pulled away immediately. Ding! 8 trigrams. 1 hit body proficiency 79. 8 trigrams. 1 blow can release chakra from the whole body, causing huge explosive force to the surrounding. It is a magic skill in melee combat. And Niji's current proficiency? 9296. Looks like you're just like that, I'm tired of playing. Gaara frowned slightly, seeming impatient. Sandbound coffin. The swarms of sand quickly followed Niji's movements again, wrapping Niji around him, and then Gaara's eyes were cold and her hands were clenched tightly. The sandbound coffin was pressed inside, and the whole audience felt tight. With a flash of light and shadow, the faint blue chakra lit up, forming a small circle of light, which then rotated at a rapid speed, forming a nearly spherical chakra protection group. 8 trigrams. Palm revolving heaven. Ziza sand was annihilated by revolving heaven's chakra rotation without leaving a trace. Afterwards, Niji landed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This is also mine. Absolute defense. Chapter 28 Strong. 8 trigrams. Oh. Gaara crooked her neck and seemed to find it interesting again. In the field, everyone exclaimed. Does that kid from the Hyuga clan use advanced ninjutsu like Revolving Heaven? Is that really a genin? The battle between these two genins is even more exciting than the battle between Chunin. Tenten and Kaiba on the field, frowned slightly. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Could this kid really win Gaara? After all, Kaiba had seen Niji use Revolving Heaven in the Forest of Death. Revolving Heaven at that time was not at the same level as it is now. Does Niji still have a backup move? In the field, Niji sighed and lowered his head. Stinky boy, I already know how to deal with you. Niji finally spoke up and took the initiative to speak to Gaara. Gaara squinted her eyes slightly, although her expression did not change, there was a trace of panic in her heart. What is it? Niji didn't answer, just stared straight at him. Annoying dude. Gaara murmured, holding out her hand, as if embarrassed. Groups of sand rushed towards Niji in huge quantities. 8 trigrams palm Revolving Heaven. Puff puff. All the sand was thrown off. Quicksand rafting. Gaara quickly hand seal, seems to have started to kill. But 8 trigrams palm Revolving Heaven. Sand rain. Revolving Heaven. Sand shuriken art. Revolving Heaven. That blue chakra is like an iron wall, it can't be broken at all. Absolute defense. Gaara took a few breaths. It wasn't that she was physically exhausted, but she was using ninjutsu all the time. It took a lot of chakra but she couldn't hurt Niji at all. Niji's head sank. How? You also try to break my absolute defense? After all, he rushed towards Gaara. Gaara was stunned. He had never had such a difficult opponent before, and there was a trace of panic in his heart. Can't use those pediatric ninjutsu, this teammate is not ordinary. Gaara knew it in his heart and started to step back, quickly hand seal. Sandstorm funeral. Gaara began to use a huge amount of chakra, all the substances in the air were refined into sand by chakra, and the avatar attacked Niji. Wrapped tightly, Niji no longer used Revolving Heaven, but released the chakra of the whole body, completely scattered the surrounding sand, and quickly pulled away. As expected, as long as you use enough sand, the quality of the sand will decrease. Even unfinished ninjutsu can be easily broken. Everything just now was just to provoke Gaara and let him use a wider range of ninjutsu. And more than 80% of the entire field has been occupied by Gaara's sand. With his chakra volume, he can't concentrate on controlling all the sand. And Niji is covered in sand again, but instead of using Revolving Heaven, he uses Revolving Heaven like chakra release mode. Open the chakra channel of the acupuncture points of the whole body and release it outwards. Again and again. 8 trigrams 1 shot proficiency 33. 8 trigrams 1 strike proficiency 147. 8 trigrams 1 strike proficiency 55. 8 trigrams 1 shot proficiency 89. Guy, you student, you are amazing. Kakashi came over and Guy was stunned. Why, Niji is just a hard-working genin. Kakashi smiled, even genin's strength is too terrifying. Such a fast movement and combat IQ, and... He looked down and said, after so long, even Gaara, who performed the surgery, is a little tired, but he looks calm and relaxed. These words shocked Tenten and Little Lee. Everyone looked at it together. Niji was very skilled and orderly, and kept breaking free. Gaara ninjutsu everywhere in the entire venue, but Niji, who had been forced to run around, seemed to be just panting. 8 trigrams 1 hit proficiency 108. Ding! Congratulations to the host's body technique, 8 trigrams. The proficiency of 1 strike has reached 1W, breaking through the realm of the first glimpse. And reward the host, the total amount of chakra has been upgraded to 2 times the original. Niji finally breathed a sigh of relief when he got the news. Well, that's enough, right? Armor of sand. Niji said, it's over. Before Gaara could figure out the situation, she knew that Niji was approaching like lightning. You bastard! Gaara felt that something was wrong, and she was already a little angry, but it was too late. Niji hit Gaara's abdomen with a palm, and the sand armor only cracked a little, but it couldn't hurt Gaara at all. He can't hurt Gaara, how can he win against Gaara? Kankuro was still confident, but Kakashi didn't say anything. Enough, game over. Gaara bit Kaiba, furious, and stabbed Niji's back in a cone of massive sand. Niji just twitched the corner of his mouth. How about this move to decide the outcome? If I lose, I will automatically admit defeat. Gaara was startled, but after listening, she didn't answer. But this move, he is very confident. The sand armor has reversed control of Niji, with Gaara's attack behind him. And moves like Revolving Heaven obviously can only deal with sand with a small amount of chakra, but Gaara's sand armor and the cone-shaped sand in this attack are all sand in the sand gourd. This blow is sure to win. Humph! Niji sneered and started to release a huge amount of chakra from the acupoints. Niji has done so much just for this technique. After so many attempts, Niji finally realized the similarities between one-shot and Revolving Heaven in actual combat. Both release chakra from the acupoints of the body, but the difference is that Revolving Heaven is for defense, and the more violent the enemy's attack on you, the more damage you will suffer. However, this is not the case with a single blow, but an offensive physique. In addition, it can silently destroy Gaara's sand armor and sand shield, causing real damage. Gaara, who has always relied on absolute defense, must have a very low physical defense mechanism. As long as there is a chance, he can win. 8 trigrams 1 hit. This is a melee attack with extreme strength, a huge amount of chakra. In an instant, everything in Gaara was destroyed. Boom! A muffled sound, everything around, all scattered outward, erupting. Ugh! Gaara's painful cry startled everyone in the audience. Even many people didn't even see what was going on in the field. I only saw that Niji used a move, which was different from Revolving Heaven but very similar, to destroy all the sand behind him, and because he was close to Gaara, the reverse force bounced Gaara away heavily. And the sand armor on Gaara's body has been scattered. He fell to the ground, turning over in agony. Is this blow already decided? Tenten asked in disbelief. But Kankuro let out a sigh of relief. This guy can actually break the sand armor? But this is just the beginning. Immediately, Niji fell to the ground, exhaling a long breath. The surrounding sand slowly fell and disappeared. It must have been his move that worked. Gaara was severely traumatized, and the sand gourd sensed it. Gaara, cheer up! Kankuro yelled hastily. But Gaara, who was in the field, got up with difficulty and looked at Niji in disbelief. He remembered Niji's words just now. I give up. Gaara said tiredly. Chapter 29 After the game. Gaara's invitation. Admit defeat? Gaara. Hearing the news, Kankuro was the first to shout out. But Gaara is a decadent look, not physical decadence, but spiritual loss. Niji's attack just wounded him, he could have fought again. But Niji's last words to fight for the last wave really planted the seeds in his heart. It's a matter of the last move to decide the outcome. Gaara snorted coldly, turned around with disgust in her eyes, and left the venue. That sentence clearly proved that Niji didn't fight him seriously, Niji just wanted to end the fight quickly, and Gaara was left in the cold. And Niji just smiled lightly, exhaled, turned back, and you were done. The audience, after watching the thrilling fight, came to such a dramatic abrupt end. Indulge for 5 seconds. Suddenly, there were scattered applause. Fantastic game, probably the best fight so far. Is that guy really the tail of the crane of the Hyuga clan? It's so strong. Everyone was talking about it, and Kankuro couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Gaara will lose. He took a step back. Based on his level, he could not directly feel the power of this Hyuga clan guy, but when he saw Gaara for the first time, he was beaten to his heart's content. Ice. Niji. Tenten suppressed his emotions for a long time, and finally let it out through a shout. Looking at the puppet man next to her who had been sneering and sarcastic, she turned her head and made a face, mockingly said, "Bah, bah, there's nothing that a Chunin can beat. Wasn't this defeated by the most common genin in our village?" Kaiba also glared at Kankuro and said, "Tenten is so right, Niji is just Konoha's most ordinary genin. Is this the strongest genin in your village? It's really inferior. You guys." Kankuro was so angry that he wanted to tell these people what kind of identity Gaara was. The monster in his body, his terrifying strength. Suddenly, Kankuro saw that Gaara had returned to the previous viewing seat, and immediately turned around and ran away. Tenten and Kaiba were also relieved. They never imagined that the face they lost to Konoha after losing to Tsunagakure would be recovered by Hyuga Niji, who they usually looked down on. And Niji's opponent, Tsunagakure Gaara, who made them all feel powerful. In the last Chunin exam, that guy passed the forest of death unscathed. There was the sound of ninja boots stomping on the floor, and Niji walked back with easy steps. Niji. Little Lee watched Niji walk back with a solemn expression. Tenten and Kaiba are the same, there are not too many cheers and surprises, and some are only solemn. There is only one feeling in their hearts. What is the strength of this guy? Yo, Niji, did a good job? Everyone thought you were going to lose, but you were able to win. Guy is the first to greet him, patting Niji on the shoulder in affirmation. With a little luck, I'm sure I won't be able to beat that guy. Niji scratched his head and responded with a smile. Guy smiled and suddenly came over with a mysterious look on his face. Hey, Niji, you are so powerful, how do you usually cultivate? He lowered his voice and whispered to Niji. Niji narrowed his eyes slightly, embarrassed. Haha. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. All in all, you are the only one in our class who passed the exam this time. And the next is the official selection meeting. And the official selection meeting? Little Lee asked hesitantly. Yeah, the official selection meeting is a month later. Then, the next game. Narashikamaru vs Kenmichan. The last two players, Abarame Shino and Chi Bronze Armor, will automatically return to a group. Please come to the field and get ready. Guy said, and Hey8's voice came from the field. Everyone watched the new game again, but these people were still thinking about Niji's performance against Gaara just now. In their hearts, such a result was really unscientific. Narashikamaru wins. Abarame Shino wins. After all the competitions are over, a total of 10 players advance. They are, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Kankuro, Temari, Hyuga Niji, Narashikamaru, Abarame Shino. Everyone was told to let the team leader take them for training, and Kazekage and Hokage would watch the official Chunin exam together a month later. In the corner of the spacious hall, the four guys gathered together. It is said that there will be a big name from the country of fire. If you do well, the border defense power that the village has done to the country of fire is likely to pass. So even if you don't want to win, you must strengthen yourself. Play a nice Chunin exam. Guy said to Niji. Niji nodded, I'll do my best. The last two games were perfect restraint again. This year's Konoha is really lucky. Little Lee said with emotion. Hey, am I the only one who is unlucky? Tenten rolled his eyes at Little Lee. Little Lee, ah ha ha ha, me too, I was perfectly restrained by Sakura. Several people were laughing and chatting, and a figure approached quietly. Guy noticed it first, and Niji noticed it almost at the same time. The man did not hide, but swaggered, coming step by step with the sound of footsteps. UI-colored hair stood out. "You're Tsunagakura's kid?" Guy frowned immediately. He could feel the extraordinary power in this guy's body, and immediately guessed that he hated his student Niji because of the failure of the game. And Gaara, as expected, cast a strange look at Niji. But in those eyes, there is evil charm, arrogance, and fiery expectation. Niji could feel it naturally. He came for himself alone. "What do you guys want to do again?" Tenten asked contemptuously. "Come and find me." Niji took the initiative to walk out and met Gaara's eyes. Two people, an indifferent and terrifying on the surface, but hidden in the heart is a bitter, unknown, and fragile childhood. The other, with a gentle expression and no lethality, has an unshakable determination in his heart to pursue strength. At this moment, it seemed that the souls were colliding. Even Might Guy couldn't even notice the hearts of the two teenagers, those two equally fiery but different souls. "Hyoga Niji, you are a respectable opponent, but..." Gaara said. His expression became weird. Tenten and Little Lee suddenly became vigilant. "I'm not satisfied today. You can come to me the night after tomorrow." The corner of his mouth twitched, his eyes wicked and gloomy. Niji didn't answer. Gaara just looked away, so she glanced at the others next to her. Finally, he walked leisurely and left. "Hey, this guy, it's really strange, Niji, don't be provoked by him, now he has been eliminated by you." Tenten pouted and complained. Niji nodded leisurely. I definitely won't be fooled." After saying that, Niji's eyes were gloomy and there was a flash of light. Chapter 30 Look. People of Clan. After all the games were over, Niji found Hinata, who had also advanced, and the two hurried back to the Hyoga clan. Late at night, Niji personally sent Hinata to main clan's residence. Sending Hinata in, there was a maid of about 35 years old outside. The maid also has Byakugan, but the purity is not high, and it seems that the bloodline is weak. "Master Niji, have you passed the game too?" "Aunt Chun, this is main clan," Niji reminded quietly. "It's all right." Hyoga Chun, a servant who has served Hinata since childhood. The past, Hyoga Chun and Hyoga Hisashi were friends, and Hisashi treated her like a younger sister. He always called him Niji Jr. since he was born in Niji until he was divided into a separate family. Even if Niji reminded her, she would have called it that in private. "Well, narrowly won, the official game will be played in a month." "That's great, in this case, there should be less gossip in the clan, right?" "Well, then I'll go first." Out of main clan, Niji rushed towards the place where he lived in the dark. Not humiliation and poverty. After all, the main clan of the Hyoga family is only in the same line. It's just that even when the family is separated, Niji is extremely poor in talent. People who have no parents will be excluded by those who are separated. Was used to walking in this night, and Niji couldn't see anyone's strange eyes in this night. And the night is also the most suitable for provoking thought. Judging from Aunt Chun's words, these days, many people in the clan are still discussing the matter of learning revolving heaven on their own. If that's the case, then, during the exam, among those who came to watch the battle inexplicably, there must be spies from the Hyoga clan to check on them, right? Fortunately, Niji was prepared for a long time. In the battle with Gaara, Niji did not leak. The next thing to do is to continue to become stronger. Niji encountered too many monsters in this Chunin exam. Kabuto, Gaara, Orochimaru, they are all threats to Konoha. And Niji's current strength is difficult to prove himself in the clan. To really deal with those people, I am afraid that he is completely lacking in strength. When I got home, I lay on the bed and slept comfortably. Although it is a family split with constant disputes, it can still let him sleep peacefully. This is the only peaceful rest in these years. Just that Niji got up habitually early the next morning. Niji was already there in the training ground. Ha! Humph! From morning to night, it never stops. Evening, Hyoga-chun brought a bento. Master Niji, you have to do your best in the exam. Prove your talent. You are a good boy who works hard. Just like your father. Niji bowed and thanked Chun every time, even though she was a servant of the Hyoga clan, even lower in rank than the family. Like Chunyui calling him young master in private, they would not pay attention to the absurd rules of the clan in private. The next day, the same. Niji is in the streets and alleys, and when he meets his clan, he will hear gossip. The long-tongued women all like to poke their juniors very much. That guy is Hyoga Niji? A ninja with no talent. Isn't the talent so bad that you need to practice? I heard that Chunin was lucky enough to enter the finals in this exam. Let's see him humiliated. Niji turned back indifferently, and the fat woman immediately gave a leisurely look to her life, without feeling any shyness. Auntie, your cat is going to run away. Niji just refines chakra, uses revolving heaven with the wind attribute, dislikes the lethal wind, and the rope that binds the cat is immediately cut. Meow. The fat cat, who is very sensitive to strange wind noises, was naturally frightened, ran around, and then fled. Ah 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 ah. Mimi. Mimi. Don't run. Come back. The fat woman was jumping back and forth with her bare feet on the wooden floor, very funny. Hee hee. Stinky boy, stop laughing. Help me get Mimi back. Niji shrugged, I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm going to practice. You can entrust other genins to help you find cats. By the way, the Chunin exam is coming soon, and the genin's reward will increase. Niji said, and left with a smile, in a happy mood. Wits and bravery with the villagers, Niji never stops, but he also enjoys the other. Compared with the real dangers outside, these fools who don't know the truth, Niji never cared about it. On the practice field, Niji is very serious. Gentle fist. 1000th time. The last palm hit the stake tiredly. Host, Hyoga Niji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja basic skills, including throwing and other basic skills, proficiency progress, 85.9%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, none. Gentle fist acupuncture, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, 8 trigrams one shot. Demonic illusion, none. Blood follower boundaries, Byakugan. Basic items, Bing Bing pill *2, detonating charm *10, Wuju herbs *5. Advanced items, none. Special items, none. Does it take more than 60,000 proficiencies to reach the next level? It's really inhuman difficulty. Niji was lying on the ground. In the past 8 years, it took him 5 years to learn to use Byakugan proficiently. It took him another 3 years to learn to use all physical techniques. The next step is to become more proficient in these physical skills, and I am afraid it will be a long way to go. Fortunately, the recent actual combat seems to have greatly improved himself. This should be a shortcut that can take risks. Even Orochimaru appeared in the village, and he had to find a way to become stronger quickly. If the situation turns bad in the future, and you don't even have the ability to protect yourself, what should you do? Do you want to become the 12 Xiaoqiang who died in the war? Hey! Niji immediately realized that something was coming, and the body lying on the ground immediately rolled, dodging the 3 scattered stones one after another. He jumped back and stood up, neatly turning his head to look. Yo, this move, it's perfect. Was Hyoga silver? She had silver hair, a color that Niji didn't like very much. Next to it is the green-haired Hyoga Qingtian. The two are cousins who have been malicious to Niji over the years. Silver, I heard that your kid did well in the Chunin exam? He even made it to the finals. Qing Tian, it's amazing. Niji took a deep breath, and the bet with the elder was above the clan. There is little possibility of being deceived, and now, there is no need to avoid actual combat. You two came just in time. Don't you usually want to fight me? Just in time, my practice is not over yet. Cultivation? Haha. What is there to cultivate with waste materials? Silver sneered and put his hands in Kabuto's pants, not believing that Niji would dare to touch him. Ah! The next moment, violent force rushed to his body, and the whole person was knocked several meters away without any defense. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Niji in surprise. You guy, what do you want to do? Qing Tian made a subconscious resistance. Being in the same clan, why is there such a big gap? Niji said, just walked past Qing Tian, didn't bother to pay attention to him, went straight, in the direction of Hyoga Silver. Chapter 31 Hayashi. Heavy thoughts. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Seeing that Silver was still on the ground and didn't get up, Qing Tian rushed over. Crack! The fist that was swung over was grabbed by Niji's wrist with one hand. Ah! You! Feeling the biting pain, Qing Tian couldn't understand, when did the strength of this waste material become so great, even the whole person exudes incredible power. Don't get in the way, I just had a few words with him. Niji finished speaking, he threw Qing Tian away without even looking at him. Step by step, he continued to walk towards Silver, and then squatted down where he fell. You bastard, don't regret it. You have no chance of winning 2-on-1. Byakugan. Niji opened Byakugan directly and slapped Silver in the chest. This is Tansong Point. Silver's eyes widened, and he bit the Kaiba seal tightly, and there was a trace of blood on Kaiba's gums. Tansong A cup ointment is controlled, so the body cannot condense chakra, right? Niji's eyes were indifferent and distant. You, use force against the clansman and you will be punished. Silver was biting at Kaiba and growling, while Qing Tian, who was behind him, pinched his wrist that had just been thrown away, enduring the pain and didn't dare to make a sound. I don't know why, today's Niji looks really hard to mess with. I have no other intentions. If you want to call me, I will be happy to accompany you, but if there is nothing else, can you stop disturbing my practice? I have an exam soon, and I have no time to accompany you. Niji spoke indifferently, like a negotiating machine. You guy, what are you pretending to be? You're entering the finals, so it's necessary to show off like this? Silver said angrily, his face full of dissatisfaction. Niji stretched out his hand, chakra all over his palm, visible to the naked eye. Hyoga flow gentle fist. Hey! You! Qing Tian, who was behind him, finally couldn't help but speak. Are you going to use gentle fist on Silver? Are you crazy? Niji didn't look back, just thought for a moment and dropped his hand. Indeed, your lives are not important to me, just like 2 annoying flies. Killing these 2 flies will indeed splatter my blood. Niji took a few steps back and sighed. At that moment, he thought of Aunt Chun. From the same family, why are the faces of these people so abhorrent? But Niji thinks of Gaara and Naruto too. There seems to be no need to be an extreme revolutionary in being strong. If you have great love in your heart, you will naturally be able to understand. 2 brothers, if you're okay, please walk slowly. Niji held out a hand in a salute, then turned and walked over to the stake. Keep training. Ha! Humph! This guy! Hyoga Silver stood up and stared viciously at the training Niji. And Niji's eyes have long been gone. Hey! A larger stone than before came flying, this time, aimed at Niji's forehead. Drink! The chakra surged, and gentle fist was sure to hit the stone. Wow! The stone was torn apart. Surroundings, Niji's eyes also instantly increased the killing intent. Run! Qingtian and Silver were too, they ran away. Today's Niji is like a solitary evil star, full of deterrence. Flies are really annoying, Niji sighed and continued to practice. What if there were no such annoying species as flies in this world? Gradually into the night, the practice ground at dusk. Hokage came out and looked around, but there was no one there. Today, does it end so early? Chun muttered to himself. Niji on weekdays will practice until night, until the moon hangs high in the sky, Niji will not leave. Today, it seems to be over very early. Niji's house. In front of the hall, there is a very simple high table with simple decoration but full of ancient charm. The man's eyes were soft but with hidden strength, and the old eyes at the corners of his eyes reflected an extraordinary fate. Niji. In the back, the same face appeared in the posthumous photo. Niji turned back, and the man behind was more vicissitudes and maturity than the face in the photo. The only difference between the two is the striking turquoise curse mark on the forehead of the man in the posthumous photo, while the man behind him does not have it on his head. Hayashi sat on the ground and did not consider himself an outsider. Niji put the incense in and bowed. After turning around, he also sat on the ground. Excuse me, it was inconvenient to answer when I met my father. Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not answer. Two of them were like this. Hayashi lowered his head slightly and stared at Niji opposite. Niji also lowered his head, his eyes were blank. This Chunin exam, you did well, a month later, it's a very important occasion. Ah! Niji took a deep breath, as if he wanted to say something, but let it go. Another endless silence. Hayashi bit Kaiba, and there was a faint emotion in his heart, but there was nowhere to vent. In other words, he is already venting, but quietly. Niji looked up, and there seemed to be a look of longing in his eyes. Chunin exam, be sure to complete the mission. Hayashi speaks earnestly. Whether it's done or not, I'm definitely going to get main clan what main clan wants. But how it turned out, I have a clear conscience. Niji bowed his head again. Chunin exam, Orochimaru is afraid that Orochimaru will launch a plan to destroy Konoha. He understood that main clan just wanted to use him to show the power of the Hyuga clan in front of the village and the daimyo, and to make the Hyuga clan prosper again. But it doesn't matter now whether he gets the first place or not. He has never received any preferential treatment in this village, so why should he compromise? Niji's current purpose is to use their cover-up to make himself stronger quickly. Niji, don't let those who split up succeed. Oh! I've lost your father, I can't lose you again. At this moment, Niji bit Kaiba and closed his eyes. The past is vivid in my eyes. In front of the deceased, what's the difference between main clan and split? Moonlight, silent as water. The moonlight tonight is very bright, and it is rare to have a full moon night. When the moon is full, that guy gets restless. Gaara sat on the top of the tile-roofed house, her eyes blank. Then what will it be like? A young boy's voice came. Gaara turned her head, the boy was standing at the other end of the tiled house. Wearing an Anbu mask, wearing an Anbu suit, and wearing an outfit, it looks like an assassin walking at night. You are. The boy took a few steps forward, took off his mask, and revealed his handsome face in front of Gaara. You really came? Gaara was slightly startled. Then showed a look of eagerness to fight, and her heart surged. I'm here only for what I want to do. Niji squatted down slightly, tied the mask's rope around his waist, and looked at Gaara, who was facing him firmly. The wind blew gently, and the hair between his foreheads was fluttering. Humph! Then let's get started, and let me see your true power. Gaara widened her eyes seemed to have become a race, and the murderous intent hidden in those eyes almost broke through the sky. It's like a monster. Chapter 32 Moonlit Night. Acting alone. Niji was startled. This is. It can be seen that you are also a miserable person in childhood, but. As Gaara spoke, the corners of her mouth were wide open, and half of her face turned into a monster-like appearance. Especially his right eye, huddled together, looked chilling. The killing intent in this look is not only pure, but also extremely strong and dense. More chilling than Orochimaru's eyes. Sarah. Like the sound of the tip of a knife swimming in the gale, Niji's footsteps stomped on the roof, and the tiles didn't even vibrate. Under the moonlight, the two fought. With the palm, it hit Gaara's back lightly, the sand like a living creature, moving quickly. This time, it is no longer a large number of range attacks, but a very precise fixed point attack. The sand is no longer scattered, but condensed into a ball, as if it were Gaara's limbs. Let him control it. Byakugan opened early, clearly seeing all the crises. 3 strokes, Niji stepped back. It's so fast that even Mode 1 can't keep up with your speed. Gaara's eyes widened, eager to fight. Not only himself, the message conveyed by that right eye also seems to be the desire for battle and blood, which is extremely strong. I feel it, the monster inside you. Niji took a deep breath. In his heart, why wasn't he eager to fight? Not only desire, he wants to become stronger through such a battle. Such a feeling is very pure. Sand Shield. Gaara started Hand Seal. He seemed to be looking for thousands of years, and finally found an opponent who could learn from him. Sand Shuriken. Bah ha 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 ha. The shuriken made of sand quickly spun toward Niji and flew toward him. Step back, move quickly. But the sand shuriken didn't have much lethality in the first place, and it exploded the moment it flew behind Niji. The crushed grit started to cling to Niji's body, and Niji, who was wearing the Anbu suit, was no longer so easy to catch. Like a loach, it quickly pulled away. Chirp! Niji's feet were attached with violent chakras, and the whole person hung from the eaves, avoiding all the sand shuriken. Gaara took a step forward and chuckled, "Oh? How much power do you have with those eyes?" Sand moves with the Gaara, the maximum range that can be controlled is also increased. Gaara walked forward, and Niji immediately avoided Sand's pursuit and stepped back. Taking a few steps back and forth, Niji landed in an empty street. If you fight on it again, if this guy is really a tailed beast, he will be created. Get a chance to get close and do what he needs to do. Niji muttered to himself, and Gaara had quietly appeared behind him. Caught you! Swish swish! The heavy sand suddenly suppressed Niji's footsteps. I'll target Chakra too. Gaara widened the two eyes of different shapes, and at this time, even when she spoke, it seemed that there was a very sharp and terrifying voice attached. You can't escape. Niji wanted to take a step, but found that his footsteps were firmly held down by the sand, and his body began to be entangled in the sand. Come on, let me see, what means are you still not using? Gaara tilted her head, her temperament has become bloodthirsty and weird. I'll knock you out completely, but not yet. Niji bit Kaiba, anxious and clenched his fists. Refining chakra. He sighed and began to let the chakras of the whole body run in the meridians, and then broke through the acupuncture points. I'm afraid it won't work with one blow, this level of suppression. Niji's clenched fist spread out, and strong chakra flourished in the body. Now Niji's chakra is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people, and this chakra also has the attribute of wind. What's the matter? I obviously suppressed all your chakras. Gaara's shocked look made Niji want to laugh. How does he know that he uses the revolving heaven injected with nature transformation, the wind attribute chakra, which is provided by the system? How can he suppress it? Wind revolving heaven. A huge swirling storm completely engulfed Gaara. The sand shield actively defended, and the sand armor also protected Gaara to death. Even the revolving heaven, which was as strong as a whirlwind, couldn't shake it. A game between absolute defense and absolute defense. As expected of the sans absolute defense. But, by strengthening the weight to defend yourself, your mobility has also been controlled, right? What? Niji did not know when, had appeared behind Gaara. Don't you want to experience my true strength? I happen to have a technique, and I want you to try it out. Niji stepped back, freed his hands, swung his legs, and was all set. Is it that palm technique again? Gaara chuckled. 8 trigram 64 palms he had been taught in exams, and it was of no use to his sand armor. But he was stunned again. What was the confidence and smile in Niji's eyes? Sorry, I won again this time. Niji slapped Gaara's shoulders with 1 and 2 palms. What's the matter? Gaara's eyes widened, the sand armor around it began to peel off, falling down little by little. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. It's like a broken eggshell that can't be saved. 32 palms. In front of and behind, Niji's movements are fast and extremely skilled. There were no flawed movements, and Gaara only felt paralyzed and unable to move at all. This was completely different from the moves Chunin had learned in the exam. This is Ray 8 trigram 64 palms. Deng 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 deng. 1 palm hits the sand armor, and Gaara's whole body is also covered with thunder attribute chakra. As if there is an invisible force, pouring into his body again and again. Once, twice, dozens of times. Until Gaara's whole body is numb. Is this the 8 trigrams palm? Even the meridians and acupuncture points of his body are controlled by others, and the flow of chakra is completely out of his control. Terrible. The half-tailed beast is long gone, the 64 palms is over, and Gaara is knocked several meters away and falls to her knees. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed hard, widened his eyes, held his hands, and looked at the ground in front of him. Those sands are no longer so active to protect him, but they seem to have lost their strength in front of the palm method, and can no longer be motivated. What the hell did you do to me? Gaara growled angrily. For the first time in her life, she realized that she was being controlled to death, unable to break free from such a restricted state. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that Konoha won't be destroyed by you. This sentence, Gaara's eyes widened. Afterwards, Niji backed away sadly. Acting alone at night. This quiet village hurts him and protects his village all the time. Within the limits of his control, he would not let anyone do wanton destruction. Niji jumped from house to house, and was about to close Byakugan, when a strange chakra flooded into view. At 9 o'clock, there are Janin-level ninjas breaking out chakra. Night wind was blowing, Niji was startled, and looked in that direction curiously. Chapter 33 Fight Again. Spy Yakushi Kabuto. What the hell is going on? Niji thought to himself. After saying goodbye to Gaara in a hurry, Niji just wanted to quickly disappear under the night. Front, 3 Janin-level ninjas are fighting. It seemed that it was still very intense, and Niji hesitated again and again, but was determined to rush over. Fortunately I wore this dress. Niji goes out. In order to prevent being discovered in contact with Gaara, he wants to hide his identity. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this time. Maki snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he raised his head, full of arrogance. I didn't expect that Tsunagakure village wanted to team up with Otagakure to attack Konoha. Moonlight Hey 8-bit Kaiba, looking down with sharp and decisive eyes. And he held the knife in both hands and glanced back. A sinister white-haired young man walked out. Kabuto pushed his glasses, and the murderous intent appeared in the eyes under the glasses. Brother Maki, I think it's better for the two of us to go together. Let's fight quickly. If this guy leaks the information, our hard work will be in vain. Maki sneered, Tsunagakure's Janin is NT this week yet. He'll be dealt with in the next move. Wind. Maki reaches out, one-handed hand seal. Hey 8 stared in his eyes, widening his eyes. This is nature transformation. Level of Janin can master nature transformation be easy. In front of Kabuto and Hayate, Maki is the most experienced ninja. Whirlwind technique. Maki said, and ran forward, a breeze blowing all over his body, but it contained a large number of chakras of the wind attribute nature transformation. Secret sword moon shadow. Hayate quickly hand seal, held the sword in his hand, and two after-images like himself appeared on the left and right sides. The art of avatar, is it a guise? Maki narrowed his eyes slightly, and Hayate stepped up to the challenge. Maki's manipulator was whirling away like a blade, and Hayate's three blades, although they were clones, all of them had a blade shadow and cut off all the wind blades. So that's the case, a blade with special characteristics? Even the wind can cut it off. Maki was knocked back a few steps, and Hayate landed, glancing back. Behind him, Yakushi Kabuto could strike at any time, and he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Sun Moon Flow Sword Art 3 Sun Moon Dance. Hayate swung his sword, and the sword lights of the two after-images beside him began to shine, like a sword dance under the moonlight. Oh! Maki's mouth twitched. Ha! In the confusion of the moonlight and shadow, dozens of after-images flew under the moonlight in an instant, and finally, from three directions at the same time, the tribute came quickly. Humph! Maki only quickly hand seal, the wind knotted a net like a rope, and pushed all the after-images around him to the outside. But Hayate's real body broke through many obstacles, and the blade with chakra slashed quickly, straight to the back of Maki's neck. Ah! Do you want to kill me like that? Hayate's eyes widened, this knife only cut through his ninja suit. The person in front of him, the whole body, is hardened. What? Is the knife rusted? Then it's my turn, wind blade. A wind blade sharper than a blade formed rapidly in the air. Knife, Hayate was knocked back, his ninja suit was torn open. And a severe wound was cut at the ribs. The blood immediately soaked the clothes. Hayate held it tightly, and immediately adjusted his breathing and stood up straight. Now it's 1-on-2, and he's ready to die. Then I'll send you on your way now. Maki walked forward while hand seal. Blade of wind. Dozens of blades of wind, this time even sharper, this blow may be more ominous than good luck. Puff babble ah. Suddenly a figure fell, and those wind blades all gathered together as if they were disrupted by a new whirlwind. Afterwards, he was taken over by the suddenly appearing Anbya boy and disappeared between his palms. Use thunder type chakra against wind type, this guy. Maki's eyes were rounded and gloomy. Kabuto, who was behind him, was also startled. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, he said in shock, "It's you again." Hayate said, "You are." Niji glanced back, ignoring Hayate. His own mask is still that of Hayate's girlfriend Ijao. Speaking of which, the two still have some fate. This is also the reason why Niji rushed out to rescue without hesitation. Of course, the real reason is not only this. Another one. Maki looked wrong. This attack on Konoha was a big plan. It was unexpected that he was overheard. He worked hard with both hands, trying to quickly resolve the fight. Kabuto couldn't sit still, took a step forward and threw his hand away. "Mr. Maki, this guy is very strong, but at your level with me, we should be able to clean them up as much as possible." I saw Kabuto's hand, the wrapped chakra formed a sharp scalpel shape, as if even the air could be cut off. "Be careful, don't let this guy get close, this guy is good at physical skills. And he is very fast, and his movement skills are very strange." Niji glanced at Kabuto out of the corner of the eye. This guy is really a brain player, and he can follow Orochimaru's side as a confidant, not a fuel-efficient lamp. The last time I just had a simple hand, and I studied myself so thoroughly, it seems that this will be a hard battle. After all, right now, even if he fights Maji alone, the odds of winning are not high. Phaeton, wind style, hurricane. Maki stepped back, quickly hand seal, and his hands suddenly opened forward. As the chakra was refined, the Uzumaki storm with 2 points as the core was released from the palms of Maji's palms, and the two storms gathered together, slowly expanding and blowing towards Niji. At this time, Hayate also stood up, but both of them were trapped by this Hayate. Niji sent out resisting arms, only to realize that this technique was only to restrain their mobility. On the other side, Kabuto has already taken the initiative to lean over. Phew! The chakra knife is in the storm, and the sound of breaking the air is also heavy. Ah, it's a little off. Kabuto murmured, and immediately changed his other hand. Be careful. Hayate jumped up, blocked Niji's front, and held off Kabuto's attack with the knife. Get in the way. Kabuto kicked Hayate away with just one kick, and this kick was right on Hayate's wound. Immediately Hayate flew out of the storm, fell to the ground, rolled on the ground dully, and covered his wound. Niji tilted his head, listening to the sound of the air breaking in his ear. Kabuto's attacks are very frequent, but his actions seem to be limited. In Byakugan's field of vision, Kabuto itself has a lot of chakra, especially in the palm part. If that's the case, 8 trigrams 1 blow. Kabuto's last blade, stabbed. However, it didn't work, it was wrapped in a stronger chakra, and the power erupted again. A huge force bounced Kabuto away, and Niji quickly escaped with this chakra. Whoa! 2 Kunao, Niji used the gentle fist to click twice and hit the ground. I'll deal with them, you can leave at your own chance and inform the third generation of what happened today. Niji stood on Hayate's body and said calmly. And Hayate just covered the wound, held back the pain with difficulty, and nodded heavily. At this time, Maki had stopped performing the surgery. Hey, just by looking at Kabuto, you can see Akatsuki's weakness and use my technique to escape. He glanced at Niji with admiration, and felt that this young man was a great threat. This guy must be killed. Chapter 34 Buster. Phaeton, wind style, Maki. Kabuto touched inside the ninja bag and took out a professional scalpel. Don't let the rat run away, I'll deal with this guy. From Kabuto's eyes, Niji could also see how cunning he was. I am afraid that he will habitually keep his hands every time he fights. The other party must want to silence. Hey! Almost in an instant, Kabuto was already close. And this movement is not only fast, but also extremely precise, and the knife is close to Niji's neck. Byakugan. Niji glared at his legs and took a step back. And Hayate also endured the injury and stepped back. Don't try to run. Maki immediately ran in the direction Hayate was walking, but then a kunao flew in front of him and stabbed him in front of him. He glanced back and saw that Niji was standing there. The boy was shorter than them, but his aura was like a giant. Niji lost his anger and gathered chakra into his palm. At first glance, it was very similar to Kabuto's method. However, this chakra is nature transformation. Swipe away. Kabuto starts dodging and countering, but Niji can dodge while attacking. The movements of the two were agile and almost watertight. Hayate, who grabbed the gap and escaped, got cover and wanted to continue to escape, but Maki was in front of him again. I'm not going to be fooled, neither of you can live today. Hayate bit Kaiba and stepped back, sweating already. Although this mysterious young man is strong enough, it seems that he still can't run today. If I can keep that young man alive, even if I die, I can spread the news. Young man, Tsunagakuer and Otagakuer want to make a joint plan to attack Konoha, so please pass this information on. Hayate bit Kaiba, took a pill from his pocket, and ate it. Oh! Maki narrowed his eyes slightly. Niji was stunned for a moment, but Kabuto caught the gap in an instant, and launched a counterattack. Duo went from Niji's constant attack to Kabuto's constant attack. But in such a close game, Kabuto can still not lose the wind, and Niji also knows that there is still an essential difference between himself and these cruel ninjas with real killing intent. Trouble. There, after the Hay-8 hand seal, the whole person began to become transparent, until it was blurred in the night. But this technique is not completely invisible, and it can be sensed to some extent, but it is still difficult to distinguish only with the afterimages that suddenly appear around. Want to use this to escape? No, Tsunagakura who betrayed Konoha, I have this duty to deal with you. As soon as the words fell, the knife light had already appeared behind Maki. Prick. But it was against Maki's back, and he couldn't get in. Humph. Waste of effort. The fight over there was entirely on Maki's side, and Hay-8 couldn't last long. Kabuto in front of him is also difficult to deal with. Niji has used most of the chakra in the battle with Gaara. Ding! Congratulations to the host Byakugan for 199 proficiency. Niji frowned, looking hesitantly at the difficult Kabuto in front of him. I see, are you just bluffing in the forest of death? If you are so weak, please die here. Soon as Kabuto finished speaking, Hay-8 screamed. Another stab, blood spilling out of Hay-8's ribs on both sides. The middle part of the entire ninja suit, all dyed with UI, looks unbearable pain. Can't spend any more. Niji bites Kaiba and the remaining chakra is enough to escape. If you use it for battle, if you can't win, you will probably die here. But just now Hay-8 would rather die than want to spread the information, and Niji doesn't seem to be able to leave with peace of mind. He stretched out his hand and took out a ration pill from his clothes. The sound of chewing rippled in the silence of the night. Wind. Tsitsaizi. Fast as a flash. Kabuto jumps back, and while he's still surprised, Niji's movements are completely faster than him. Ray. Two palms, hitting Kabuto's back heavily, staggering forward a few steps, and immediately dodging the next attack. This is the shoulder well. Kabuto is also a medical ninja, and of course knows that very well. Niji's two palms are aimed at the acupoints on his shoulders, so that his hands can no longer use strength, and the means of attacking are immediately invalid. Hey! Niji flew through the air like a shuriken, slammed Kabuto into the air and knocked him to the ground. Okay, you're next. Niji breathed a sigh of relief, and he released the wind attribute to his body in the manner of revolving heaven, increasing his lightness. The thunder attribute is gathered in the palm of the hand, so that gentle fist can also play enough power. In such a state, playing another Maki is not a problem. Nature transformation, it's hard to imagine that Konoha has a genius ninja like you, but it would be a pity to let such a genius die. Niji had defeated Kabuto and ignored Hay-8, who had fallen to the ground gasping for breath. Whirlwind technique. The whirlwinds came from all around, and it looked like a gentle breeze, but under Byakugan, the whirlwinds were like the sharpest blades, gathering anywhere in the air. And a new blade is being formed. Within the scope of this technique, any angle may be attacked by the blade. Wind revolving heaven. Niji bites Kaiba and releases the wind attribute revolving heaven. Whirlwind instead fueled Niji's revolving heaven, a strong rotation that dissipated the overwhelming wind blades all around. But the next moment, Maki smiled. Konoha's Hyuga clan? Interesting, but isn't your wind attribute exactly what I want? Then, quickly hand seal. Yakushi Kabuto, who was healing himself with sage art, grinned. Maki is a very talented Phaeton, wind style, ninja, and Temari is just his student. After he finished speaking, he shed another drop of cold sweat and thought to himself, this guy is actually from the Hyuga family. Does Envy have such a person? I don't even have any information about this person. Niji was stunned, only to realize that the wind created by revolving heaven had all turned into wind blades. Thank you for creating a great venue for me. Who? The violent wind, all gathered around Niji. Those blades, one by one, aimed at Niji. In one order, let's go. Zzz, stabbed at Niji, so many that no matter how cleverly Niji avoided it, his clothes would inevitably be cut open. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Niji unleashes normal revolving heaven, avoiding all wind blades. You can't get hurt here, you'll be found out. When all the attacks of the wind blade were over, in the smoke and dust, a figure quickly walked towards Maki. Pfft! The thunder and lightning radiated between the palms, and even almost took shape. What a strong nature transformation, mastering 2 kinds at the same time. Maki praised with rounded eyes when he saw it. But he is a one-handed hand seal again, gathering a cloud of wind blades in the air. Blade of wind. A more intense whirlwind, condensed into a blade of wind shining with light and shadow, directly unfolding Niji's palm. Boom! With a loud noise, Niji was knocked away several meters and landed. Maki took a step forward and grinned confidently, "What a pity, for you, I'm probably the most terrifying nemesis, right?" Chapter 35 Rescue. Resist Chakra. Niji hissed and covered his left arm. Because the right hand is out of the palm, the left hand is in a state of defense, and it resists the remaining power of the blade. It turns out that the thunder attribute is restrained by the wind attribute. Niji bit Kaiba, obviously with the same concentration of chakra. His thunder-type palm technique was quickly destroyed by the opponent's wind blade, leaving no effort. Just Yuwei's blade cut a wound on the inside of his left arm through his clothes. Niji roughly estimated that the wound was not deep, about 4 or 5 centimeters. This is already the limit. If you are injured again, the decision to come forward today will be a real failure. If he couldn't save Hay-8, he would even put himself on it, not to mention being stupid, even a little over the top. Leave me alone, you, run. There, Hay-8 bandaged his injury and seemed to be going to fight. Niji didn't answer, it wasn't a question of who ran or not now. The Marquis in front of him is a unique brother who restrains himself. If he can't use such a high-level Phaeton, wind style, he may still be able to run. In this situation, running is just a dead end. It seems that you are destined to run away today. Kabuto realized something, took a step forward, and smiled confidently. Niji was also stunned, using Byakugan to quickly track. Not far away, several figures approached from different directions. Finally found, Mr. Maki's chakra. Temari looked at a few people on the flat roof from the tree. Hey! Here, Kankuro had closed the only crack Hay-8 could escape. On the other side, accompanied by this rustling sound, Gaara stopped and stood on the side of the street, looking up. He saw Niji, his eyes were slightly surprised. Niji exhaled and closed his eyes. Calm down, be calm. My training career for more than 8 years comes to my mind again and again. To the stake, to those vulgar eyes in the village. After opening his eyes, his whole body relaxed. Fought all these years, of course not to make my own adventures. Niji said coldly. What are you talking about? Maki frowned. Although he kept suppressing the young man in front of him, he always felt that Anbu, who was wearing a mask, had an inexplicable confidence at this moment. Where the hell did you get the courage? Niji took a step back. Noon. Yin. Hey. Niji starts hand seal with smooth movement. Sun. Su. Byakugan. With just one Byakugan, do you want to fight 5 with 1? Obviously, that guy is no longer capable of fighting. Kabuto said proudly and contemptuously. Ding! Congrats to the host, the proficiency of the blood following the boundary Byakugan has reached 3W, breaking through the realm of the first glimpse, and obtaining the reward, Attribute Resistance Chakra. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and the corner of Niji's mouth twitched. He jumped, and Temari and Kankuro over there watched Hay-8 tightly. Kabuto also blocked Niji's retreat, and Maki followed and jumped and started hand seal. A more advanced Byakugan, Niji felt that the flow of chakra around him was clearer, and he could almost perceive the movement of everything within 100 meters around him. Increase attribute resistance. Please choose to improve the attributes of the host. Wind. It's in effect. Ding. Congratulations to the host, greatly improving the wind resistance chakra. Niji felt a gentle chakra pouring into his body, and the heart-piercing pain from the wound on his arm just now was also eliminated a lot. The whirlwind art, the blade of the blast streams strong wind. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the blades of wind rushed in all directions. This is the enhanced version. You can't escape this blow. Time and time again. Under the moonlight, under the eyes of everyone, all those people stabbed into the body of this Anbya boy. The clothes immediately tore dozens of small holes, but the next moment, the young man slowly raised his head. Well, it works well. What is this? It's just covered with a layer of chakra, why? Seeing this situation, Maki widened his eyes, and this guy was obviously suppressed by him just now. This time, it's my turn to thank you, for creating this wonderful venue for me. Maki opened his eyes and saw the violent storm in the air, which was still there, but he couldn't help but control them, as if they had become part of Niji's body. Puppet technique one shot. Ninfa Kama Ataki. The chakra knife. The puppet's bayonet, chakra scalpel, and whirlwind quickly flew towards Niji from 3 different angles. Wind revolving heaven. The surrounding storms turned first, and the incoming attacks were all swept up by the storm, and Niji's body began to spin in the air with a palm. Maki, who was about to land next to him, couldn't understand how a young man could go beyond the limit and levitate in the air for 3 seconds. All these actions last night. Everything before is hiding strength? This guy? Who is it? Rumbling. The 2-meter diameter sphere revolving heaven, after touching the hurricane left by the surrounding cyclone technique, began to spread rapidly, and the speed visible to the naked eye, directly covered everything nearby. Destructive power like a high-tech weapon, revolving heaven's rotation speed under the blessing of Phaeton, wind style, has extremely strong destructive power, pressing Maki down and forcing Kabuto and the others out of range. If it wasn't for the fear of hurting the wounded Hayate, if Niji released it again, it would have caused even more damage. This. Help! An exclamation sounded from the street. Konoha, who saw this scene, shouted in surprise and ran in the opposite direction. Gaara frowned slightly, stretched out her hand, and the sand attacked the resident. Wearing the Anbya mask, like a ghost, shot quickly. With one palm, the sand was scattered. Are you all right? Maki-sensei. Temari and Kankuro ran over. Maki lay on the ground, his clothes were torn apart by the strong wind, and the whole person was in a mess. Quick, chase! When Kankuro turned his head, he saw Moonlight Hayate and that Anbya boy, who had long since disappeared. And Gaara, also quietly disappeared. Get out of here first, and I'll heal you, Kabuto said, his face gloomy. In Konoha, he met the Anbya boy who surprised him twice in a row, and now he is more and more concerned about who the guy is. Not far away, Niji, who was fleeing with Hayate, was also a little tired. He secretly said, I didn't expect that the higher Byakugan's realm is, the more consumption will be. Niji sighed, guessing that it was just because his strength increased too fast. But he didn't have enough chakra to support his consumption. The chakras of those spells are system rewards, so they won't burden themselves, but Byakugan is not. Thank you. Hayate gasped and walked away from Niji's help. What's the matter? I can escort you to the Konoha hospital. Niji was worried, but this was the man he had rescued. It's all right. In an instant, the sand quickly covered everything in front of him. Niji stepped back, trying to save Hayate who might be hurt. But the next moment, the sand turned its direction spiritually, and rushed towards Niji's face as quickly as a hand. Bang! With a crisp sound, the mask fell to the ground and turned several times. And Niji's face also surprised Moonlight Hayate, who saw this scene. Chapter 36 Unsolved Case. Death of Hayate. It's really you. Gaara put away the sand and seemed to have no intention of shooting. With his hands around his chest, he slowly walked over to the ground. Hayate frowned, ready to shoot. You don't move. Niji picked up his mask, and Hayate obediently stopped. But looking at Niji's face, Hayate was also speechless. This strong person who saved his life in the hands of so many masters turned out to be a candidate who took the exam under him a few days ago. A genin really have such a strong strength? Temari, Kankuro just now, Gaara now, not to mention, this mysterious man, Hyoga Niji. What happened to genin this year? The strength is beyond comprehension. But the most important thing right now is to report. He's the enemy, Niji. Hayate said to Niji. Well, I know. Niji stepped forward, holding the mask in his hand, and exhaled. This time you won. Niji said convincingly. Not to mention strength, Niji carefully concealed the play that he has been leading, but Gaara took off his mask and broke the plan. Now, Niji has a glimmer of hope that Hayate will not inform Hokage, otherwise his strength will definitely be leaked. No. Gaara closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. You are too strong, more and more beyond my imagination. I just wanted to use you as a recreational job, but now it seems not. Hyoga Niji, I remember you. You are really a person who will not let me do anything in the end. An enigmatic man who is worried. Niji adjusted his breathing and reached out. The examiner, you go first. This is the battlefield between me and him. You. Hayate looked hesitant. Gaara turned around and walked forward without hesitation. You go, but I hope you remember the promise you made to me. What? Niji swallowed, he had prepared for the worst, and suddenly gave such good news? You must come to defeat me completely, you said it. Gaara finished speaking, she left without hesitation. Leaving only Niji and Hayate, the two looked at each other. Under the moonlight, Hayate and Niji moved quickly. So that's the case, you hide your strength just to not attract attention, and you came to take the Chunin exam just to prove your strength to the clan. Niji nodded, well, so if possible, don't reveal my identity. I'll keep it a secret for you. Then, I'm here, then you can go, there's a good chance that Anbu will find you. Hayate said that, and Niji was relieved to see that the Hokage building was not far ahead. Goodbye to Hayate, Niji covered her wound. The hole on the inside of the left arm still feels pain from time to time, but it seems to be protected by a layer of resistant chakra, and the tingling sensation has been eliminated a lot. This time Orochimaru's vain attempt against Konoha will not succeed, and Niji has done his best to get here. Originally did not want to participate in these disputes, Niji's status in the clan is now embarrassing. And this time it wasn't just the conflict between the village and the village. The Chunin exam a month later involved the daimyo, which was already a war between countries. In the dark, Niji left quickly. And on the other side, Moonlight Hayate. The frontier is the barrier. The Hokage building has a radius of 100 meters and is equipped with a very powerful barrier. If those people dare to do something there, they will definitely be noticed. Only 10 steps, 9 steps away. A little tired, Hayate walked over slowly. Hi! The strange sound came slowly, densely, and more. Hiss! Hiss! Hey! Hayate sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly ran into the barrier. Only 3 steps, 2 steps away. Ugh! Blood splattered. Before dying, Hayate saw horrors that he had never seen in his life. Those pair of pupils like poisonous snakes, and the face that is extremely blue and terrifying under the moonlight, the body has been quickly occupied by fear before losing consciousness. He. The corpse of Moonlight Hayate that was slowly lifted up by the 2 giant pythons, Orochimaru smiled in satisfaction. There were several bloodstains on his face. He stretched out his long tongue and licked it, his eyes cold and gloomy. Hyaganiji? Funny guy. Night, silent as water. Hey-8. Hey-8's body thrown on the roof, Ijao's tears had burst. The surrounding Anbu teammates bowed their heads in silence. Mitarashi Anko stood with his hands folded, his expression serious. See anything else? Anko asked the nearby Konoha resident. The middle-aged man was also flustered. I was a little drunk last night, I didn't see it clearly, I only knew so much, it was a boy wearing a mask, he was alone, he beat 5. No. 6. Anko finally just sighed, walked over to Ijao and patted him on the shoulder. Hokage building. Hokage office, the third generation of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents on the desktop, and smoked the last puff of old cigarettes. He took off the hat on top of his head, and his eyes were mature and complicated. Is it related to Orochimaru? Sarutobi asked. Anko was taken aback and replied, I didn't notice any signs of Orochimaru in the vicinity. That's natural. Hiruzen bowed his head and snorted coldly, he used to be my most proud disciple, how can you investigate his traces? Old man saw it very clearly. If Orochimaru wanted to attack Konoha at this time, they could only be someone in the clear. However, that boy must be the boy I met in the Forest of Death. That person is not Anbu S, and his mask was taken from Ijao. Anko said affirmatively. Hiruzen took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. You and Ijao go to investigate the matter of Hey-8 first, and ask Ebisu to come over. Yes. Afterwards, Anko walked out of Hokage's office with 2 Anbu, and a man wearing sunglasses and a dark blue Konoha costume walked into the office. Master Sandaimu. You call me. Ebisu, how is the Konohamaru lately? When Hiruzen asked about his grandson, his expression was not as gentle as before, but rather absent-minded. Ebisu also sensed something was wrong, and was stunned. Konohamaru, the young master, has been studying hard recently. He said that he wanted to surpass Naruto brother earlier to seize the position of Hokage or something. Stinky boy. Hiruzen exhaled and sneered. Moonlight Hey-8 is dead. When Hiruzen said that, Ebisu was startled, then clenched his fist tightly. His voice also became dull in an instant, then, if there is something I need to do, please feel free to say it. No need, the recent Chunin exam is related to the daimyo, which is related to the tense relationship between the entire Konoha village and the country of fire. So many Jainin at the border can't be transferred back, this kind of thing happens at this time, such an ominous premonition, and it's the same as 12 years ago. 3 generations. I'm old, and even if I try to do my best, there may be an irreversible situation. Go and find that guy, it's time for the Hokage position to be relinquished. Ebisu slowly raised his head. You are talking about that lord, one of the legendary Sunin. Chapter 37 Dissatisfied. Tenten's Challenge. Early in the morning, the Hyaga family. In the practice field, familiar figures, familiar movements, day after day. Humph. Drink. Niji practiced the gentle fist over and over again. Ding. This practice is over. 8 trigrams palm gentle fist proficiency 4799. 8 trigrams vacuum palm proficiency 1433. 8 trigrams revolving heaven proficiency 2978. Niji let out a breath and fell back. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his entire body no longer felt fatigue and soreness due to long-term high-intensity exercise. On the contrary, it was a very pleasant sour feeling. Although the strength can be improved more directly through actual combat, the facts have proved that the current strength does not come as it is said. Every time you shoot, you will expose yourself to the air. In the real combat, the opponent is getting stronger and stronger. One day, Niji may need to face the cage-level powerhouse. Even tougher and more powerful than Orochimaru. Can't let go of any channel that can become stronger. Just from practice every day, Niji can gain a lot of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the proficiency of 8 trigrams revolving heaven has reached 3W, and the reward, self-selected A-level ninjutsu. Optional. Niji frowned, muttering to himself. Optional A-level ninjutsu, Fiton, Wind Style, Breakthrough. Fiton, Wind Style, Palm Storm Wave. Sudan, Water Style, Water Formation Wall. Not much to choose from. Fiton, Wind Style, let's take the storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host who successfully acquired Fiton, Wind Style, Palm Storm Wave, and directly advanced to the first glimpse of the door. Niji then opened the Properties panel. Host, Hyoga Niji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja Basic Skills, including all basic skills such as throwing, proficiency progress, 87.8%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, Fiton, Wind Style, Palm Storm Wave. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, 8 trigrams One Shot. Demonic Illusion, none. Blood Follower Boundaries, Byakugan. Byakugan Purity, 12%. Basic Items, Bing Bing Pill *1, Detonating Charm *10, Dojo Herb *4. Advanced Items, none. Special Items, none. What is this? Byakugan Purity? Niji asked. The system immediately replied, when the host Byakugan is promoted to the level of fusion and penetration, the purity of Byakugan can be displayed, can be improved. Niji frowned slightly, this purity. 12%? No wonder the Hyoga clan has fallen into such a ghost shape over the years. Is this level of Byakugan worthy of being called the descendant of the Tsutsuki clan? Ugh! Niji sighed and stood up, ready to continue practicing. Cuckoo! The voice of the ninja pigeon caught Niji's attention. On the wooden fence not far away, the ninja pigeon stayed on top and continued to coo-coo-coo. Come here! Niji responded impatiently, even the ninja pigeons have come to order people these days. Niji walked over and took the letter from Genin's pigeon's feet, and the ninja pigeon flew away cooing. Ninja pigeons are relatively docile and psychic. They don't have much ability. They are only suitable for short-distance negotiation in the village. If the information is transmitted farther, the ninjas will use ninja dogs or ninja eagles and other more powerful ninja beasts. So Niji didn't even need to look at it and guessed that it was probably the guy class who was going to gather again. As expected. Before the sun goes down today, do you want to go to the old place in Hyushin? Niji muttered to himself. It was Teacher Guy's handwriting, and he said it was to arrange a special training program with him after tomorrow? If it's just a notification, why not just state it in the letter? Niji lowered his head hesitantly, put down the letter, and seemed to be able to practice for a while before the sun went down. Hokage Building, inside the Hokage office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Hiruzen raised his hand and moved the Hokage hat above his head and looked up. Was Hyoga Hayashi, who closed the door gently, turned around and bowed to Hiruzen. Lord Sandame. Hiruzen nodded leisurely. Hayashi, you are very concerned about your clan's affairs. Hayashi was stunned and smiled lightly. I'm really sorry, after all, as the patriarch, I have to. Hayashi. Hiruzen's sudden eyes made Hayashi a little wary. Hayashi lowered his head, not daring to look up at Sandemu again. Even the great elders of the Hyoga clan's split family were far less imposing in front of Hokage. Not to mention the young patriarch of the Hyoga clan? 60 years of Konoha village now, not 60 years of Hyuga clan. Hope you understand. Hayashi was startled and stopped answering. After Hiruzen vented his anger, he added, although the Hyuga family has always had internal system rules, since they are in Konoha village, everything they do must be for the sake of Konoha. Hayashi's eyes were full of hesitation. Conditions. Hey! Niji finished speaking, a kunao flew over quickly. A few dings, Niji jumped back and blocked the remaining shuriken with Kyowu. Ten, promise me this is the last time, Guy said, stepping back. Ten stepped forward, untied the scroll behind him, and looked serious. I can be your opponent for special training, but, you must beat me here first. Niji glanced at Guy suspiciously, and asked him to come, so he was doing this. Niji, if I have a job for you, you should treat it as a special training. Guy took a deep breath, his heart heavy. In the last third round of Chunin exams, Ten faced Temari, a female ninja of the same type, and suffered a lot. But Niji defeated Gaara, who was touted as the strongest in Tsunagakuer. This result also made Ten wonder if she really had a problem. Well then, if it's a condition, don't give me water. Niji got into a fighting stance and tried to respect his opponent as much as possible. Niji was just kind, but Ten said angrily, who wants to throw water on someone like you? A few simple steps forward, Ten rushed directly over. She was really in a hurry. Niji, who has always been the tail of the crane, why is she suddenly so strong? She wants to actually feel it once. Ha! Ten hit hard, knocking Niji back a long way. She gasped and stood up again, her eyes chilling. Niji also stopped moving and stood up straight. Very good. Niji praised, then slowly hand seal. Ten frowned too. Zi, Su. Byakugan. The battle is imminent. Manipulator hidden weapon combo. More than a dozen hidden weapons fluttered out of the scroll. Niji only dodged quickly. Ten said angrily, what? Are you underestimating me? No need for revolving heaven. Pull out a scroll and quickly hand seal in the air. Hidden weapon rising dragon. The reels unraveled, and thousands of hidden weapons flew towards Niji as they spun. This range. Niji swept his legs forward, gestured, and sank. The white light bursts into view. Revolving heaven. All the hidden weapons bounced off without exception. Ha! Niji shouted loudly, and the moment Ten landed, the sound of breaking through the air passed by. Almost. Ten bit Kaiba, his nerves tense. As expected of absolute defense, this level of physical attack is completely immune. Ten, you have lost. Guy said. A glance, Niji is still effortless, and Ten is already gasping for breath. She was dissatisfied. Then he was about to take the last big scroll he didn't pull out from behind, but Guy walked up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. Ten, admit it, you've lost. But... look behind you. Ten was startled and looked back. I saw the tree a few meters away behind me, a hole the size of my head, which was directly penetrated by a terrifying force. It's the vacuum palm of the gentle fist method, Niji missed it on purpose. Chapter 38 Suspect. Non-existent genius. Ten stared at the hole punched by the vacuum palm for a long time, unable to believe what he saw. Thinking back to the huge palm force beside him when he landed, was that really a move that Niji, who he usually despised, made easily? Ten swallowed, turned his head, and looked at Niji, who was breathing evenly as usual. Offended. Niji bowed, his whole demeanor gentle and calm. Ten felt some hatred in his heart. But she suddenly realized that this hatred wasn't against Niji. This hatred is caused by the huge gap between the external world and her inner presupposition. She hates herself. Why does it cause such a misjudgment? Niji is obviously so strong, and even her character is so humble. She, who has been by Niji's side, turned out to be the last person to notice. I lost. Tenten lowered his head and dropped his hands. This test is not over, but Tenten already has the answer in his heart. Chunin exam made her dissatisfied, and it was difficult for her to accept the reality. Now, Niji's palm completely woke her up. She really saw the reality. Then, starting tomorrow, Tenten will accompany Niji to train. Little Li and I are going on an urgent mission in the village. Guy was relieved to see Tenten untied his heart. Mission? This time, Niji had a bad premonition in his heart. With his own strength, he couldn't stop the crisis he knew would happen this time. But Jainin in the village can, but he has to go on a mission at a time like this? Yeah, the mission this time is very important. It's a mission that requires strong physical ninjas. I just happened to take little Li to exercise. Niji nodded. He has no turbulence in his heart, and he will not be jealous. Because Guy's body technique itself did not improve him much, Byakugan's body technique was very special. Compared with speed and strength, Byakugan paid more attention to the word quasi. But don't worry, I have convinced Tenten, she will be responsible for urging you to practice well at any time. Well, wrap it on me. Tenten nodded, she is also a girl with good self-regulation ability, and she won't keep worrying about the little things just now. Well, but... Niji slapped his mouth, and to be honest, the current Tenten doesn't even have the strength to make himself serious. Tenten doesn't realize this, Guy must be able to see it. Haha. Forgot to tell you, don't worry, I have communicated with a new teacher, and he will be in charge of your next special training. It will last for 2 weeks. You have to work hard. Guy said, walked over, and put his hands on Niji's shoulders excitedly. The new teacher. Looking at Guy's excited expression, Niji suddenly had a bad premonition. He is a very good teacher. As a teacher, he is better than me. You will be satisfied. Guy retracted his hands and took a few steps back as he spoke. All in all, you can go to the number 21 training ground with Tenten tomorrow according to our training time, and you can see him. Niji tilted his neck, curious as to who this new teacher was. In his current state, his proficiency and actual combat are 2 rigid ways to improve his strength. Although it is fast, it cannot achieve a decisive and rapid improvement. It seems that no matter how skilled the 8 trigrams 64 palms is, it cannot achieve the same effect as the injection-type thunder attribute chakra nature transformation given by the system. With rigid efforts, the ceiling will not be too high. I just hope that this new teacher can really bring me a big breakthrough. On the other side, inside Hokage's office, the document on the table is an application form, densely packed with many contents. The Konoha Guard Department is a policy that has not been implemented for a long time. Because the daimyo will visit the village at the opportunity of watching the Chunin conference, these plans must also be implemented. It is exactly as you said, the Hyoga family is the most favorable competing family. Hiruzen finished smoking the cigarette in his hand and sighed. However, you should also be aware of the precedent of the Uchiha family. Hayashi took a deep breath and lowered his head slightly. The pressure of separation, the situation of main clan. Hayashi seems to have no choice, Niji is the new hope rising. He just decided to go all the way to the end and put everything on Niji. The Hyoga family is not the Uchiha family, not only do they not have the ambitions of Uchiha, but the Hyaga's strength is not as weak as everyone sees it. Hayashi finally held back his tough words. Hiruzen, who heard this, was stunned for a moment. Strength? He continued to sit at his desk and looked up at Hyoga Hayashi with a serious face. Hyoga Niji, known as the ninja at the tail of the crane. Hiruzen said indifferently. Hayashi frowned. Niji, he works very hard, he will definitely make a mark in this Chunin exam. Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Master Sandame, I believe that you, who are highly respected, will definitely give the young child a chance? Hayashi asked. Hee. Hiruzen chuckled twice and shook his head. The village will give the Hyuga clan a chance, and of course I will give the children a chance. But this Hyuganiji, why don't you bring the true genius of your Hyuga clan to me to prove it? Hayashi was startled. Real genius? Hiruzen's eyes suddenly became serious and gloomy. Moonlight Hayate is dead, and the murderer still doesn't know who it is. Someone saw an Anbu boy fighting 6 people at the same time that night. This Anbu boy was also seen by Anko in the Forest of Death. Hiruzen said this. Hayashi asked suspiciously, this kind of thing should have a great connection with Anbu? In recent years, Anbu? No. Hiruzen cut him off. That boy is not from Anbu, it has been investigated. More importantly, Hiruzen picked up the pipe next to him, lit it again, and took a puff. That boy's moves and habit of attacking with palms are exactly the same as Hyuga's fluid technique. Hayashi heard this, he was stunned. So, are the 3 generations suspicious of our Hyuga clan? Of course not. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly, judging from the information currently in hand, this young man is likely to be in our Konoha's position. It's just that his strength is indeed very strong, at least on the level of Jainin, and he is so young. I just thought, if the Hyugas have such a gifted kid, why haven't they been known to this day? This word stopped Hayashi. Please forgive Hokage, I have never heard of any juvenile children in the clan, the talent is already so high. There are indeed many children in the younger generation of the Hyuga family who are more talented than Niji, but there is no such thing at all. Genius. Hayashi. Hiruzen pondered for a long time, and seemed to have made up his mind. You are younger than me, I even experienced the era of Hyuga Tenin, and I even know your Hyuga family better than you. Hayashi nodded cautiously, and what Hiruzen said really made him unable to refute. You must have suffered a lot from the split and the main clan grievances. As a patriarch, that's what it should be. Hayashi bowed his head. I don't want the Hyuga clan to repeat the mistakes of the Uchiha clan, but I trust you, Hayashi. Hiruzen said, pressing his handprint on a document on the table. This, what do you mean? Hayashi was a little surprised. Then he said, it will be useful in the future, but not now. Chapter 39 Misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person. Morning, Niji and Tenten meet up. Practice field number 21, here. Tenten took the map inside Konoha and scratched his head. Niji nodded and said, well, it's ahead. The two walked over together. The early morning fog had begun to dissipate, and the dew had slipped from the grass by the roadside. The pebble road is full of water stains left by the light rain last night, but the air exudes a moist smell, which is very comfortable. But, why is this practice ground so silent? Tenten walked in. Like the intelligence department in the center of the dead forest, the practice ground here seems to have not been used for a long time, although the sparrows are small and complete. Not far away, you can hear the sound of gurgling water and the sound of a faint waterfall falling. It seems that the distance from the Konoha River is not far. Well, did you hear the sound of water? This is the training ground that existed 20 years ago. After the Third Ninja War, Konoha's strength became stronger and stronger, and he was closely connected with the country of fire and signed a truce with Tsunagakuer. Agreement. There have been very few wars since then, which is what everyone calls peace. Niji said, jumping on a wooden stake. In peaceful times, there is naturally less training for ninjas. All the training grounds after the 21st are abandoned. The last time I used this place, I'm afraid it must have been at least 3 times. The big exercise from years ago. Oh. Tenten nodded leisurely. Nice air. Niji, you stay in the clan all day, how do you know so much? Tenten was a little curious, and recently realized that Niji is omnipotent. Niji laughed, because I have nothing else to do on weekdays, I have been cultivating, and I often come to these training grounds. Occasionally I meet some Jainin or Enbu who also come here, and I will know after listening to them talk a few words. Jainin. Tenten became more and more emotional. When he felt that the promotion of Chunin was a century-old problem, it turned out that Niji's eyes did not stop at Genin. Including the Third Ninja War that Niji mentioned, at that time Tenten was not born, and she knew nothing about it. But Niji, you too, why did you call me so early? Our usual appointment time is not this time. Is that so? I usually start waiting at this point? This. Tenten swallowed and saw Niji. He had found a stake in the practice range and started to concentrate on practicing. Come on. Sarutobi Asuma's voice resounded through the practice ground. As soon as I came in, I heard Niji practicing, really diligent. Behind Asuma, there are Inoshika ch. Ino, teacher. Your voice is too loud. Koji, okay, after training with them, take me to eat barbecue. Shikamaru, the trouble is dead. Tenten looked at it hesitantly, and murmured, so that it, the new teacher that Mr. Guy is looking for is Mr. Asuma. Yo, hello, Niji, long awaited. Asuma came over, Niji was startled, and the two looked at each other. Afterwards, Niji stopped practicing and bowed politely. As soon as ACI came, the practice began to have a leader. Several people were gathered by Asuma, and everyone sat down directly on the grass. Then, it's similar to what I just said. The time is 2 weeks. I will decide your arrangements for these 2 weeks. Not only those who are going to take the Chunin exam, but Tenten and Koji will also take the opportunity to hone themselves. There will be another Chunin exam, don't be left behind. Yes. Tenten and Koji replied feebly, looked at each other and sighed. Then, at the beginning, I will personally watch the process of the battle, so as to better train you. Let's learn in a one-on-one manner. The person I don't know the most here is. Asuma looked around for a week and saw Niji, who was silent. Just you, Hyaga Niji. Me. Niji was startled, pointed to himself, and then stood up honestly. Ino, you come to be Niji's opponent, let me see your progress. Hey. Ino took up, wearing a short purple dress with delicate skin. Niji frowned slightly. Do you want to fight against such a weak girl? He really can't imagine the scene of his serious shot. Why is it me first? Ino pursed his lips, and his eyes were lovely. Asuma chuckled, then, let's start now, everyone spread out around to make room, and I will personally watch your movements and attack methods. Be careful, this is a learning experience, click until it's over. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Several other people stepped back and gave way. Koji said, Ino, it should be easy to beat Niji, because she has learned the teacher's one. Shikamaru frowned, glared at Niji and said, you idiot, the last time you were beaten down by Suzuki, you didn't see the next game, but Niji won Gaara. How could it be so simple? Really? Koji replied casually, continuing to chew hard. Ha! Ino started, he rushed up, startling Niji. Do you drive Byakugan? No. Niji was entangled in his heart, and began to practice body tricks with Ino. Back and forth, Niji handled it with ease. But Ino, obviously not good at physique, has been dodged by Niji after several attacks to no avail. Niji, remember to attack. Asuma saw that Niji was only defending, and said. Niji immediately charged up, found an opportunity in the dodge, and slapped him in the face. Ah! Ino screamed as he felt the wind. Crack! Palm, Niji patted it gently, as if he just put his palm on it. Phew, fortunately I've held back chakra. Niji fortunately exhaled. But the next moment, he noticed the soft touch of his hands. Ino's face was ashamed of UI, and he felt Niji's soft palm, his own heart beating violently. Pervert! Ino bit Kaiba and stepped back. I didn't mean that. Niji was also a little speechless, although the touch just now was really good. Damn! Pervert, pervert, pervert! Ino shamed Ui, but didn't seem to want to show his weak side, and immediately attacked Niji vigorously. Niji turns on Byakugan, dodging quickly. The two continued their more intense melee game. Isn't Ino's attack so fast? It's useless at all. Koji wondered. Asuma laughed and said, of course, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has great insight. Every movement can be captured, and even a sneak attack is impossible, because Byakugan has the ability to see through, even the hidden weapon hidden under the clothes can still be seen. I can clearly see the size and shape of the hidden weapon. Asuma said this, Tenten was startled, and the whole person curled up even tighter. The two players over there, Ino stopped attacking, and Niji's defense also stopped. Transparent, see-through. Tenten swallowed and blinked, trying to hide his ashamed Ui face. And Ino opened his mouth even more, remembering the Byakugan that Niji decisively opened just now. And Niji is still staring at him with blue veins in his eyes. Ino stepped back quickly and covered his chest. Don't look. Niji was in a cold sweat and smiled shyly, misunderstanding, I am really not that kind of person. Saying that, Han smiled and walked over to explain. Ino was even more scared and backed away. It seems that I explained something wrong, haha, haha. Asuma saw this scene and laughed awkwardly. Chapter 40 Ino. Girl's heart. Okay, let's have a serious fight. After everyone's laughter and scolding, Asuma reorganized the serious battle situation. Although it is to learn from each other and point to the end, but also to show their true skills, this is respect for the opponent. Asuma said, Niji and Ino reunited. Ino's eyes. A few days ago, the special Jainin Moonlight Hayate of our village, the examiner of your third exam, was murdered near the Hokage building. You should have heard about this. Although it is a peaceful time, it is the same. Work hard to improve your strength. Take every fight seriously. Asuma said, everyone in the field started to get serious. Moonlight Hayate, but the examiner who left a deep impression on them in the previous exam, unexpectedly heard the news of death so quickly. For children in peaceful times, the impact of this kind of thing is not small. Let's start, Ino, let us see the results of your latest training. And Niji. I heard all the teachers compliment your performance in the last battle, let me see it too. Ino nodded heavily. Her eyes began to stare at Niji, and it was at this moment that she began to officially become the opponent. That rumored scrap ninja, that crane tail. Living in the rumored Hyuga Niji, after the first fight, Ino suddenly discovered that it didn't seem to be the case. From the very beginning, he didn't use Byakugan's familiar dodging technique, that kind of proficiency must have been cultivated thousands of times. Opening Byakugan, the killing is decisive, even in defense, every action is so neat and clean. This guy must also have a lot of practical experience. I'm going to be serious too. Ino started hand seal. The last seal is, wind. Tenten sat watching the battle not far away, and murmured. Oh? You can tell from this, Tenten is amazing. Koji said while eating potato chips. Shikamaru tapped him on the head and said, Idiot, let's you read more books. And Niji's eyes moved slightly, and the chakra in Ino's body began to emerge continuously. Forming a whirlwind, it began to slowly wrap around her hands and feet. At the same time, Shikamaru also released Shikai. Ninjutsu is the one that needs chakra to release the most, and chakra is also divided into attributes. In addition to the types of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and demonic illusion, chakra can also be singled out as an increase in physical fitness, and to achieve this, the most difficult problem is that the power of chakra itself is very small. By condensing chakra on the soles of your feet, you can walk on water. There are many similar things. Chakra itself is only an auxiliary energy body. Koji said, I know this, I heard it at the ninja school before. That class is chakra control. Chakra control is extremely talented, and there are many things that ordinary people can't do with their efforts. Tenten explained. Shikamaru nodded and continued, yes, but the attribute chakra is different. The 5 most basic attributes, fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder, are condensed in the body, and the chakra will have different effects. Whether using it alone or injecting it into an operation to increase the effect, requires extremely high talent. And Ino just happens to be a genius in this area. Among the people I have seen, no one can control more than Ino. Chakras. That's why he can learn this. Asuma was on the side, nodding with a chuckle, a half-smoked cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Hey 8. Wind-like chakra that wraps around the feet and hands. Ino attacked Niji quickly, with even more lightness. Niji confronted him and continued to make defensive moves. Every attack of Ino was quicker and more accurate. One punch. Boom. Right on Niji's arm. But still couldn't stand it, Niji was super thick and receded. Niji bit Kaiba and got down on one knee. He held his left arm tightly, and outside the court, Tenten stood up in surprise. How? To Tenten's test of Niji yesterday, she felt that Niji should not be this level, and Asuma also frowned subtly, is it only this level? Ino was also a little surprised, Niji was a little different now than before. Be serious. I'm not a taijutsu ninja, so are you willing to lose to me like this? Ino tried to use the aggressive technique. Niji stood up with difficulty, a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Seriously, Ino, in front of you can solve it in an instant. But this degree is difficult to grasp. On the inside of the left arm, it was the wound left by the wind blade that night when he fought against Maki, it seems that it is not so simple. It echoed Ino's wind attribute chakra, and the pain was severe and unbearable. Niji now seems to have a little understanding of the principles of some attribute chakra nature transformation, and also knows why Hinata's chakra can completely activate the thunder attribute gentle fist remaining in Sark's body at that time. 8 trigrams palm gentle fist. Niji got serious and moved very fast. Has it started? Asuma looked on, his eyes starting to light up. Even with the wind attribute chakra, Ino's movements still can't keep up with Niji at all. Every feint, Ino's defense is not in place. As long as it is a serious attack, Ino will fall. This. Asuma widened his eyes with admiration in his heart. He finally understood why Kurane Yui, who had watched the game, admired Hyoga Niji for so long. This kid really has a different kind of strength. Ino felt that she was knocked down by something, and she couldn't resist a large-scale force. Before she fell to the ground, a gentle embrace caught her. Seeing Niji's indifferent and handsome face, she was startled. Afterwards, he quickly stood up. Niji was first in a cold sweat, this. I'm really not that kind of person. Okay, you two rest first, the next group. Asuma's simple test continued, while Ino quietly left while watching. Niji followed, and at the other end of the practice range, saw Ino sitting alone under the tree. Aren't you satisfied? Niji's mouth twitched, she had already put enough water. Of strength, Ino couldn't get into his eyes at all. It's not that I don't agree, I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ino glanced at Niji and looked away again. Niji leaned over, and Ino suddenly turned to Yui. Hey, I warn you, I really don't mean that. Niji was a little speechless, if Asuma's words got out, it would probably kill all the men of the Hyoga clan. And Ino just made Yui's face and didn't answer. She turned around and sighed. Trying to recover her emotions, she didn't know why, but the battle just now made her discover something. She actually had some kind of affection for the young man in front of her, and it was extremely strong. Too hard to resist. I really don't understand the hearts of you girls. If you don't agree, try to become stronger and catch up with me. Niji didn't know how to teach, so he bluntly said. He didn't want to let his unintentional act kill a girl's ninja dream. Sakura's class is a talented Sasuke, and Naruto's recent performance should be very good, right? Look at your teammates, are you willing to lose to Sakura like this? I thought that this sentence would anger Ino. Because Ino is supposed to like Sasuke, but the result is beyond Niji's expectations. Ino just stared at Niji blankly and didn't speak. The wind blew over and everything was at ease. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Niji frowned. Nothing. Ino lowered his head and swallowed. Just now, she seemed to see the light. Chapter 41 Variable. Unexpected Ninja. What's the matter? Niji took a step forward, wanting to see what was on the mind of this beautiful girl. Don't come here. Ino stretched out her hands to resist. At this moment, she seemed to be blocking the light in front of her eyes. So dreamy, so beautiful. The rumored waste material ninja easily defused the attack she spent so much time learning, and there seems to be something deeper behind that huge concealment. Ino's heart is quietly sprouting. Niji's mouth twitched, but he didn't move. Could he know how powerful Ino's heartbeat is now? How did he know that his seemingly hooligan actions just now, and the very measured battle, had completely touched this girl's heart? I will become stronger. When I become stronger, I will definitely challenge you. Ino stood up and pretended that he was simply drawn to the power. Niji breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'll wait for you. Of course he didn't want to be romantic and become a hero of Hokage in the future. There will be a certain girl who has left a shadow for a lifetime because of him. Back on the grass, Tenten had beaten Koji and was playing Shikamaru. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was eager to admit defeat. It's almost done, right? Exhausted. Shikamaru stood upside down at the top of the tree, while Tenten was not far under the tree, holding a scroll, full of fighting spirit. Asuma did sneer, don't think about escaping, if you really don't want to train, why did you accept the challenge of the Chunin exam? Ninja, you have to work hard. Tenten remembered every back of Niji's struggle, and naturally couldn't accept a man escaping like this, pulled the scroll, hand seal. Try this trick. Fix Sky Matsuri lock. Crack kaka kaka kaka. A very powerful mechanical chain was greeted from the scroll, and quickly stretched out section by section, heading towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was startled and widened his eyes. Come back. Once you get caught by this, you can't escape. Tenten bit Kaiba, hand seal harder. Crack. As Shikamaru jumped away, the trap chain automatically followed, very fast. Will you still turn? As soon as Shikamaru landed, the chain caught up, and he jumped aside immediately. I give up. I give up. No way. Tenten controlled the Matsuri lock and continued to chase Shikamaru. Shikamaru jumped up and down, realizing that there was no end to it, jumping to a blind spot, using a few seconds of pause, to draw a handful of kunao. Damn! He glanced annoyed at the Tenten where he was, and threw it at an angle. Hey! Tenten just tilted his head, his movements were quick and his eyes were accurate. Naive! As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice. Zizi! Detonator! Tenten realized that there was no such thing as a misery, tied to a detonating talisman that was already detonating. She immediately grabbed the chain and jumped away quickly. Pfft! But the detonating talisman was just a squib, and there was still thick dust and smoke inside, tumbling out. Hey, scary! Tenten sighed in disdain, and suddenly, Shikamaru's figure appeared along with his voice. Is that the end of it? Shadow mimicry success. Thick fog gradually dissipated, and I saw that Shikamaru was only 3 or 4 meters away from him, and there was a dark shadow under his feet, connected to the solace of Tenten's feet. So close. Tenten swallowed. In the previous battle, because of Tenten's keen insight, Shikamaru was unable to start and failed several times. The Tenten Master battle, Shikamaru had no chance to break through. The distance is close, so the speed of the operation will be faster. Tenten's entire body is under control, completely under Shikamaru's control. With such a strong bondage, the winner is naturally determined. What a great fight! Tenten are also very strong. Asuma clapped his hands and walked over. Next, let me test you guys myself. Hey! Asuma's words surprised everyone. Gloomy ground. Hiss. The voice of the viper wandered around, making people say it. Footsteps sounded slowly. Squeak. A mouse quickly ran over, moving extremely fast. The person who was walking was not in a hurry, but every step followed the rules, and it seemed to be very clear to the deep road under the ground. Like the palm of your hand. In dark roads, torches provide a great deal of light. However, such a familiar road does not seem to require too much vision, and the young man walking is very keen. In the light of the fire, the white hair and glasses were revealed. Yakushi Kabuto. Squeak. Mouse seemed to follow Kabuto's footsteps. Kabuto froze for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Meow. A weak kitten jumped out and looked at that size, which was twice the size of a mouse. Kabuto was startled and looked back. Hesitantly, he saw the kitten squatting on his hind feet. The cat was a black cat and seemed to be chasing the mouse. He stared at the kitten for a long time, as if thinking about something. Then, squat down. Reaching out his hand and stroking the kitten rubbed tenderly in its palm. Don't follow me anymore. After that, he stood up and continued to walk forward. The cat quietly squatted in the same place, watching his back, which was getting farther and farther away. In the further room, the gloomy darkness is endless. Burning candles, beating occasionally. Knock knock. Is it Kabuto? Come in. The deep, hoarse voice is perfect for this quirky atmosphere. Squeak, the door was pushed open, and Kabuto's face was calm and impermanent. How's the plan this time? Orochimaru sat in the chair and looked at Kabuto with a smile on his face. Kabuto came in, left the door open, and hung the torch on the wall. There is no problem, everything is going on. The Chunin exam has also successfully passed Sasuke-kun and their group. I have solved many candidates in the Forest of Death, but there is a variable. Variable? That Anbu boy? Orochimaru frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and the smile faded away. Yes. Not only in the Forest of Death, but during the negotiation with Tsunagakuer, the people of Konoha discovered that boy. That boy is really an unexpected ninja. Fortunately, you were there to deal with Moonlight Hayate, but that Anbu boy. Don't worry. Orochimaru thought for a moment, then gave a smirk again. His eyes were full of cunning enthusiasm. Hyaganiji, I already know his name. Hyaganiji. Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the name. Yes, I didn't expect the Hyaga family to have such a strong bloodline. I have been searching for the bloodline of Hyaga Tenin, and finally found it. But now that there is Sasuke-kun, that bloodline doesn't seem to be the same. It's important. Orochimaru smiled, as if memories from many years ago were still flowing in his eyes. The body of the Uchiha clan is the most suitable for you, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed his head in submission. Orochimaru snorted coldly, yeah, but still, be very careful, Hyaga's boy seems to be growing faster than Sasuke-kun. Then, pay more attention to him. Yes. Kabuto replied. Squeak, squeak. The rat's voice stopped abruptly, replaced by the sound of snakes crawling on the ground. There was a pool of blood on the ground, only a severed tail remained, and the snake crawled over, with a small bulge in its abdomen. Chapter 42 Effort. Ability beyond talent. 21 Practice ground. It has been abandoned for many years, but because the Asuma class is specially trained here, there is a lot of lively and happy atmosphere throughout the day. Bang! The smoke bomb opened, and Shikamaru and Ino fled quickly. Partial doubling technique. A huge hand slammed down. When it hit the ground even trembled. Stay back! Niji reminded that Tenten followed him and quickly backed away a lot. Clap la la! Crushed stones were scattered on the ground. Hey, it's getting better again, Koji. Still unarmed, Asuma waited for the smoke bomb to dissipate, and stood on the tree trunk, looking down at his 3 students. Asuma teacher is so cunning. Knowing that the ground battlefield is not good for him, he ran up to the tree. Koji narrowed his eyes and murmured. However, his eyes are small, and they seem to be squinting all the time. Hey, is it only this level with 3 people? The combined attack of the 3 of you is not as good as that of Tenten alone. Asuma's voice fell, but he was startled. This. It turned out that there was already a dark shadow under his feet, as if sticking to him, making it difficult for him to move. Shadow mimicry, success. Shikamaru, who had jumped out of the smoke bomb, turned into smoke with a bang. And the tree where Asuma was standing, behind the trunk at the other end, Shikamaru showed his head. So the smoke bomb just now was just to take the opportunity to get close to me? You really don't count as a brat. Asuma turned back with a wry smile and saw Shikamaru, who was struggling to maintain the spell. Shikamaru bit Kaiba and murmured, sure enough, controlling Jainin is still too hard. Ino. Hurry up. Good. Ino's mouth twitched, and he chuckled, Asuma teacher, next time you can see the clone technique clearly. After all, she has finished printing quickly. Ninja, the art of turning the heart. Aim for Asuma, but... After a moment, she frowned. What's the matter? Why doesn't the mind-turning technique work? After that, a burst of laughter came. Haha, the avatar technique is just a trick, and naturally you won't use that kind of low-level avatar technique in actual combat. Asuma appeared behind Ino, with his hands in his pants kabuto, a cigarette stuck at the corner of his mouth. Cigarette butt danced up and down with Asuma's speaking lips. You 3 just come here and rest for a while. After Asuma finished speaking, he walked forward. And Ino, who was stunned, was still immersed in the thrilling feeling just now. Koji blinked and squinted, looking up at the tree. The original Asuma turned into a gust of wind. Whoa! Not only the sound of wind, but also a morphological hurricane, gradually dissipating into the air. Seeing this scene, Shikamaru lowered his head with a sigh. It's really troublesome, it's almost impossible for 3 genins to play against 1 Jainin. After the basic test training, the crowd gathered again. Asuma wrote and drew with a pen on the tablet. When he got to the tangled point, he stopped and picked up the cigarette butt at the corner of his mouth with his hand. In terms of overall level, Shikamaru's ability is the strongest. Speaking of which, Shikamaru lowered his head, showing no sign of being happy. And Ino and Koji also pouted and looked helpless. As far as it looks, the combat IQ of the 5 of you is higher than Genin's level, and you may lack some actual combat experience. Compared with a Chunin, what you lack the most is actually training. Exercise. Tenten wondered. Asuma nodded, except for Niji, all of you have too many flaws in your movements. Although your combat performances are very positive, your proficiency skills are really too childish, and it is impossible to become a Chunin in such a state. By the way, Niji just trained with Ino. Next, I'll test you myself. Asuma said, suddenly put away the pen and paper and put it on the grass. He stood up empty-handed and spread his hands. We've seen 2 tricks before. I want to have a basic master for your physical fitness. Then I will give you the most basic physical training in the first week, and teach you more advanced chakra control methods in the next week. Niji, it's your turn. Tenten glanced at Niji blankly. Niji was also stunned for a moment, and then stood up indifferently. He seemed to accept this matter readily. In the eyes of Tenten, she is also very concerned about this quiz. Asuma is different from Guy. Guy only takes them to exercise and training in pediatrics. Besides, Guy is a teacher who is seriously partial to subjects, but this Asuma teacher is different. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, demonic illusion, chakra control, nature transformation, and even the wind clone just now, are morphological changes. Almighty teacher, Niji, you have to cheer up. Tenten said in a low voice. Let's get started. Several people cleared the field, and at the beginning, Niji opened Byakugan and rushed towards Asuma with all his strength. I don't need to say the rules again, right? The purpose is to fight with me, and find a way to limit my movement, that's your purpose. Use your full strength. Asuma said, lowering his head and waiting for Niji to rush over. Niji drank lightly, and the whole person suddenly disappeared. Gone. Asuma was a little surprised, and the next moment, he was startled. Immediately glanced to the right, behind the left, Niji slashed with a palm. What is this? Ino, who saw this situation, was extremely surprised. Asuma was also in shock, hid in surprise, and then ran away. Niji behind him, with a ghostly movement, is so fast that he can't see it with the naked eye. Ha! Call dash! Asuma dodged, the wind blew his clothes up. Several people who saw this scene all showed admiration and surprise. Is this really just a quiz? If they don't know the two people in front of them, they will only think that this is a sparring between the two Jainins. Just looking at the movements, it is not exaggerated at all, every movement of Niji is so reasonable and fast. The pace is also so steady, and in the process of playing against Asuma, it was not suppressed in the slightest. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Niji seized the opportunity and swiped away, but Asuma's body had already taken advantage of the wind-type chakra's accelerated lightness, and it was easy to dodge at close range. So that's it. When he played against Niji, he really didn't want to touch me. The last blow knocked me down, just the palm of the hand. Realizing this, Ino's scalp went numb. That rumored tale of the crane? No, now in Ino, or in the hearts of several people present, an answer has already been settled. Niji is a hidden genius ninja. Fiton, wind style, Hay-8 blade. Asuma took the opportunity to make 3 simple seals with one hand, and took Niji's palm with one palm. Break the frictional force and the violent collision effect generated by the air against the wave bounced Niji away, and Asuma, who was in place, just retracted his hand and let out a breath. There is no doubt that among you now, the one with the best movement skills and a big chunk of you is Niji. After practicing, Asuma seemed to have finally found some direction and started writing and drawing on paper. But, when did Niji suddenly become so strong? Koji wondered. Everyone sitting next to him looked at Niji. Niji was stunned for a moment, then smiled, I don't know, I just practice every day. Those moves just now were learned through practice. Looking at Niji's silly smile, Asuma thought, talent? No, this kid's talent is very high, but his greatness is really not talent. His strongest ability is hard work, and in every move he just fought, even as a Jainin, he dare not say that he has done more training than Niji, a Genin. What Niji has is the ability to go beyond talent. Chapter 43 Difficulty. Niji's Demon Training. After giving a few Genins some more popular knowledge of physical skills, he promised to guide him after the physical training. Asuma looked at the early weather and planned to organize the group to break up. Then, that's the decision, starting tomorrow for a week. Everyone follows Niji to do the most basic training. Asuma seems to be unwilling to arrange more. And since Niji's method can make him become so strong in a short period of time, Asuma will naturally not let such a good recipe go. Starting tomorrow. Training like Niji, what kind of training? Don't you? Niji's training is too. The trouble is dead. Asuma was delivered, everyone complained. Don't worry, the teacher will follow you. It's just a training session. As a genin, don't be so lazy. Asuma preached to them and became more and more skilled. Niji only smiled lightly, it's okay, I'll cut half of my usual training volume. After all, if you hurt your body, it won't be worth the loss. Hearing such a general as Niji, Ino suddenly said, who do you look down on? I don't care. If I want to do it, I will do 100% of your usual training. After this time, Ino was the person who could directly feel Niji's strength. She complained on the surface, but in fact she understood that training with Niji was the biggest improvement for her. Tenten is also high-spirited. Well, I want to participate in the lessons behind Mr. Asuma, so I will work hard. Shikamaru still looks like he's unmotivated, and Koji seems to only need a yakiniku to have a steady stream of power. Niji couldn't help shaking his head. If they really practiced according to their own training volume, they would probably die. The next day, Niji rushed to join Asuma and the others after his morning exercise. 1 teacher, 6 students, group special training. If you have any questions, you can ask them. If there are no questions, we will leave it to Niji to arrange the special physical training. Niji took over this task and started his career as a special training coach. Today's first project is Ninja Run. Hey! After hearing this, Ino was slightly dissatisfied. What can you exercise just by running ninjas? Shikamaru also cheered, yeah, why don't you just sit here? Niji just smiled, really? I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the training load. How is it possible? It's just a ninja run, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Is it possible that Niji, you train on these basic things every day? Several people, you said my words, and finally was suppressed by Asuma's via. Then, let's go, run 10 laps around Konoha first. 10 laps. Shikamaru and Ino looked at each other, thinking they had heard it wrong. Tenten wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to himself, it really is like this. The first lap was easily completed by everyone. Come on, Niji encouraged. The second and third laps were already out of breath, only Asuma was effortless. Well, I can't do it after the third lap. Koji fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. Then, 4th, 5th, and 6th laps. Ino stopped where he was, too tired to speak. The interior of Konoha village is a fan-shaped semicircle with a diameter of at least 1 kilometer. 10 circles is less than 30 kilometers, right? Niji, are you taking your life? By the 7th lap, Tenten was starting to lose control. I can't do it. 8th lap. Asuma glanced at Shikamaru who was still holding on, and asked, Shikamaru, I didn't expect you to have such perseverance. Soon as he finished asking, Shikamaru flipped Byakugan and fell down, unconscious. Niji and Asuma looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. After the whole run, Niji himself was so tired that his vision was blurred, but for him, it was already a habitual pursuit of the physical limit. It took half a day just for the first event, Niji. Asuma was also very tired, and several people were soaked with sweat in the training shirts. Everyone was at the meeting point. After Niji finished replenishing his water, he found the wooden stake next to him. After your body's physical energy is exhausted, you can do the most important melee game training in actual combat, which can develop your body's limits as much as possible. Even your brain will turn on the protection mode when your body enters a state of exhaustion, allowing you to do your usual routine. The ultimate reaction power that is difficult to achieve in here. Niji said, and started to punch at the stake quickly. Whether it was punching, or the speed of punching, it was still extremely fast. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then followed and trained together. Ino also got up to join the camp of the training camp. Tenten joined in after a short rest. Shikamaru woke up, he also started to join the team. Only Koji, after rehydrating, snuck into a sleep. Today's goal is 3,000 punches. 3,000 punches. 3,000 leg sweeps. 3,000 elbows. 3,000 sideways. Niji said these goals, the pressure in several people's hearts doubled. But no way, how could Asuma be overwhelmed by a genin? Shikamaru also wants to use this to strengthen her physical skills, not to mention Tenten, she is very competitive. At the end of the day, except for Asuma and Niji, everyone was so tired that they couldn't even speak. I am already about to die. Shikamaru's eyes widened and he looked at Niji in disbelief, with only 2 words in his heart. Monster. Ino and Tenten are holding hands, as if they have become comrades who have survived in a desperate situation. Next day, go ahead. Niji, the goal for today is 1,000 repetitions. 1,000 sit UPS. 1,000 push UPS. Several people, their hearts almost collapsed. Day 3, go ahead. 2,000 throws of shuriken. 2,000 throws of kunao. 2,000 throws of 1,000 books. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6. Until the 7th day. Is it finally the last day? Shikamaru's whole body was already tanned, but his body was already lean, and he was no longer as lazy as he used to be. I must have barbecue tonight. Koji also quickly lost at least 10 pounds of fat from a big fat man, but the whole person still looks fat, but his temperament is much better. Ino practiced the mermaid line, and Tenten practiced against the stake, and was surprised to find his own results. As expected of Niji's training method, I think I have more confidence in actual combat now. Seeing that each of them had their own results, Niji smiled comfortably. Take a rest, I won't practice today. Really, really? Asuma also sighed in relief, showing a tired look. To be honest, if you continue, even my teacher may be dragged down by you. Niji, your devil training is really killing people. Although Asuma felt a little ashamed, the students understood. I am afraid that apart from my guy and little Lee, I am afraid that no normal person can accept the training level of Niji. And Niji only smirked in the face of their emotion. How could he tell them that what he showed in his training camp was only his daily practice volume? The real practice of physical skills and ability proficiency, Niji put it into the morning training and the evening. Then, the battle table for this Chunin tournament is out, and it's you for the first time, Niji. Asuma took out a scroll. Everyone was attracted, and Niji leaned over, curious who his opponent would be. When they saw the first row on the scroll, everyone was shocked. Hyaga Nijiv's Hyaga Hinata. Chapter 44 File. The Secret of the Hyaga Clan. Hinata. Niji was startled, never expected that it would be himself and Hinata fighting. Is the plot in the original book really going to be staged? But now Niji will not start with his cousin Hinata. Even Hinata is now being brought by Kurenai for special training, but I am afraid that it is still a little short of time to fight against him seriously. Yet, Niji, it's time to play against your Hinata this time. With your strength, it's not difficult to win. Ah! Niji responded perfunctorily, but what he really cared about was not winning. If it's Niji, it should be fine, Tenten said. Ino, what a joke, how could Niji lose to his sister? Shikamaru, I've been training like this, it's the same for anyone else. Koji, Niji, win. Everyone's views on Niji have been refreshed. Now, each of them firmly believes that Niji's strength is guaranteed. They saw Niji's efforts and felt it for themselves. Asuma came out in the middle, others cut corners a lot, and Niji did the whole process thoroughly. This perseverance is worth a good strength. What about me, what about me? The next battle sequence is Sasuke vs Temari, Inovzakura, Shikamaru vs Shino, Naruto vs Kankuro. Hey? Why am I fighting Sakura? They began to discuss the Chunin conference 20 days later, and Niji was lost in thought. Hinata? Persuade him to surrender. Niji thought so. What? Niji's eyes widened to see Hyagaharu looking sad. Chun nodded and continued, Master Niji, I believe in you. But they insisted on doing this, and locked up Miss Hinata, because now you are suspected. They insisted that Hinata is the biggest suspect. Damn! Niji stepped back, clenching his fists hard. Where's Hyaga Hayashi? Where is Hyaga Hayashi? Seeing Niji so angry, Haruya was a little scared. The patriarch, he didn't say anything. Niji turned around and jumped out of the yard in a habati. This child. Chun looked worried, and suddenly regretted telling Niji the matter. But she didn't think that Niji was just a child. What else could she do? Just like she is a servant who can't change anything. Those who are separated must accept their fate. Bang dang! The door was pushed open, but hit the wall with too much force. The people who split the family are so rude, it seems that I mismanaged it. Hyaga Yen Shao, the cunning elder of the family. He walked over slowly and looked at Niji in a rage. Behind him, there is a somewhat surprised Hayashi. Niji, why are you here? Hayashi was a little surprised, and Niji didn't expect that at such a time, they would meet the two of them secretly talking inside. It's just Niji now, why do you want to care about him so much? Why arrest Hinata? Do you have any doubts about me? Just come right at me? Is this the way main clan does things? Although he already understood main clan, he still couldn't change the bad habit of splitting a main clan, but in general, in Niji's eyes, the elders of the split were the more disgusting source of corruption. You child, what are you excited about? Hinata is just being protected, otherwise, as her father, can Hayashi see his child in danger? Tian Shao said, stroking his small beard. Hayashi nodded slightly. Yeah, Niji, it's not your problem, don't be fooled by the rumors within the clan. Niji was speechless. There is very little he can change now. But as Hayashi said, no matter how much they lose their conscience, I'm afraid Hayashi won't personally do anything bad to his daughter. Niji also admitted that it was his own temper, and turned his head to leave. After all, it's not because I'm too weak. That night, Niji had been training late into the night, until the sky started to rain. Seeing the rain getting heavier and heavier, Niji also packed up and left the practice ground quickly. And a figure who has been standing behind the big tree, next to Byakugan, is a violent vein full of chakra. It was a middle-aged man who looked about 35 years old. Next morning, Niji's figure reappeared at the training ground. After a round of training, Niji fell to the ground so tired, the system popped up a prompt. Ding! Congrats to the host 8 trigrams 64 palms proficiency reaching 3W and breaking through the first glimpse. Reward host, Byakugan purity 1%. Host, Hyaga Niji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja basic skills, including throwing and other basic skills, proficiency progress, 94.8%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, Fiton, Wind Style, Palm Storm Wave. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, 8 trigrams One Shot. Demonic Illusion, none. Blood Follower Boundaries, Byakugan. Byakugan Purity, 13%. Basic Items, Detonation Charm *10, Dojo Herbs *2. Advanced Items, none. Special Items, none. Yo, isn't this the genius of the Hyaga clan who is about to become Chunin, Niji. Hyoga Qingtian's voice. Niji stood up quickly and saw Qingtian behind him. Unexpectedly there was no Qingtian following him today. Don't look, Silver was arrested for interrogating Hinata without authorization. The elders of the clan were taboo on main clan, so he went by himself. What did you say? Niji's eyes widened and his fists clenched. Don't worry, he didn't do anything to Hinata, and was finally discovered by the elders. I see you. Pfft, Qingtian frowned, the whole person flew out, and the saliva sprayed out from his mouth as droplets. This punch has to be strong, otherwise it will definitely vomit blood if it hits the chest directly. Niji's face was gloomy. You. Niji crossed his eyebrows, and Qingtian was so frightened that he closed his mouth. Qingtian saw it when Niji pressed Hyoga Silver that day. Silver was the most talented peer in the clan at the time, but Niji was completely above him. With such an exaggerated gap, he wouldn't believe that Niji was relying on himself to enhance his strength. Hyoga Niji, your teacher said, is the file in your hands? Dossier. Niji turned around, and he thought that he couldn't get any information, but suddenly he cared. Don't pretend to be stupid. Did the patriarch secretly give you the dossier passed down from generation to generation that your grandfather has been looking for? Or did your father steal it? Yes, it must have been stolen by your father. Otherwise, how could this generation of main clan get here? The dossier disappeared? Ugh! Niji had already rushed over and grabbed Qingtian's collar. You! No matter how restless your mouth is, I will kill you. Eyes, sharp, cold. Niji's words are true. There was fear in Qingtian's eyes. The aura of this waste material who was bullied by them day and night was really different now. His first thought was to save his life. What do you know about the dossier? Niji's words made Qingtian mistakenly believe that he had discovered a secret that should not have been discovered. If you don't speak well, you will be silenced. I only know that the dossier was handed down by our ancestors. For thousands of years, only the genius Hyoga Tenin of the previous 2 generations has learned all the things above. By this generation, the dossier has disappeared. Chapter 45c. Sandomei Hokage. I know this. Qingtian took a deep breath, bit Kaiba, and faced Niji, terrified. And Niji just narrowed his eyes and thought deeply. Where did you hear this? Niji's words seemed to be on the point. Qingtian looked at Niji in surprise. Niji seemed to know nothing, and he couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Why haven't I heard of it? Niji threw Qingtian hard. Qingtian landed and took a few steps back. Niji came over, oppressing momentum, pressing Qingtian out of breath. At this moment, he regretted that he had decided to come to Niji alone. Although Niji didn't take action seriously at this time, the power that burst out of the whole body was not what it used to be. All the time, just a few days apart. Qingtian can see the rapid growth of Niji just from the outbreak of Niji Chakra. Are you still pretending to be stupid? Your strength is progressing so fast, you say you don't have a file in your hand, who would believe it? Qingtian straightened his collar, looking a little embarrassed, ready to resist Niji's shot at any time. But he was just resisting, he seemed to have understood that now Niji, the real strength, is already a monster-level player. Niji rubbed his chin, and when he asked this question, he couldn't ask anything. He doesn't seem to understand anything. Get out of here, don't blame me for being rude if you say inexplicable things later. Niji glared at Qingtian. Then he shook his head and walked away. At this moment, Qingtian felt that his legs were softening. File? Hyoga Tenin? The first one is an unfamiliar vocabulary. The latter name, Niji has heard. It is a ninja of the same generation as Hyoga Tenchao, Hyoga Tenmu, and others, and is slightly older than them. S master is a ninja at the same time as the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. Hyoga ninja who is said to have inherited 100% pure blood, and the purity of Byakugan is also close to 100%. And Niji is now 13%, just from this point, Niji can imagine how strong this so-called Tianren is. And Niji only now knows that such a strong character is strong because of such a thing. Talent belongs to talent, without real ability, it is nothing. It's like Mokuton, wood style, made Senju Hashirama, Mangekyo Sharingan made Uchiha Madara, Hiraishin made Namikaze Minato. The strong men of all dynasties will have a special talent. Dossier, is this the mystery? The ceiling of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Tenon. Standing outside the main clan yard, Niji lingered for a long time. Judging from King Tian's reaction, not many people know about this kind of thing. And King Tian's grandfather is Hyaga Tenshao. Niji remembered seeing Tenshao talking to Hayashi in private that day. Or, Hayashi didn't know it, and it was Tian Shao who planned it. Or, Hayashi will be on the side of the Tenshu. No matter what angle you consider it, Niji isn't sure if he's actively provoking this in the past, whether it's good or bad. More he understands, the more Niji feels that the inner core contradictions of the Hyaga family are extremely complicated. Hiro Matsuri. Ten blinked, not a ninja from a famous family, and he didn't seem to know much about this. And at the gathering place, there are only 3 of Asuma, Ten, and Niji. Yet, there is a Matsuri ceremony every year to remember the heroes who died in the war. Hokage will also participate in this occasion. And the nobles of the Konoha clan will be called to participate to show respect for the heroes. Inoshika Ch represents the 3 ancient clan forces in our Konoha, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and the Akimichi clan. All 3 of them will not be able to come to the training camp today. After Asuma explained, he smiled and squeezed the cigarette butt he had smoked. Ten nodded leisurely and looked at Niji again. Isn't it the Hyaga family? Hyaga? This is of course, one of the oldest of our Konohas. Asuma hesitated, then lit another cigarette. Hyaga, should main clan go? I just split up, Niji explained. Several people were silent. When will this Matsuri code end? Probably until dusk, and it will be over before the sun goes down. At dusk, the sun in the west died for most of the day, and the clouds were graceful and distant, as if the next moment in this scene was eternity. In front of the hero monument, everyone bowed solemnly. The people on the stage seemed to be driving everyone to make an oath. After a long time, the Matsuri Dian dismissed. People are getting fewer and fewer, and those who should leave have left. Then, Tianzang, you can go too, I can go back to the office by myself. Hiruzen said to a masked ninja in front of him, and Anbu was obviously a little surprised. Okay, let's go. Finally, Anbu left, and there was only one person left in the venue, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't know how long he stood there before he raised his head and said loudly, okay, I've been hiding for so long, come out soon if something happens. In the grass, rustling sounded. The figure of a young man appeared. You're the Hyaga-'s kid. Hiruzen frowned. Niji stepped out, first on guard. After approaching, he bowed. Hyaga Niji, see Mr. Hokage 3. Hehe, Niji, what's the matter with you? Don't you want to, Matsuri swear to the sacrificed hero? Seeing that Hiruzen was smiling happily, but Niji was not happy, his heart was still a little heavy. I came to you to make a deal with you. Niji said seriously. Deal? Ha ha ha. Hiruzen chuckled lightly, stroking his beard on the tip of his chin. Niji, a little-known child in Genin, naturally wouldn't let Hiruzen notice him. This is the same as a star who is watched by thousands of people and ignores the common people, and is not a person on the same level at all. The weights on both sides of the scale are extremely unbalanced, so why not trade? Niji, just let me know if you have any questions, and I'll do my best to help you out. You must promise me to keep everything I say to you today confidential before I can start a conversation with you. Niji is cautious. This step is a risky move. So Niji has to take all precautions, just in case. Little Niji, if you're really bored, you can go to teacher Irika to show you. Is your teacher in charge guy? By the way, he's on a mission, then the patriarch Hayashi. Hiruzen-sama. Hiruzen was startled by Niji's words. A child nearly 60 years younger than him, calling him by his first name. This impact is not small. If I say that I witnessed the death of Moonlight Hayate, do you still think I'm joking? Niji said made Hiruzen's smile stop abruptly, and the look of astonishment on his face seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. Hokage building, inside the office. I didn't expect that, boy, it's actually you. Tsunagakure actually betrayed Konoha. Hiruzen looked serious and took a sip of tea, but he seemed to have guessed all this. Niji was most concerned about. He said, I have investigated some information about the enemy's capabilities and plans. With this information, the casualties of the village can be greatly reduced, and even this tragedy can be avoided. I see, this is your bargaining chip? After all, what do you want to trade? Hiruzen looked at Niji and finally became serious. Niji said unhurriedly, about the past of the Hyoga clan, about the name Hyoga Tenin, about the main clan and branches of the Hyoga clan, and the dossier passed down from generation to generation. I want to know, what can you provide? All the information about this. Chapter 46 God Forbearance. Unknown Past. Niji looked at Hiruzen was warm and persistent. Hiruzen would not be afraid of such a small scene, but just looked at such a pure young man in front of him, with complicated and determined eyes at the moment. Such an impact even made him a twilight hero with great emotion, taking such important information to exchange with himself about matters within the clan. You said, I know something, but... Hiruzen took a deep breath, took the pipe out of his hand, and put it on the shelf beside him. He was no longer in the mood to smoke. The situation in Konoha village is very passive this time, and you should understand it when you hear about it. Even so, did you still choose the Hyoga family as the leader? Hiruzen's eyes were gloomy, staring straight at Niji. That look seems to be able to quell all demons. No, it's just my selfishness. I'm sure you're all about the safety of the village, but I'm not sure you'll be honest with me. To you, I'm just a genin. Hiruzen listened and pondered for a long time. A young child is thoughtful, not like a 13-year-old boy at all. Hayashi too, you Hyoga clan, why are you so popular? Above everything else, do you always only care about the affairs of your clan? Hiruzen's anger was almost bursting out, this tone was like a warning before an active volcano erupted. But Niji, also forcibly calmed down. Anyway, now Konoha does need his information. Niji didn't answer, he only guessed that Hayashi had negotiated with Sandai, but he didn't know what he said. Okay. A long time, Hiruzen let out a long breath. He asked, why do you say you witnessed Hayate's death, but you still say you don't know who the killer is? I just said that to gain your trust and start trading, but Hayate was seriously injured by Tsunagakure, and the wounds on the body were caused by Tsunagakure. But he has escaped with me, and there is still a distance from the barrier near the Hokage building. 100 meters away, I was ambushed. I don't know who it was. Niji told the truth honestly. So, the Anbya boy who fought against 5 people that night, and the Anbya boy in the Forest of Death, are you? Well, but I want you to keep this a secret. Niji was calm on the surface, but there was still some drumming inside. Hiruzen is a good Hokage, he is also a cunning old fox in the final analysis. This is evident from the fact that he watched the tragedy of the Uchiha family happen. However, Niji is also fully prepared. At this time when Konoha village is about to be calculated, Niji's position can be described as the right place and the right place. Okay, what do you want to know? Let me answer your doubts. After speaking, you must tell the truth about the enemy's plans you know. I will also keep your identity secret, and I do this with you. Market transactions. Hiruzen is really refreshing, Niji let out a sigh of relief. The era of Hyoga Tenin, to this day, what is the dossier passed down from generation to generation? Dossier. Hiruzen looked up, lost in the memories. The Hyoga family used to claim to be the descendants of the gods, but there was no basis for this, until the appearance of the Hyoga Tenin. Niji didn't interrupt, but continued to listen to Hiruzen, talking about the past. During the second generation of Hokage's reign, the Hyoga family was full of geniuses. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the Uchiha family at that time, the power of the Hyoga family would have become a great historical splendor. Especially with Hyoga Tenin at the head, his talent, it can be said that it overshadowed all the ninjas of the same period. But at that time, the Hyoga family began to manage in a closed manner. They seemed to see clearly more than everyone else, the second generation Hokage in the village's policy towards the Uchiha family. They seemed to avoid these things and only focus on their own family. But it is said that something happened later, and Hyoga Tenin disappeared before being reused by the village. Missing. Hearing this, Niji was a little surprised. Well, a genius ninja who is rare in 100 years. He just disappeared like this. There are many theories about the reason, and the Hyoga family was closed. The second generation Hokage and the head of the Hyoga family said this matter personally. It is said that it was involved. The so-called dossier is what you call the dossier passed down from generation to generation by your family. Hearing this, Niji took a deep breath. No wonder that Hyoga Tianren only left legends with extremely high talent, but no heroic deeds. It turned out that the genius was strangled in the cradle. It is said that the dossier contains the treasures left by the ancestors of the Hyoga clan, and it contains the real power of the Hyoga clan. The main clan and the branch were not originally to defend Byakugan, but to retain the power of the dossier. For thousands of years, no one has been able to decipher the mysteries in the dossier, so the statement that the Hyoga family is descended from immortals is no longer a thing. But since one person came along, that stalemate has been broken. He is Hyoga Kamizuki. Who? Another very unfamiliar name. Hyoga Tenin's master, a legendary ninja at the same time as the first Hokage, is also the pinnacle figure in the history of the Hyoga family. It was he who delved into the mysteries in the dossier, and his strength skyrocketed overnight. And Tenin was his apprentice. Naturally also received the favor of the dossier. Therefore, the most rumored story at the time was that Tenin got the dossier, which caused main clan's resentment. After Kamizuki passed away, main clan immediately tried to get rid of Tenin in order to regain the dossier. But Kamizuki once said, the bloodline of the immortals of the Hyoga family is inherited in one bloodline. Obviously, main clan has lost this bloodline. The genius bloodline of the Hyoga family seems to have ended in the Hyoga Tenin. Since then, Hyoga has never been seen again. An amazing ninja. So, the dossier naturally disappeared with the sky. The second generation of Hokage finished handling the matter, blocked the mouths of all insiders, and did not allow the people in the village to talk about it. So basically no one now knows about it. Knowing these things, Niji, including your uncle Hyoga Hayashi, including your father Hyoga Hisashi. After Hiruzen finished speaking, he stared at Niji. Niji was stunned for a moment, and when he heard the name, his heart tightened. These words were difficult to digest for a long time. Although unexpected, it was also expected. The matter of the dossier really involved more inside information, and Niji immediately decided in his heart that he must find this so-called dossier. Uncovering the unknown past of the Hyoga family, perhaps the most essential main clan and family division grievances can be solved. Secondly, perhaps the mysterious records in the dossier are the power Niji needs most now. Then, the matter of the Hokage family is so complicated and distant, it's difficult for you to penetrate it now. But the crisis in the village is just around the corner. With your unique skills, can you lend a helping hand to the old man? Hiruzen growled. Tone, looking directly at Niji, full of respect. Niji's mouth twitched slightly, with a smile on his face. Of course. I'm here for this. Hiruzen was slightly startled, and there was a slight movement in his eyes. Chapter 47 Advanced. Chakra's shape changes. Morning, the fog in Konoha village gradually cleared. Chunin, who got up early or finished late shift, became the first group of people to eat breakfast. Residents on the second and third floors opened some windows. After the fog is the warm sunshine, no one will refuse this kind of beauty. Here is the village of Konoha, everything is calm and peaceful. There is a flower shop on the corner of the street. The store is not big but there are a lot of varieties inside, and 100 flowers are blooming. Ino. Classmates are waiting for you. Ha immediately. Yamanaka Zewi, Ino's mother is also like her, with a beautiful face. Unable to see that she was already a woman, she gently turned her head to Niji and said, "Wait for a while." By the way, is the class reclassified now? Why haven't I seen you? Facing Zhao Hui's question, Niji froze. No way? Are you my daughter's boyfriend? Zhao widened her eyes and quietly stared at the stairs inside, for fear that Ino would run down at this time. And Niji swallowed and explained quickly, "Don't get me wrong, Auntie, I and Ino are just practicing together recently." Okay, stop explaining. I thought Zhao Hui would be a little angry, but she didn't expect her face to be UI slightly, and she looked at Niji with a smirk. Then, after careful selection, he pulled out one of the products in front of him. Shape looks a bit like a chrysanthemum, but it is purple UI. Here, take it, lad. You're so good, but treat us Ino well. Zhao has long been happy, and Niji is in a cold sweat. Why is it different from what he imagined? This. Hold it. If you don't hold it, you look down on our Ino? Niji was forced to take the flower in his hand with a wry smile. I'm here. Let's go, or we'll be late. Ino rushed downstairs in a hurry, grabbed Niji's hand immediately, and ran away quickly. Hey, what's the hurry, kid? You're Genin forward guard. Zhao Hui saw a forward guard on the table, picked it up and threw it over. Niji was forced to follow Ino, and behind him, a forward guard was thrown, which Niji quickly caught. Young man, take care of my daughter. Zhao Hui made a goodbye gesture, squinting and smiling at Niji. Running for a short distance, Ino stopped, gasping for breath. What are you doing running so fast? It's never too soon. Ino gasped, put his hands on his hips, and asked, "How is it? My mother didn't say anything strange to you, did she?" She said, taking the forward guard that Niji handed her and putting it on her head. No. Niji hesitated, but held back. Cosmos? But, it's a daisy. Ino picked up the flower in Niji's hand, looked at it a few times, and gave it back to Niji. What? I like Cosmos very much, but daisies are different. The love of Cosmos is fiery and unrestrained, but the love of daisies is secret and careful. This kind of love is too uncomfortable. Ino was talking eloquently, but then suddenly glanced at Niji, that handsome face. Even every look will make people ignore that this is just a teenager. There is no shortage of blood, masculinity, tenderness, and maturity in the eyes, and all the witty reactions. Cough. Who are you sending these words to? I haven't seen anyone you like, Ino asked tentatively. Niji thought for a while, and the first person that came to mind was Hinata. But it was the most sincere and pure protection for his sister. He also had trouble with this kind of problem, so he said casually, I'll give it to you. After all, this was also forcibly stuffed by Ino's mother, and it was considered a repayment. Ino received the hand in disbelief, and his eyes showed unconcealed joy. She froze for a few seconds in disbelief, then shyly put on her head and clenched her fist tightly. Send me flowers? Doesn't he like me? God! A flower is completely conquered. This way, Ino's heart flower rode, although not shown, but the whole person is like a cosmos born to the sun. Niji wasn't bothered, just wanted to laugh. A whole morning, Asuma has given a good science course on chakra to 5 genin. The attributes and application of chakra have been explained very thoroughly, and then a simple practical teaching of application has been carried out. It's already a little handy for everyone, but for Niji, it's obviously not enough. After arranging practice sessions for the others, Asuma took Niji to another training ground. This is the vicinity of Konoha Falls. When you look up, you can see Hongda Falls, which is wide and long. Nature transformation is the chakra flow that can feel the wind attribute in the chakra. Asuma was still talking. Niji picked a few leaves and held them in his hands. Chakra launches, thorn. The leaves were cut, and several fell at the same time. Seeing this scene, Asuma was shocked. Niji, you can actually use chakra nature transformation. Asuma-sensei, I need to really get stronger. Looking at the burning fire in his eyes, Asuma sighed. Niji, you are truly a malleable talent, and I am honored to teach you. He said, do you use wind-type ninjutsu? Soon as he finished speaking, Niji turned around and quickly hand-sealed. Phaeton, wind style, palm storm. After Niji hand-seal, he quickly took out his palm. A strong hurricane emerged from the palms and gathered together to form a more intense hurricane that spread rapidly in one direction. The forest where it was blown by the wind, and the branches were savagely everywhere, so far away, it was like a tornado was blowing over there. Oh? Has it gotten to this point? Asuma is even more gratified. For an excellent teacher, it is not that it is easier to teach low-level abilities. On the contrary, it is relatively easier to teach students more advanced abilities. He drew out his own characteristic weapon, a ninja-shaped weapon with 4 holes corresponding to his fingers. This thing is called Fiian. Asuma took the flying swallow, quickly hand-seal, and took out his palm. Phaeton, wind style, palm storm. Chakra blades formed by flying swallows, mixed with them. The violent storm was actually in the air, going all the way, forming thousands of wind blades in the shape of blades. I saw the wind blade go with the hurricane, and the forest seemed to set off a sword formation. This time, it was not just the ferocious branches. It was like a wild dance, and even those branches were cut open by the wind blade one by one, and fell to the ground after flying in the wind. The same power, the lethality is completely different. Niji was surprised and took a step back, the feeling of being in the air. He instantly recalled the situation that night. Even though he didn't miss Orochimaru, he was stubbornly suppressed that night. The wound caused by the wind blade was faintly painful, and Niji touched the wound on the inside of his left arm. This is the advancement of chakra nature transformation. Chakra's form changes. After the master has transformed, it is the way to really improve the power of ninjutsu. Phaeton, wind style. Asuma was still talking, but suddenly found that Niji had started hand-seal. His eyes were serious, and hand-seal was more cautious this time. Isn't it? Did you learn this? Asuma muttered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Palm storm. Hand-seal. Niji quickly took out his palm, and a strong whirlwind rose rapidly. Chapter 48 Guess. The combination of ninja and taijutsu. This is. Asuma looked at Niji hand-seal and was deeply shocked. Did this learn? This kind of speed is simply terrifying, I have never seen it before. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The whirlwind condensed into a ball and swiftly moved towards the woods. Then, immediately burst. The whirlwind swirled rapidly in the woods, forming a circle. Form, change. Asuma looked at it carefully, and although the shape of the whirlwind changed, it was not a change in shape. It was like a chakra that had been forcibly added to the rotation, but it did not have the wind attribute. In short, even the basic chakra nature transformation did not appear. After confirming this, he exhaled. This kind of thing can't be rushed, Niji. Sure enough, that kind of imaginary genius does not exist. Asuma also walked over, patted Niji's shoulder and said, form change is a skill that is even more difficult than S-rank ninjutsu, and it requires a lot of practice to complete it. Niji also responded with a chuckle, of course, the shape change, I can't do it. Oh. I tried it just now, and that kind of chakra was blocked at my EPUB ointment. As long as I want to run the chakra in my body, it will be blocked. Not to mention the proficiency of shape change, the chakra of the fontanelle is at the top. I can't achieve shape change until the chakra volume reaches a certain level. Niji's words shocked Asuma. That is to say, until I reach your chakra level, I can't practice form transformation. Before that, it's more important to practice nature transformation to the point where practice makes perfect. Niji then refined the chakra, stretched out his hand, and the wind attribute chakra in the palm of his hand was like a whirlwind flowing in his hand. But this kind of chakra still can't be morphed. If the mentality changes as a master, you can be like Asuma, Maki, and the others, and you can release the killing intent like an enemy between gestures. If it is in the real battlefield in the future, this ability is really of practical significance. If the speed of the shot is always slower than others, what is the use of the strong nature transformation? This was really the point, and Niji knew from the bottom of his heart that he was still a long way from the real Jainin. I didn't expect you to see so clearly. Byakugan is such a powerful skill. Asuma said with emotion. The two practiced repeatedly for a period of time, and Asuma found that Niji's nature transformation was already very skilled. At least, in some ninjutsu or taijutsu, there should be many times, many times. Niji, look at the integration of nature transformation into taishu. Niji stepped back, simply hand seal, white from Byakugan. Release chakra all over. Asuma took a puff of cigarette and snuffed out the butt. Boom. Niji casts Revolving Heaven and adds the wind attribute chakra nature transformation. Revolving Heaven drives the surrounding wind, it is like a huge destruction field, and even the grass and soil on the ground are marked with traces. Revolving Heaven ends and Asuma walks over. Niji, how is your body? Hey? No problem? What's wrong? Niji now sincerely wants to become stronger, and tries not to hide anything from Asuma. Oh, nothing. Asuma turned her head away, her expression solemn. He thought to himself. The bloodline boundary is the ability formed by the combination of at least two chakra attributes, and Byakugan is a very unique bloodline boundary. The bloodline boundary cannot be integrated into other chakras, even if it is as strong as Senju Hashirama. Applying nature transformation or shape change on top of Mokuton, wood style, it is said that only by turning on a very powerful mode and using special chakra, can you complete a higher level of advanced ninjutsu. Asuma thought, bowing his head, pinching the bridge of his nose with his hand in thought. So, in order to complete the injection of chakra into the bloodline boundary, at least one thing must be satisfied, that is, a large enough amount of chakra. It can only be completed if it is large enough, so large that it is unimaginable. If Niji can complete it, it proves that his chakra volume is already very large. If so, why is it temporarily impossible to cultivate form changes because of the chakra volume? Asuma's doubts about Niji deepened. But if his thoughts were known to Niji, I'm afraid Niji couldn't help laughing. Because when using Revolving Heaven or 64 palms, chakra's nature transformation is provided by the system. The change of chakra of unknown source is naturally based on the chakra required by the technique, and Niji can use it because of this. To truly cultivate one's own form changes, one needs a better basic physique. Niji will always see better than anyone else when it comes to the nature of chakra. Only by understanding the essence can you approach the strong from the nearest distance. Feet on, wind style, palm storm. Niji hit the palm wave out again, and this time, a whirlwind still erupted in the woods over there. That's the chakra of revolving heaven. Niji suddenly opened up a new idea. Even if the bug of the system can be used to make the bleeding follow the advanced version of the boundary, what if a new technique is added to other techniques? After an afternoon of training, Niji posed a conjecture to Asuma. Teacher, if I incorporate the palm wave into the physique, can I achieve the desired effect? Asuma didn't think about it, chuckled, it can't be done. Fusion ninjutsu must be achieved by more than 2 practitioners, one person can't complete it. Fusion can only be carried out at the stage of chakra nature, already after the surgery. However, Niji's enthusiasm could not be resisted. Next, Niji starts to devote himself to training. And Asuma started, giving others courses and training in the attributes of chakra. Niji is here to retreat and practice alone, combining palm storm wave with vacuum palm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Niji hand sealed at the moment of the palm, and the hurricane rose up with both palms. Failed. Continue. One-handed shot. The leaves are rattling, the woods are just dropping some branches. Go on. On the first day, the second day, and the third day, Niji seemed to be in a state of madness, without distractions, only moving toward one goal. That guy is like that, dumb and won't work around. Ten complained. Ino, who was sitting on the side, sighed and didn't speak, and neither Koji nor Shikamaru were very optimistic. Asuma also shook his head and said, this kind of thing is impossible to do. Maybe he will fail to understand something? Today, let's continue to train chakra's control. Obviously a genius, but so paranoid. Asuma sighed, Niji may not have any talent, just pure hard work. On the afternoon of the 4th day, it gradually became dusk, and the course ended. Asuma came to the bottom of the Konoha Falls alone, looking at Niji, lying on the ground breathless and uninspired. Exhausted? Drink some water. He walked over and handed the bamboo tube to Niji. Niji sat up and drank water, exhausted. Going in the wrong direction, going too far will cause unnecessary trouble for yourself. Teacher. Niji suddenly took 2 steps forward, facing the woods in the distance. I thought of a way 2 days ago. Since the 2 techniques can't be used at the same time, it makes sense after thinking about it. However, what if I can only use half of one type of ninjutsu? Or mix it according to a certain proportion? Maybe it will work. Niji said, and began to refine chakra. Asuma was startled, and his heart trembled. Chapter 49 Talent. Steel devouring power. It took me almost a whole day to figure out how to make only the spell, but only need to refine the general chakra, and the mixing ratio is completely different. Niji said this, his face was full of hardships. But he smiled reassuringly and said, I finally did it and found the most suitable blending ratio. 8 trigrams vacuum palm only needs to refine 20% of the chakra as a body technique, in the left hand. This is the physique of the Hyoga clan, and it is a unique ability that I have cultivated. It can be done with only one palm, but the other is something that I spent a whole day to complete today. Niji said this and snorted disdainfully. What is it? Asuma became more and more curious. Could it be true, as Niji said, that he had completed his own idea? Combining ninjutsu and taijutsu to release, Asuma swallowed, at least in the ninja at this stage of Niji, there has never been a precedent in the ninja world. That's it, if it weren't for thousands of attempts, it really wouldn't be possible. Niji spoke, he stretched out his right hand and began to gesture in front of his chest. After seeing 4 or 5 gestures, Asuma realized it. He's a one-handed hand seal. This is something that even Asuma himself can't do, but Niji spent a day practicing it. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Phaeton, wind style, palm storm. Niji's body fused 2 chakras in a ratio of 2:8, and immediately there was a whirlwind-like substance in the air, hovering around Niji's body. Accumulate. 1 strike. Both palms are released at the same time, quickly and decisively. Vacuum palm vibrates the air, and the palm wave creates a whirlwind, and when combined with the air wave formed by the vacuum palm, the range and speed increase exponentially. With one blow, it was like an overwhelming force. In just a split second, vacuum palm jumped over 20 meters from Niji's position and hit the woods directly. Boom! Huge storm, unparalleled destructive power. Asuma cut off only a few branches with all his strength. Niji destroyed a large piece of the forest with one move. All the branches were torn apart by the wind, dancing wildly in the wind. Boom boom boom. Even a few trees were uprooted by the wind and fell to the ground one after another. How violently that person would be attacked if Niji was hit by this move in close combat. Teacher, I'm done. Niji breathed a sigh of relief and said. Then, his legs softened and he sat on the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Asuma, who was standing behind him, was speechless for a long time. This kind of thing is not something that can be done by mere effort. More than hard work, Niji's understanding and application of chakra may not be his turn to teach at all. This kid is really a genius. Asuma was deeply shocked. Have a good rest and have a barbecue tonight. Niji, who was so tired that he lay on the ground resting. As a teacher, I actually taught. No, it is the most honorable thing for Asuma to have the opportunity to teach such hard-working, talented children. And after Asuma left, Niji, who gradually fell asleep, didn't know how long it was dark. I only felt that my body gradually regained some strength, and the system jumped out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Complete the novice stage. Get the novice reward. Advanced Sudan, Water Style, Ninjutsu Scroll *1, Advanced Doton, Earth Style, Ninjutsu Scroll *1, Basic Sealing Technique Scroll *1. Congratulations to the host for activating the talent, Steal the Power of Devouring. Host, Hyaganiji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja Basic Skills, including throwing and other basic skills, Proficiency Progress, 100.0%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Proficiency, 0. Talent, Steal Devour. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, Phaeton, Wind Style, Palm Storm Wave. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, 8 trigrams One Shot. Demonic Illusion, none. Blood Follower Boundaries, Byakugan. Byakugan Purity, 13%. Basic Items, Detonator Symbol *10. Advanced Items, Advanced Sudan, Water Style, Ninjutsu Scroll *1, Advanced Doton, Earth Style, Ninjutsu Scroll *1, Basic Sealing Technique Scroll *1. Special Items, none. Talent? Steal and Devour? What do you mean? Niji is puzzled by this strange ability, and he has never seen it elsewhere. Generally speaking, the system does not give some awesome bang. Niji didn't hold out much hope. From the first day he crossed over, he understood that this system was only possible if he worked hard to get stronger. It was impossible for him to become stronger by simply relying on talent. Steal and Devour. When fighting a ninja with a ninja level higher than your own, there is a chance to steal the enemy's ability and selectively swallow it. The basic proficiency of the ability after swallowing is 0, and the host needs to cultivate by himself and master. The upper limit of the ability to swallow for 2, when you need to choose a new ability, you need to clear the existing ability to replace it, and the upgrade of the host's ninja level will increase the number of the upper limit of the swallowing ability. Ho! Is a big guy. Niji suddenly had countless ideas in his heart. The most important point is to fight with ninjas who are stronger than you. That is to say, comfortable practice is no longer enough for Niji to continue to become stronger, and his ability to swallow is limited, so he must also pay a lot of attention in selection. This ability, at first glance, is a waste skill, but Niji has endured humiliation over the years. Not only has his body improved, but his mind has also undergone another childhood development, becoming extremely rational and developed. As long as it is used well, this will become one of the strongest abilities to help Niji become stronger. Barbecue restaurant at night. Ah, barbecue. Koji stared at the barbecue on top, almost drooling. Wait a minute, don't be too hasty, it's hot. Ino and Shikamaru stared at Koji all the time, for fear that he would burn his mouth again just to eat. And Asuma is used to joking with his students. Tenten, who had been sitting on the side in obscurity, approached Niji. Is your cultivation really successful? Niji was startled and just smiled, it's just some progress. Tenten, he sighed deeply, I'll just say it, you'll be thinking wildly. Let's practice honestly. Afterwards, Asuma raised his cup and said to everyone, I didn't expect everyone to improve so fast. Our training ended early, which lasted for 12 days, 2 days earlier than expected. Hey, I said, eating grilled meat is a reward for Koji. Since we have also passed the training, is there any reward? Ino said with a smile. Asuma was in a cold sweat and touched his wallet with a bad feeling. Shikamaru, the trouble is dead, then give me a physical training course. Although it is difficult to be promoted to Chunin, since it has been done, it must be successful. Ino, I want a new outfit. Tenten, I want a ninja model. I really can't help you, can't I learn more? Shikamaru. Asuma scratched his head, but there is no doubt that it is gratifying as a teacher to see the achievements of the students. He looked at Niji, who had been eating meat quietly, and asked, Tell me, Niji, what reward do you want? At this question, the whole audience was stunned. Hyaga Niji, the hidden genius who had transformed their impressions these days, really wanted. Niji hesitated for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The reward I want is to have a real battle with teacher Asuma. Chapter 50 Jainin. Differences in practical experience. Actual combat with teacher Asuma. Shikamaru was the first to notice the most crucial word Niji used, actual combat. But, haven't you trained with teacher Asuma many times? Koji asked while eating. Tenten thought for a moment, then said, What Niji said is actual combat. Ino was also startled, and looked at Niji blankly. She couldn't keep up, and her admiration for Niji was almost beyond words these days, but every time she was stopped by this gap. What an excellent young man, Ino felt inferior in front of him. Maybe it's the liking. Do you fight with me? Asuma lowered his head slightly, and couldn't help feeling that the young people today are really floating. Okay, I promise you. Since you have passed the special training, you should be rewarded. Come to the training ground tomorrow and have a good fight with me. Others are not allowed to come. Why? Asuma just finished speaking. Tenten and Ino asked for the first time. The two were startled and looked at each other. Ino is because of his love for Niji and wants to watch every progress and growth of Niji. And Tenten is also because of her desire to become stronger and her desire for strength, causing her to pay more and more attention to every action of Niji. But Asuma said, No, you all don't come. This time the reward belongs to Niji alone. Right. Asuma stood up, gave Niji a positive look, and went to the checkout. Niji also knew very well that he was provoking him to use his true skills in actual combat, so don't hide it any longer. Very good. Niji let out a sigh of relief, and tomorrow he can finally cast his fists after a long absence. The next day. Number 21 Practice Ground. This is the actual combat practice ground. The other places were all messed up by the special training of this group of people a while ago. The only place that was as clean as a wasteland was this actual combat training ground. Asuma didn't really get the shot. Niji also knew that, but this time, he didn't want victory. The actual combat training ground is a square with a side length of about 12 meters. The ground is covered with grass and soil, and there are traces of refurbishment. It should also be used to avoid injuries during the physical game. Both sides of the venue, both sides are ready. Sarutobi Asuma, Jainin of Konoha, son of 3 generations of Hokage. Hyuga Niji, a branch of the Hyuga family, is known as the Waste Ninja. Oh, I never imagined that the Hyuga clan would have such a talented ninja like you. I'm starting to look forward to it. Asuma calmed down, took out Fiian, and put it on with both hands. I will try my best. Asuma said that, but Niji didn't believe he would try his best. This is to use the aggressive method, and want to use all his abilities, right? One of the former 12 guardians, Sarutobi Asuma, your name is piercing through my ears. I know I can't win against you, but... Niji said, turning on Byakugan. And Asuma was stunned, surprised that Niji knew these things. I also want to test how far I've gotten. Niji said, sprinting forward quickly. Is a 10-lap ninja run around Konoha, and in this short sprint, Niji almost made it to the ultimate. And Asuma, who has gone through several training sessions with Niji, is even harder to appreciate. Quick. Nothing else. The action of the shot is clean and neat. Hoo! A palm passed, and the sound of breaking the air passed by the ear. Next move was the legs, and Asuma completely guessed the rhythm. Followed by a punch. Asuma caught it tightly. The hand holding Fiian was limited, and he could only defend when he became a palm. Niji just took advantage of this. Very good, perfect attack. Asuma chuckled, then clenched Niji's fist with a force. The flying swallow on the hand made a bass sound, forming a very flamboyant blade-shaped chakra. The blade, which was only 3 centimeters originally, instantly became a 30-centimeter long chakra blade. Niji, as if it was about to cut through the air, had to step back, but his fist was tightly squeezed by Asuma, and on the other side, Asuma moved his other hand, as fast as Hay-8. Ray. Niji used the 8 trigrams 64 palms warlock to stimulate the thunder attribute chakra in the palm of his hand, and it burst out in an instant. Asuma felt that his palm was paralyzed by lightning and could not move, but only for this moment. A small gap, Niji seized the opportunity to pull away from the body, dodging the blow. As expected of Konoha's Jainin. Niji thought to himself. All the gestures are the combat experience that you can learn. How many dead souls do you have to have such a combat IQ? Niji is starting to be amused. Asuma was stunned for a moment, observing his palm. What was that feeling just now? Asuma didn't know what Niji had been hiding all along, which was the thunder attribute chakra nature transformation of 8 trigram 64 palms. In Niji's body, Leihefen's attributes are divided into half, and because of the restraint of the wind attribute on the thunder attribute, when using the chakra test paper to test, Niji shows the wind attribute chakra. It's my turn to attack next. Hay-8 blade. Asuma moved, and in a trance, the length of the blade became longer, reaching 50 centimeters. Niji stepped back again and again, and in his calculations, he had never imagined such a distance. When the blade reaches 50 centimeters, the attack distance will increase exponentially. The attack that could have been evaded with action can no longer be used. Niji didn't give a chance at all, his movements were very fast, and his backing speed was very fast. It's almost the end. There are trees behind them, and the actual combat training ground is surrounded by tree stumps half a meter high. Niji hand seal. Wind revolving heaven. The huge impact force blocked Asuma from the outside, and the dust was flying. Hey! One flash! Niji has appeared in front of Asuma. Unprecedented surprises. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. All the palms hit Asuma's body. Niji didn't plan to keep his hands and fight against the masters. 64 palms. Boom! Asuma was knocked out and fell to the ground, while Niji's fingertips were smoking and his eyes were sharp. Hey? It seems that you really have hidden a lot of strength. Niji was startled, the voice was behind him. Just now, it's a clone. Niji swiped back with a palm, fluttering in the air, and the opponent slashed with a knife, and Niji quickly took a few steps back. Be serious. Asuma stepped forward, looking effortlessly. There was a mess on the field. There are traces of the soil and grass being set off by powerful forces, and the surrounding tree stumps have been destroyed to the point where nothing is left, a fierce actual battle. Niji fell to the ground exhausted, pinching the inside of his left arm tightly. It is this feeling, the repressive power of Fiton, wind style, chakra's morphological changes to himself, Asuma's strength, should be higher than Maji. And Niji understands that the real gap is more important because of the terrifying actual combat experience. Even what he is going to do next, he feels that the other party can guess. That's right, boy, you can push me to this point. Asuma stepped forward and had already put Fiin away. But he was suddenly startled, seeing Niji pinching his left arm, and said in surprise, "You kid." He seemed to be hit hard. Niji, who played against him, including the training during this period, has always been injured. Chapter 51 Sneak Attack. Byakugan in the dark. At night, within the Hokage clan. Niji sat on the edge of the bed, the room was dark. He opened the window, and the bright moonlight outside suddenly poured in, making the room much brighter. Cool, but not lonely. On the contrary, it is an unprecedented comfort. With Asuma, although he lost, Niji got what he wanted. Ding! The abilities obtained by stealing the power in this actual combat, Katon, Fire Style, Heaping Burning, Wind Attribute Chakra Form Change, Fiton, Wind Style, Hei 8 Blade, Fiton, Wind Style, Sui Lan Gale. Please choose this devouring ability. The Wind Attribute Chakra Form Changes. Niji didn't feel like something new had been injected into his head, but something new seemed to be pouring into his heart. In this way, the ability to devour is not given, but a sojourn. The heart is where the blood vessels of the whole body are connected. While supplying blood to the whole body, the heart is also the center of all the meridians. Naturally, it is the center of chakra, and the end of chakra is the door of death in the heart. Burn the energy of life. Niji fought Asuma this time, but just wanted to test this ability. Judging from such a result, even the ability to keep a hand in battle is still very likely to be stolen. Niji was lost in thought. On the second day, there was no training session. Niji simply completed the morning training, testing the morphological changes of the wind attribute. It's really useful stuff. He muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. Noon. There will be the clan meeting in 2 days. Now everyone in the clan is busy with this matter, especially the elders who are separated from the family should be busy. The rumors about him in the village also became less. After all, apart from the actions of the 2 flies in silver and Qingtian, Niji has always been tight-lipped and very careful, and is unlikely to be targeted. And his current situation may be the same as that of Hokage back then, right? At noon, main clan has always had the habit of taking a nap. Niji stopped training. Come to the front of the main clan. Hinata, according to Hokage, is in retreat to prepare for the upcoming Chunin conference. And Hayashi, shouldn't be out of time now, right? Niji thought for a moment before knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Niji took a deep breath, just at this time, when it was unlikely to be bumped into. Last time I knocked on the door of main clan impulsively because of the Hinata incident, but I bumped into the chief elder Hyoga. At such a sensitive time, being caught like this is a mistake that Niji can't feel at ease. Over the years, the reason why I have passed through peacefully is that I have been careful to pay attention to my words and deeds. Therefore, Niji stepped out at that time, realizing that his choice was a little impulsive. Squeak! The door was pushed open, and Hayashi was surprised to see that it was Niji. Come in, Niji. Hayashi glanced around, ironic that being the main clan, he still had to worry about prying eyes. Niji just said bluntly, nothing else, I want you to guide my training. What? Hyoga clan, training ground. There was a little light outside, but the whole venue was dark. Hyoga family are gentle fists trained from this dark place. Because of this, the palms of the Hyoga family are deep, powerful, and extremely precise. Because using Byakugan to attack acupoints in the dark will become very direct and precise, and will not be disturbed by any foreign objects, and it will become a habit over time. Niji, you asked me to fight with you? Will this really help you? Hayashi still can't imagine that a genin wants to fight him. He is the Hyoga clan, the strongest fighting force at present. Niji said, well, I'm sorry to bother you. The teacher has trained me in other abilities, and I hope I can find an opponent with the same melee game and great observation skills to fight. It's better that the opponent is also the owner of Byakugan, after all, I can't last forever. Winning an opponent on insight always requires some breakthroughs. Niji's understanding, flawless. Hayashi also accepted this statement and nodded hesitantly, well, since that's the case. His Byakugan, blue veins wrinkled. Every line is old and powerful. The traces of the years, at this moment, turned into proof of strength. For main clan, for yourself, and for the Hyoga family. Niji, I will practice with you, please stand out in this Chunin exam. Come on. Crack. Provide. In the dark, the two palms compete with each other. Obviously, Hayashi's palm is more powerful, and Niji's attacks are almost all turned into nothingness. Regardless of Niji still holding on, this deep palm is difficult to handle even with all his strength. However, Niji is better at speed, attacking from different angles. Hayashi doesn't move much. Boom. Dong long. The dull sound on the ground was the sound of Hayashi stepping on the wooden floor, while Niji's footsteps were very light. So that's it, attribute chakra? In pursuit of speed, you ignore strength, Niji. Hayashi said, found an opportunity, and slammed it out. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Niji quickly fired a vacuum palm in the air. Vacuum palm in reverse, he bounced himself to the side, avoiding the gentle fist. Responsiveness is good, but lacks strength. If you meet a real trainer, Niji, your gentle fist will have no attack power. Come again. Hayashi continued to explain gentle fist seriously to Niji. From noon to evening. After training, Niji said goodbye to Hayashi. Ding! The ability to steal this time. Niji carefully looked at everything, almost all of them were revolving heaven, 64 palms, gentle fist, acupuncture and other abilities, and there was nothing unusual. Looks like it's really not in main clan's hands. Niji muttered. Now that the dossier was cracked and disappeared, the person who took it naturally understood the method of cultivation. If Hayashi, who is the most powerful in the Hyoga clan now, does not have the ability to master the file, then, the file is in the hands of foreigners? Niji's heart, a century of doubts arose. Late at night, at the training ground, Niji practiced a new ability by himself, and Fiton, wind style, changed his chakra form. There was a gust of wind in the night, and a whirlwind swirled around the air. The leaves were rustled. Niji refines the chakra in his body, and the sound of wind disturbs sight and hearing. That doesn't seem to be very beneficial for combat. Niji muttered to himself when a foreign voice caught his attention. For a moment, it was like cutting through thick clothes with a knife, and the sound was neat and heavy. Right next to you. Niji turned his head away, but was still stunned by the chakra of the supreme misery, and he rolled over quickly. The wind around me slowly picked up, but the night wind still rustled the leaves. When Kunao was pulled up and the masked eyes were in front of him, Niji couldn't believe it for a moment. I saw the violent blue veins, so old and powerful, engraved with the traces of the years. Holding the kunao with both hands, he stabbed down with all his might. 8 trigrams 1 hit. The huge chakra burst out, and the man was forcibly pushed away by this force. But when he was pushed away, gentle fist slammed down, and Niji immediately opened Byakugan. Get out! The two palms touched, and the air caused a strong whirlwind, shocking. Chapter 52 Split Up. 3 Elders. The man was bounced off, and Niji took the force straight. He tumbled to the side, dodged the flying shuriken, and jumped up. Your body and figure. After all, you are also a genin of the Hokage clan, right? Why did you shoot me as a genin? Niji bit Kaiba, that slap, he could already feel it, and in terms of strength, he was completely under him. As today's Hokage, if he continues to fight, Niji will have to show his true strength, but Niji still doesn't know who the opponent is. Hey! The other party sneered and didn't speak, as if he didn't want to be recognized by Niji. Come in a few steps. Get up close. Niji slapped his hand, and the opponent fired back. The two started a melee game, back and forth. Byakugans on both sides were like 2 white lights in their black eyes, passing around like a streamer. The palm technique is like a shooting star, decorating the starry sky like a sea of flowers. But the man's palm was even better than Niji's. At the same time, he was swift and violent, and every time he hit gentle fist, there was a hidden murderous intention. Contains a deep strength. Niji, who was able to train day and night and had extraordinary physical strength, was already feeling exhausted at this time. This deep palm. Niji's mind right now, and that is Hokage. But why? Hokage doesn't need to shoot at him. While thinking about it, the other party has come quietly. There is no sound even in the steps. At this moment, Niji can be sure that the other party can't be Hokage. Get out! Niji stepped back immediately. The palm is not strong, but fast. It was only because of the difference in speed that Niji felt that the palm was deep enough. But the other party's movement skills are obviously a full-time killer. Such a combat method is completely different from Hokage. Who the hell are you? The other party still did not answer, and took out another kunao. He has 2 kunao in his left hand and right hand. He is a master of kunao. Niji can't imagine that there are such people in the Hokage family who have strong pupils and who are assassinated by grandmasters. Rub. Kunao swept across the night, and the man's footsteps were brisk, as if he could hear the sound of kunao touching and rubbing against the air in the air. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Feet on, wind style, palm storm. Niji refined chakra and used his first training results. A huge and strong storm was sent out along with the vacuum palm, and the man seemed to be surprised when he saw this move. The resulting hurricane completely changed the speed of air circulation around him, and there was no sound of kunao rubbing in the air. Other party also raised his palm, which is also 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Be tough. Between genin and genin. The 2 vacuum palms collided and spread out in the air, no less than equal. A huge shock wave was released towards the 2 of them, and they both stepped back several steps. But the next moment, another round of vacuum palm, Niji dodged. The vacuum palm was slender, small in scope but extremely destructive. A tree behind him was directly penetrated, then snapped and fell. Looks like I can't keep it. Niji realized that this Jainin was not here to tempt or play a prank. He's here to assassinate himself. After refining the chakra, in a moment of inattentiveness, the man came again. The speed is very fast, the fastest among Niji's opponents so far. Niji no longer dodged, but slapped head-on, both backing away. This man is a professional killer, otherwise the speed could not be so fast. It is almost like the 8 inner gates opened the 4th gate. After this wave of confrontation, the man stared at his palm, seeming a little surprised. The touch just now doesn't seem right. He stepped forward again and met Niji's hand. Boom! The palms of the two are very strong, and the duel is head-to-head. But Niji's chakra, the flow rate is faster, and the erosive force is very strong, like lightning. Zzzzzzz. Hey! The opponent's palm seemed to be attracted by Niji's palm, and the chakra softened together. Electricity can generate magnetism. Niji's mouth twitched. The basic physics principle, placed in the chakra system, is equally established. 2 palms. Left shoulder and right shoulder, 1 palm each. 4 palms. This time, Niji's speed was even faster, and he was completely different from the previous one. 8 palms. Only then did the man realize that his assassination with all his strength had become accustomed to the speed lead just now. In fact, Niji has the habit of keeping his hands in any battle. In the battle just now, Niji was just a test. This is Niji's true strength. 16 palms. What kind of speed is this? Whether it is the speed of the movement or the speed of the palm, it is as fast as Hay-8 and as fast as lightning. Niji's body is covered with a layer of revolving heaven's wind attribute chakra, and his feet even need to get up at the moment of hitting the ground while the body is turning back and forth in the air to change positions. 32 palms. The movement of the palm is difficult to capture even with the naked eye. Ray 8 trigram 64 palms. Niji's hand, he didn't keep his hand at all. With the strongest palm strength, he hit the opponent's Tanzong A cup ointment hard. Pfft! As if deflated, the opponent's chakras were all turned into waste products and stopped flowing in the body at this moment. The whole person was shot more than 10 meters away and fell to the ground. You haven't been able to refine chakra all night, tell me, who are you? Niji walked over, but the man raised his head, gave him a vicious look, and left quickly. Did you run? Niji sighed, thinking heavily. On the 3rd day, clan meeting. Niji was taken by Hayashi and sat in the viewing seat in the last row. Niji to participate in the Hyoga clan's clan all the way. The clan will start from the status of the Hyoga clan in Konoha village, the recent transfers within the closed clan, the military forces of various countries, and the daily management policies. Have lively discussions and votes. However, these are not the most important things for Niji. The most important thing is the separation in Niji's eyes. Hyoga Tian Shao, also known as Hyoga Silver's grandfather, Hyoga King Dian's grandfather, the most senior elder. Hyoga Tian Mu, an elder with a kind face and always upright conduct, Niji's impression of him has always been a rare good impression among many elders. Hyoga Tian's, the most low-key elder, is also the youngest. It looks like he is only in his 30s, but it is said that he has practiced the art of maintaining his appearance, and his actual age is almost 60. These are the 3 most representative elders of the Hyoga family, and they are very powerful. Although there are more than 20 elders in Hyoga, the other elders are basically on the sidelines, and they are the only 3 who really dare to dictate decisions within the clan at the clan meeting. The entire clan, Niji only pays attention to the words and deeds of the 3 of them. Judging from the things in the dossier, to solve the mystery of the year, it is necessary to understand the details of the separation. What surprised Niji the most was also the main reason why Niji agreed to participate in the clan meeting this time. That is the representative of the clan, the main clan, 23 elders, 15 Jainin representatives, 7 special Jainin representatives. No one was absent. There is a high probability that the master from last night is one of them, and Niji can't see any clues with Byakugan. Or, the other party, is not included in the list of participating clan clubs at all. If this is the case, then the details of the separation have to be checked. Chapter 53 Try it out. Haiga Iroha. So, the clan will end here. Do you have any objections to the decision? Haiga Hayashi seems to have completely presided over the overall situation. Although main clan has been separated for a long time, Hayashi is an honest person and has done his best for the separation. The sacrifice of his own younger brother Hisashi, he is now trying his best to do his duty as main clan without fighting. Therefore, the separation of the family is very scruples, and the surface is also very obedient to main clan. Bad it is, there is also the existence of the curse-marked bird in a cage. This is a fate that cannot be escaped no matter what. Excuse me for a word, the matter of Hyaganiji mentioned at the last clan meeting has not been resolved, right? The one who said this was the oldest elder in the clan, Hyaga Tenshao. Everyone's eyes were first attracted by the Tian Shao, and then subconsciously looked at the position in the back row. Hyaganiji sat upright on his knees. Niji, you come forward. Hayashi also seemed to have expected this to happen, and reached out to greet Niji. Yes. Niji stood up, saluted all the seniors, and then walked obediently to the center of the clan meeting place. More than 40 pairs of Byakugan, the place where the eyes gather. Even if there is any abnormality in the chakra in Niji's body, it will be clearly seen. This is the Hyaga family, the most terrifying place. Niji must be watertight, and there should be no flaws. What is the result of this Chunin exam? Hayashi asked. Niji bowed first and replied, a total of 10 people will advance to the finals, and in 10 days, the competition will begin. Hayashi nodded. So, what's the problem? Hayashi looked at the guardian. Niji also followed Hayashi's eyes to Tenshao. The last time he wounded Silver with his own hands, this time he shot Qingtian again. This old guy, Tenshao, is indeed an old man who likes to take revenge. Isn't it over yet? I heard that he met a ninja from Tsunagakure village in this exam. Everyone knows that Tsunagakure village has always been the weakest hidden village in the 5 great powers. Maybe it's just good luck to be able to advance. Hey? In the face of outrageous questioning, Niji said nothing. In any case, the final result has not yet come out. In the eyes of the public, the bet is still in effect. At this time, Hyaga's eyes squinted and said, Brother Tian Shao, why do you have to embarrass a child like this? You suspect that he has secretly learned the secret art. If his strength skyrocketed overnight, then it would be easy for you to get caught. Doubt it? He said, looking at Niji. Now, Niji is just trying to fulfill the bet of the last clan. You are so embarrassed. Do you really hope that Niji really has the supreme talent, or do you just hope that he is just an incompetent waste? Kind eyes, sharp words. Especially, that wavering question. Niji felt protected, but he couldn't rest assured, what was the true position of this kind-hearted Hyaga Tianmu? The 3 elders, he is actually the most mysterious person. Tianmu is right, don't increase karma in vain before the results come out. Besides, this time our Hyaga family applied to the village for the security department. To a large extent, it happened to rely on Niji's performance in the Chunin exam. The 2 of them, one after the other, seemed to be attacking back and forth. Akatsuki loves it. Act with reason. Tian Shao was distressed, and even if he wanted to seek justice for his grandson and grandson, he would not dare to blatantly ruin his reputation. If that's the case, I'll wait to see the results. If you really have the ability to learn Revolving Heaven yourself, a small Chunin exam will definitely not be difficult for you. Tian Shao slowly lowered his head while talking about the scene. What Niji is targeting, but it is only Tianmu and Hayashi who dare to stand up and express different opinions. The power of the three elders of the split family can be seen as Madara. However, since main clan has also proposed, the essence of this application is to let the people in the village re-recognize the true strength of our Hyuga clan. Now in a peaceful age, there are not many wars, and people's attention is also put on in terms of education. The strength of children makes it easier for everyone to embed themselves in the impression of a family. Hyugatians who said this, and his voice had a bit of femininity. Niji couldn't imagine such a middle-aged man with even a coquettish face. He was actually 50-89. Hayashi nodded. Amazawa, you're right, that's what I thought. I believe in Niji's character, he learned revolving heaven on his own. And most people in the village know that Niji has always been. It is so hard work, these years of hard work will not be in vain, let him win glory for our Hyuga family in the Chunin exam, you can all thank Niji. In this case, I think it's better to send someone to train Niji well. Niji is a hard worker, but he may need a guide who has been alone all the time. Tianzi's words resonated with most of the people in the field. I think Elder Tianzi is right. Yeah, since it's all decided, it's better to focus on the overall situation. Help Niji well. Just a few words, it completely drove the atmosphere in the field, and it was not at the same level as the majesty of the Hyuga Tower. Well, that's exactly what I mean. Hayashi wanted to train Niji in private, but he was interrupted by his own words. Then let me arrange this matter. Tianzi picked up what he had left, and waved directly, and a Jainin behind him came forward. Iroha, you've been at the ninja school. You know the specific qualities that Konoha's Chunin exam will test, so it's up to you to do a training session for Niji? Yes. The people in the field, all supported and praised Tian's decision. Only Hayashi, a little embarrassed. But, the tide has come. In that case, Niji, you have to take advantage of this opportunity. Not everyone has the opportunity to be trained by Iroha. Good. Niji nodded lightly, and as soon as it came, let it go. The more chaotic the occasion, the less chaotic the aura is. While eagerly watching the elder who was younger than him steal his goal, Tian Shao glared at Hyugatians fiercely. Tianzi raised a fan and fanned him enchantingly a few times, with a proud cunning in his eyes. After the meeting, Niji was taken to the training ground by Iroha. At sunset, the dojo was dimly lit by the afterglow, and the reflection on the wooden floor was golden light. Niji, it seems that you have mastered the essentials of the gentle fist method. Iroha looked at Niji seriously, as if thinking about something. Niji was startled, and scratched the back of his head naively. Thank you, teacher, for exaggerating, I often train against the stakes by myself. Hey! Iroha's whole body flashed quickly and rushed towards Niji. Niji's eyes widened, and the wind approaching Iroha almost blew Niji into it. He staggered a step and stood up. What's wrong? Niji was overwhelmed on the surface, but inside he came to a conclusion. This Hyuga Iroha taught himself the basics of gentle fist for an afternoon, but kept poking around. At this time, he approached unexpectedly, and it seemed that he was going to test himself. It's nothing, since I've taught you so much, as a teacher, I naturally want to test the results. Hyuga Iroha said and took a few steps back, and then opened Shikai to remove the bandage wrapped around his wrist. Come on, have a fight with me and let me see your level. His eyes were firm and powerful. Chapter 54 Search. Legendary Ninja. Teacher? Are you kidding me? I'm just a genin, you're a Jainin. Niji made a clumsy defensive motion with both hands, and no matter what, he couldn't be caught by the handle at this time. The three elders of the Hyuga branch, Niji knows nothing about them now. If you are caught talking about something, I am afraid that in the future, you will be in a situation where you are in the light and the enemy is in the dark. It's okay, the teacher won't take it seriously, this is a test for you, Niji. Mouth twitched slightly, but Byakugan's bulging veins clearly showed that he was in the most serious state. This regard, Niji still has it. Niji, you are so afraid of fighting against the teacher, do you still have hidden strengths that you haven't shown? Niji was taken aback by Iroha's question. My little tricks, I'm afraid they won't be useful against the teacher at all. Niji hand seal, open Byakugan. And his hand seal's hand speed is not fast, it looks like he is extremely serious and wants to win. Seeing all this in Iroha's eyes, he narrowed his eyes. As a genin of the Hokage family, he was a little embarrassed to fight a genin now. And now Niji is in this state again, which makes him feel that Niji was just misunderstood by the elders at the upper level. A genin, how high can the talent be? I'm here. Niji chose to take the initiative. Something. Iroha was surprised by Niji's speed, which had the effect of slowing down Niji several times. It's just that this speed still surpasses that of most genins. Ha! Niji struggled to lay down every gentle fist, and in Iroha's eyes, it was easy to deal with. Even with blind defense, Iroha can keep Niji from taking advantage of him. Looking for an opportunity, Iroha counterattacked and took the initiative. Niji missed even his steps, and was knocked back a few steps by Iroha's unintentional slap. The battle must be serious. Iroha said seriously. Well, I will. Niji looked at Byakugan again, and under Byakugan's vision, Hyoga Iroha's chakra circulation was normal. And it can be seen that his major is not taijutsu. If he fights seriously, Niji is likely to have the upper hand in taijutsu. And in Byakugan's eyes, Iroha was not on the same level as the mysterious man that night. And Iroha is already the genin of the Hyoga clan, and he is already a leader in terms of strength. The killer ninja that night was still completely stronger than the Iroha in front of him. It seems that the person that night was not Iroha, and the strength of that person is still an unknown mystery. Niji thought about it, and played Iroha absent-mindedly again. The two didn't want to get up and down this time, and it could be seen that Iroha also kept his hands on Niji. Under Niji's showing of weakness a few times, Iroha didn't seem to believe that Niji, a genin who worked so hard but achieved little, would behave strangely. Learning to revolving heaven is probably just a coincidence, right? Iroha was full of doubts. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Niji found an opportunity to use revolving heaven, but this time revolving heaven, in Iroha's eyes, was full of loopholes. Pfft! Iroha slapped Niji in the back, knocking Niji to the ground. This kind of venue is not suitable for revolving heaven, it will shatter the floor. The monastery is used to practice the gentle fist method. Niji lay on the ground, panting. I'm sorry, I'm too eager for quick success and want to get the teacher's approval. Get my approval? Iroha asked suspiciously. Well, with your approval, can I end my practice? Why rush to end the practice? Iroha was startled suddenly, thinking that he was about to find something strange. Niji, a person who works so hard, shouldn't miss any opportunity to become stronger, but he wants to end his practice early? Well, because Mr. Guy recently arranged for me a new teacher, Mr. Asuma. He is teaching me to use chakra's nature transformation. I want to end the practice in the clan as soon as possible and go for a good special training. Niji said with a tired smile, looking innocent and innocent. Is that so? Iroha lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Seems like I'm thinking too much? Iroha couldn't help but doubt himself, and the mission this time was only ordered by the elders above. As a younger generation, he didn't even know the existence of the dossier. In that case, I approve of you. When Iroha turned around, the blue veins around his eyes slowly returned to peace. Teacher. I was also instructed by Elder Tians to be in charge of your gentle fist. Now it seems that you are not only working hard, but gentle fist's technology has fully reached the level of Chunin. The IQ of battle is not bad, from any angle. Look, you can become a qualified chunin. And my level is definitely not as good as teacher Asuma. After Iroha said that, he left. Niji breathed a sigh of relief, letting him go so easily. It seemed that he really trained himself with the task of temptation. Next day, the streets of Konoha. Bath written on it hangs on the corner and is fluttering in the wind. There are sparsely populated places, and behind it is a large and spacious bathhouse. A masked Anbya boy stayed in front of him for a few seconds. He, Ino's mother, are you here to take a bath? I heard that there is a chunin conference. How is your Ino? That child, who has been cultivating hard, I told his father, what should a girl be serious about? Become beautiful and find a handsome husband, won't everything be fine? That's right, like you, what a blessing to marry Inoichi. The two middle-aged women walked into the store hand in hand, talking and laughing, while on the trunk, Niji was holding on to the branch, silent. Meeting Ino's mother in a place like this is really embarrassing. Niji couldn't help but be thankful that he had the foresight to come with a mask on. However, Niji must also hide his identity, because the target he came to find this time is not a simple person. That's the legendary ninja. Next to the women's bath is not the men's bath. This is also to prevent some peeping people from taking chances. After all, this is a ninja village, and there are not a few people who can use ninjutsu to do tricks. But most of them are ineffective ninjas, so they will do some simple protection. The men's bath and the women's bath are separated by two ends, and on the periphery of the women's bath is a Wen-Izumi stream with a bridge over the stream. Only by walking along the bridge to an uninhabited corner, on that small piece of wall, can you get to the women's bath at the shortest distance. Hey! A burly man with long white hair was laughing. The corners of his mouth grinned. Nui's face was already ashamed. The whole face was lying on the wall with the hole opened, and the eyes almost stared out of the wall. Turn around, turn around. The man prayed while sucking the drool that was about to flow from his mouth. Niji on the tree frowned when he saw this scene. This legendary ninja is still a bit old-fashioned. I'm really afraid that I will also be caught and dealt with as a voyeur. He was about to go out, when a figure jumped out from the bridge one step ahead of him. I saw that the man was dressed in black Konoha, wearing a pair of round-framed sunglasses. The clothes had the logo of the Konoha clan, and he wore a headscarf and a Konoha Jainin forehead. It was the Jainin Ebisu of Konoha. Finally found you. One of the legendary three, Lord Jiraiya. Ebisu said to Jiraiya's back. Thank you for listening. If you'd like to continue supporting the channel and get access to hundreds of complete audiobooks and early releases, visit my Patreon using the link in the description. See you in the next story.